Just reading this quote from the CFO on the call, warning of trade curbs overshadowing Qcom's optimistic forecast. So they're just pointing to the possibility of downside because of trade restrictions.
Everyone's worried about China and all of this trade talk. Like, you coming out on the good end or the bad end of all of these trade restrictions, right? Like, you saw most positive news for ASML the other day when presumably because they're an ally, they're going to be able to export to China. They went like 10% at one point. Qualcomm, if that's the reason you go from like booming in the aftermarket to down 2%, it is what it is. You know, you can't really do anything about it. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a good or bad earnings. There's just what the market does and what the stock does. So if you look at the Fed number, the Fed move, you had a triple bottom here at like 173.5 on Qualcomm. I think that's like that Alamo here today. If it can't hold on to this, I think it looks pretty nasty. And then up top, just what was resistance before? It needs to get through like 183 up there. So I think, looking for a bit of an inside move. If it was befuddling to the market, aftermarket, and then here, then I think respecting something like that 183 up top is going to make sense. I'm going to try to pivot to Nvidia quickly here because we don't actually have any either. Nvidia's not on there, so it is what it is. But Nvidia already starting to pull back. There weren't any imbalances, as Sean mentioned, so it is pulling right back into tanking. Yeah, the market's tanking. Nvidia might see that Fed bottom, which was not here. Let me just get that right. It's down here at 116. Was the post 2 o'clock dip and rip at 116. So that's a pretty key level there. Obviously, Nvidia 120 as an even dollar breakout is not going to be in play anytime soon. Although, Nvidia can get there, certainly. But not right now. Looks like it's going to test 116 first.
Yeah, so we wrote down a bunch of longs here today. But you know what? Now that I think about this, it is going to be that post-Fed hangover. I mean, we were up 3% yesterday. The Fed really didn't say anything other than looks like they'll probably go in September, which I think the market already priced in. So you know what? Now that I'm thinking about this, Qualcomm's not going to get to 184. It's not going to get close. And again, we had wrote down all these levels earlier when Qualcomm was up here. I thought we could break through 184. It looks better on a couple different charts here. It was this 20-minute chart that I was looking at Qualcomm for. And I just thought that, like Sharif said, like Neil said, we were starting to fly there yesterday, and then the pullback as they digest. So I sort of thought that if Qualcomm would have gone, and the market was up 0.6, right, when we opened the show. It's going to be flat here by the time we open. So it's a nice little pullback in the market, and Qualcomm's going with it. If the market had held up, and we are in and around this 180, or even up a little bit even higher, 181, 182, then I thought a run to this level could be into play, again, for Qualcomm. But we just have to go back to the drawing board now because it is making that move down, now down 3%. Looks like it wants to get worse and worse. Like we said, mixed messages sometimes about these handsets, right? Are they selling a lot? I mean, ARM is at 99%. Why is my screen always flicker? I mean, I know you guys catch that on the show too, but it's weird. Anyways, Apple coming tonight. I think Qualcomm might be hands off a little bit. We'll see. Down now 3% and still going lower. Look at the market. The market's going back in. Maybe we'll have to look at the TQs and whatnot to see if there's a trade here in the futures because I feel like the futures go red. They might stay red today. That's just something there. Maybe I have to upgrade my platform. All right, let's go back over to the desk and talk about, another one, ARM. I kind of want to, we'll talk about this when we get there, but I think ARM is going to get into a buy zone sooner rather than later.
It's going to be SSR.
Down big time right now, 12.25% so far for ARM, coming back into that pre-market low right now as the market, as Sean was mentioning, making its way lower. But another one pointing to weak guidance here. Looking forward for ARM.
That was it. It was a guide because everything else was good. So revenue about almost $1 billion, $940 million on earnings of 40 cents a share. That surged about 39% year over year, beating analyst expectations. The Q2 outlook, that's a sticking point. That was below analyst expectations. They're guiding 780 to 830. Street didn't like that. It looks as if it might be royalty revenue fell short of analyst expectations. Recall, they make money two ways. Licensing and royalties are not the same. Royalties missing the mark.
There's volume behind this move this morning as well. Already over 1 million shares traded here for ARM today.
You want to trade things like ARM focused on the U.S. market. It's back, everybody. The campus program here at Real Trading. Just go right over to realtrading.com. campus. This is for anybody that is in Canada and wants to join this program. Trade on the same platform that Sean, myself, and the entire team trade on. You have a simulator, you've got live, it's a professional trading platform. You're going to learn how to interact with the market basics. You'll have a live community guidance the whole way through. This is something that is time flexible. You're going to be able to have like your side gig. We've talked about this before. It's just a few hours a day, but you've got to put the time and effort in. It is absolutely free, so don't miss this opportunity. Anybody that's interested, come here, just click apply, check out the website. It'll tell you everything you need to know about the entire structure. It's a fantastic program to learn trading and how to become a professional trader, just like you see everybody here on the show do. All it requires is your time. So it'll be in the chat as well. I know Bears versus Bulls is going to be on there, letting you guys know what the site is. And I feel like there's going to be more than a few real traders that want to trade ARM today. And I think you can't go wrong looking in a couple of directions here. One, obviously the guide not good, already underneath 150 and failing. I get that. But you have some pretty big levels. You're going to be SSR, short sell restricted today. So it means you can only hit the bid if it opens here, if there's an uptick to go short. You got that big 120 level where everything fell apart before. That seems like an obvious area to look for an SSR bounce. If it gets there, 125 obviously is a pretty round number. If you do make the bounce play, I want to be ready. I think the low 130s in here to 135 is probably a fade. So there's going to be opportunities in both directions on ARM. You're going to get great R-vol here. But I think the first look for me is if it gives you that SSR bounce. The 1/4 is obvious. The 120 is a fundamental level anyways. And I think I'd probably be trying to play a bounce off of it. So ARM, yeah, that's on the radar today for sure. Here at Real Trading, we have locates on it, so we can go short. Cost 1/8 of 1 cent to get those locates today.
All right. All right. Yeah, I was just looking. I had to go get shorts for this. Pay for shorts for this as well. Very, very cheap again. Right. There's a couple hundred shares cost like 50 cents. All right. So, oops. Okay, my level 2 changes, but my chart takes a second to enter. So that's maybe, you know what? I have to upgrade, I think.
It's a feature.
It's a feature, yeah. All right, so look, again, market just coming in pretty good here. I like the long again in ARM. Like, you know, when we came in today, market was up. I thought we were going to go for the long side of things there on ARM. So, you know, the sort of the dip buy opportunities that we were just talking about. I mean, Neil mentioned 120. I think that'd be a great area as well. You know, we've already broke through this 130, so now at this point, down 12%. I mean, yuck. I'd rather dip buy Nvidia than ARM today. You know, off earnings, again, I don't even know if, like, why does nobody talk about SoftBank anymore? Like, I didn't read the report. Maybe they did. But again, like, you know, when are they selling? Where are they selling? Have they been selling? Do they have more to sell? We saw the Jeff Bezos effect happen on Amazon, so I still think that that's a story that we don't discuss enough. But if you look right here, 120, as Neil mentioned, those were the areas that I was talking about as well when I said ARM is getting into some spots. So, I mean, if it gets down there, you're down 17% or something. So we could see if that happens. I don't think that that's out of the realm. But now that we're really giving us our direction, it's a 130 fade. That's why I just paid for shorts right there. I wasn't even looking short to begin with, to be honest with you. But I'm thinking right there, 130 or so, right back to VWAP. I mean, that's the trade that I make all the time. So why am I not going to make it today? So let's do that on ARM. It's 924 right now. So we're going to get some of the imbalances on the NASDAQ in just a minute. That could send ARM one way or the other. The one thing about it is the last 2 days, I made it back on Nvidia. But Tesla, I got hit in the pre-market because it came into 232, and I thought that was a great level. Next thing I know, I'm blinking and it's at 226. We wound up getting out. We got out when it flushed through 230. But the end of the day is I sit in front of something in the pre-market, and sometimes those prices aren't as great as you think they are, or if they are great, it still takes 5 or 6 minutes for it to flush out the buyers and the sellers. So right now, I was just, and the reason why I say this is because we're trying to learn together here. I was about to put an offer right now at 130. Then I thought to myself, what if this imbalance comes out, right? And it's coming out right now. And what if it comes out the other way and just rips up here into 130 and rips my face off? because it just wants to keep going upside, right? So right now there's the Nvidia buy. We wrote down 118 for Nvidia. That's right where it is right now. That's one of our, Nvidia's been my top stock the last couple of days. So right there, that's going to be a level that we're going to look at now. There's Google with a sell. So that probably starting to go the other way on this. Yeah, so there it is. So there's let me just put this way so you can see. There's the tick down here just on that imbalance. Snapchat, I mean, we can go over that in a minute, but there's only two big names on here right now for the imbalances. It's Google and Nvidia. So yeah, man, I mean, Nvidia just bounces off of 117 pretty hard. I liked 118 on this level because it was yesterday's close. So we closed in here around 118, got a nice little bump there throughout the after show there and into this morning, but still up 1.26%. Nvidia holding real strong in a market that's about to turn red.
We'll wrap up with Moderna. The free fall has slowed slightly, but still 16% here on a miss across the board. The net product sales here a problem, $3 billion to $3.5 versus forecast of $4 billion. Forecast itself not good either. For Moderna getting crushed here today.
Absolutely, Brendo. It was a revenue beat. They printed about $240 million in revenue on the quarter. That was ahead of analyst expectations of 132. But that's where the good news ended. The loss, $1.28 billion. That was a bit better than last year. It was about $1.38 billion. Earnings missed, EPS missed the mark. COVID vaccine sales continue to drop. Full year guidance got cut, as you mentioned. The only silver lining here, I guess, sales growth. Potentially because they have a pipeline of about 45 drugs. We'll see how many make it to market, though.
Yeah, it sliced through $100 downside initially, but we're trying to hold right now back at 100, which you got to go back to March, April of this year to find.
Yeah, I think this might be one of those, hey, you know, you're at 100, you already broke 100 and got to 98, and you're right back at 100. So if it doesn't break the low, I guess it could be a bounce play that I don't want to stand in front of unless we get, you know, something around the 200 periods at 105. So a pop and fade is in that range. You know, it's a wide range because it could go 5, 6, 7, and I would still think I want to be shorting the pop on mRNA. And I feel pretty similar about Wayfair here. You know, Wayfair is rebounding a little bit after only down 10% now on Wayfair. Obviously not a good report for them, but if it can't get back underneath 48 and break it down, I guess that short. If you had it in the pre-market the first time, like really early on light volume, great for you. But unless we get back underneath, neither one of those is going to set up as well as it did before. So Nvidia, ARM, Teladoc was the only other one we didn't talk about that was really, really bad this morning. Don't want to look at Blue Ocean because we're not trading in the aftermarket. We're going to trade the market at the open. Teladoc is just fresh lows. Every single print underneath the bottom is going to be a fresh low for Teladoc. There's no point going over the report or anything like that. I just look at this 830 to 840. That's where it tried to bounce to in the aftermarket. If it starts to fade up there, all the really bad names that are down, just want to be patient. Don't want to stand in front of moving freight train. But unfortunately, it's going to be ARM right away at the open. It's going to be ARM. It's going to be Meta. It's going to be Nvidia. All of these are in play, just like Pinterest was. But ARM, Nvidia, Meta, those are the three that I think I have the most focus on. Don't want to sleep necessarily on something like an Apple, but we'll get to that one. I still like Apple in a general sense, but buying a trend up when Apple goes with the market has been a good way to go. But I think those three are going to be on the radar, and then possibly we'll see about that Moderna at 100 if it can hold underneath.
All right, so Moderna at 100, yeah, for sure on my watch 105. Look, we wrote down here on Meta, 500 long. That's not happening. 515 break did happen and held. So far, so good on that. We'll hit the bang on that one. Pre-market trade if you like to. And then I said 525 is in play. So we wrote that down when it was at 512. Right now, you're going to open up at 522. So that's $10 straight to the upside there for Meta. So it just gives me more confidence, although these levels have broken. It's just what we've been reading and the tea leaves there have been very, very green. So we'll hopefully be able to continue some of that rally through. It's Nvidia that I'm looking at right now because that's making moves lower right now, despite being up almost 1% earlier. Then it gets that sell imbalance, right? So watch out for that with only 10 seconds left now before open. Maybe Nvidia gets to that like 114, 115 area, maybe, and then we can buy some more. All right, here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. We're now open, so thank you very much, Adara, for that one. We are sponsored by Real Trading Campus today. Make sure you scan that as the campus program is back on, baby. So you guys can become part of the team here at Real Trading. All right, here comes 525 like ASAP. Meta just touched out at 523.
Oh, Moderna's all...
and wants to go. So, yeah, Moderna's just tank city or what?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that was very, very fast on mRNA. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, no, the spread is still $1.50.
Yeah, that was wild. No, it broke. Anyways, I got to get a stop back over 100. So it broke, took out the low, was at 97, and then right back into 99. So wild, wild price action right off the bat for Moderna. If it gets, like, it's an over-under at 100, man. Like, it broke the bottom. If it broke the low, looking short. If it breaks back above 100, I'm going to be getting out of Dodge. ARM is chilling. ARM's starting to come up to the upside as well. So ARM is at 131. So watch out here. It looks like ARM wants to make a bit of a rally. Stops in there. We'll get to ARM. It's pushing into the tops. You got 133 up top here. We do like this for a fade play here on ARM. So a lot of action so far at the open. If it's not the futures, a lot of names are moving around. Apple just dropped $1 at the open as well. So bad stocks trying to press a little bit, and good stocks going down?
Yeah, I'm trying to find out. Well, it's like I said, yesterday was such an incredible day. I mean, Nvidia was up 12%. So I could see some definite fades. And what's going on today is AMD playing that catch-up game. AMD is up quite nicely right now. See, hit my button. All right, so there goes AMD. Look at that move, man, up 1.3%, almost straight up. To the upside goes AMD. I'm going to stay away from that one until a long pops in. I was looking at Meta as well, so we can find out Meta here. Pulling back into VWAP. I mean, maybe worth a shot here. All right, where did we have to cross into to get that fill, though? 516.25. So there it goes. Right now, we are now instantly, guys, in the money right there. That's your first Dollar Club winner. But then the tank happens. Watch out right now for Meta. Remember, it's earnings, and we were like, okay, on earnings day, we could expect some violence in the name for Meta. We'll take a little bit out there at 515, 516. Now let's see if we can get back into that 517, 518 area right now for Meta as it's trying to go. But the spread is big on this name, so be very, very careful. There it is. We take $1. Now there goes Meta. Now it's $2. Wow. Let's see where we can go on that one. Good trade there on ARM.
No, it's not ARM.
Moderna. Sorry, Moderna.
ARM is flying to the upside. Right there, Fabian. So it broke 98. It just bounced hard 95 with a massive buy order there at the 95. It's short sell restricted. So if it's a level that I would normally be trying to take a bounce, and it goes there with a bid, I'm going to get out and look for a short to pop. I'm not going to get any more shares at 99 there, but ARM is absolutely flying. So I have to quickly pivot over. It just went right up into that 134, right in here. So 34, 35 is where we like to curl. It's done a bit of an SSR bounce already, but this is insane price action over here on ARM. Didn't quite get to 125 even, but if it's going to give you the curl, this is where we wanted to try to grab it. Nvidia does not get to 116. It just bounced at 117, so I guess it's 117 is back.
We're $3 in the money. We just took it again. We'll promise you to find another one, but this is every day. This seems to be when you're looking at the right names, you can hit these. So we just take another piece out right there. We just got 518.80s right there on Meta. 518.90s, man. So far, so good there as Meta continues to rip to the high side right now. It's one trade. It's the banger. It's Meta. It's Adara.
Earnings name on watch here, EVGO. This company is EVgo. It's an EV charging related company. They did report in-line GAAP earnings per share and a sales beat. They also raised their guidance. EVGO up almost 17% right now. Worth noting as well, they have a market cap of around $1.16 billion, 9.9% short float. Keep an eye on this name, guys.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it, but I mean, obviously there's other things to fry. Big spread still on ARM. It curled at 134, just got to 132. We'll try to let it calm down. Maybe we can retest this level and actually get into position on the way to the downside. TDOC was another one, but there's no chill in sight for this. So it's at the 850, but I'm not seeing any signs of weakness. Going to jump away from that one for a hot minute. Get on over to Nvidia. The market's trying to make a bit of a, trying to make a bit of a bounce. right through 117 and back above is Nvidia. So if you want to join, right now 116 half, 117, we get a chance to maybe go back into that level. We'll go for the dip buy in Nvidia. Just one trade for me right now was Moderna 98 to 95, and now we're looking for some Nvidia dip buys, up 1.3% while the market is flat. Clearly, there's a strong one here with Nvidia still.
Yeah, great trade there on Moderna. But right now, it's all about the Meta show for me, man. We are in ARM right now. We're going to watch out to see what happens with Meta. I mean, there it goes. It's now $3 again in the money. But again, you got to watch out because the spread, once it opens up, right? And so this could easily rip back up to that 5 area, 520. There it goes. Now we're $4. You see that? That's what we're talking about, Patrick, and everybody in behind us. Now it's $4 in the money off Meta. And again, we wrote down this level 515. It touched 515. We're long at 515.50. That's $5 now in the money off of this posted level right there. Also Moderna, I mean, we just obviously will make a lot more money here on Meta than Moderna for us, for me. But, you know, I probably would have got out of Moderna there as well. I mean, that move continues to make those moves downside. But again, it's the same thing. The $100 Moderna break we had written on here is $5. And it looks like Meta tried to get above that 520 there and then missed again. So we only have about 25%, not about, we do have 25% of this Meta trade left back on. ARM's pulling into 130 right now, so let's see what that does on ARM trying to get going through that 130 level. I believe that was a call again for Adara.
Immuneering trying to push to new day's highs here with strong volume. IMRX, this is a small cap, around $35 million market cap here. They announced their IMM 1104 treatment was granted fast track designation from the FDA. So FDA designation here for IMRX with a short float of 9.9%, guys.
Meta, so you take your profit, then you take your lumps, and then there goes ARM right now as well. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon. It's a $2 winner for your boy now on ARM. So we just change our look completely there. We do get stopped out of Meta breaking through that level, but there goes ARM, baby. There's $2 in your pocket for ARM. So that is a good little trade right there. $2. Let's go $3 now for ARM as we're trying to make that move right back there to the upside. It's ARM. We're long at 130.50. We gave you this trade. I hope you guys took this one as well. It's a nice move upside there for ARM.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I just went 50 cents in and out on ARM, trying to punch Teladoc short, and I punched ARM in. So we got in and out of ARM. If you don't mean to be in the trade, get out of the trade. 100%. But I had a couple of level 2s dedicated to pop and phase. One of them was T-Doc. One is ARM. I am in Teladoc now. Randy, I'll take one if you can grab another one. Boom. I appreciate it. But 855 happened here on Teladoc. It's a crazy wick to 880. We wanted to wait till 850 to be able to get into position. Oh. It just came back down underneath the 50s. VWAP sits at 15 or 10, sorry. So we're going to get some halfway out there. And if we can press all the way back into VWAP, we'll take it. Moderna is pulling right back in. It might double tap 100. So it's pushing back. It bounced 95. There was a heck of a buyer. I think it's a short sell restriction bounce here on Moderna. And if that's the case, let it get into VWAP, let it get into the 100 level, and then we'll work from there. Here, we didn't get any chance at a dip buy yet in Nvidia. No retest of 117. This might just break out the top. If that's the case, maybe look at a 119 breakout here on Nvidia.
All right, guys, despite taking that hit on Meta, it's a monster day again right here as we go $3 now in the money on ARM. We knew we liked that long. We're long right now at 130.50 on ARM, and there it goes. Did I say $3, Neil? We meant $4 right now on ARM as it gets right back up into those levels, man. Oh, wow. We are, June, July, August. Let's just forget about what the month is. Let's just keep it rolling right now to the high side. Boom, there's the $4 take right there on ARM. It's a big one. Are we waiting for Adara? Then let's go over to her immediately, and then we'll talk about our $2 winner on Meta.
Shaping up to be another strong day here for LUMN Lumen. No news on this one, but just to summarize some of the details for this name, we do have a market cap of $3.2 billion, so larger market cap, larger float as well, 992 million share float. We do have a short float of just over 13% and lots of social media attention. So some details here in LUMN as it tries to make a new day's high, guys.
All right, guys, boom, 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 boom. here it is, guys. I don't normally have, you know, big, huge mornings or anything like that. But right now, yeah, it's big. It's big, it's going, and it is fan-damn-tastic. Look at that dip buy there on Meta. It's a monster right there. We're going to go 2 for 2. $4 in the money on Meta, $3 in the money on ARM. The party continues, man. Yeah, I don't know. I just hope you guys are, you know, just on all of this. And it's been absolutely fantastic. I hope some of the guys and everybody looking at this behind me and some of you guys watching as well. It's been quite the run, and we're just going to keep on doing it. So, I mean, ARM right there at 135. Are you kidding me? That's the level that we posted on there right now. So, I mean, we continue to rock it over here, and we'll just continue to look for better opportunities and more opportunities, as I think Meta has a great opportunity to get right back in there right now. So here we go, man. It's a big upside move, and yeah, it's been good. There's 2 positive traders right now. It's been a tough morning. Let's see what happens with Meta. Let's get upside right now with Meta. $5 in that money right now. But we are out, honestly, guys. We have 20% left of ARM, and we have half of our Meta from this area. But we did lose early on Meta as it dropped through, but then we found that bottom, and now we're holding, Neil, $8 in the money right now.
Yeah, great move on Meta there. A couple of points to the upside there. I got a breakout set for change of plan on Nvidia. If we're not going to get the dip buy at 117, got to stay locked and focused. It's a higher low into a top break at 119. We want to see if this one can trend up. The market is screaming to the upside, so it looks like it's about to break it out any second now. I still do add that TDOC short, and Moderna's making a run, not for VWAP, but for the low again. So I might not get a shot at VWAP. That's in and around $98 on, this is what I'm looking at here for Moderna, around $98. I'm still looking for pop and fade in this name. We need to get back in that 98 where we had it before. The next trade feels like it's about to be Nvidia. So I want to be on this level too. If we get the breakout, great. If we dip back down into 117, going to try and double dip there. So the only position we're in right now is at TDOC. It's in the 30s, mid 30s. We're short at 853 when it broke that 860 to the downside. But it's all about Nvidia potentially breaking right here and right now. We're up at 75s. Getting really close to this top break. It's a simple liquidity grab underneath here, higher lows into a top break, 120, the obvious next step as the even dollar. Every time I stare at a level, is it going to break it? Here we go. 98s, just broke it. Want to give these always back into the local high in there. That's about 118.60 if you're checking out at home. So Nvidia is on the warpath, trying to get to that 120 level to set upside. So I can get it to 118.60 is where my stop is going to be. When you get that first 40, I'm going to take 1-to-1 and then see we can go from there into 120.
All right. Yeah, let's just keep on going. Great trading over on that side. Nice to see as we put things together here again for you, right? So, all right, we'll see if that Meta can go. We just talked about that level there, 520, 519. It did bounce off of there, so definite possibilities there for a retake of Meta to the upside there as we held that 200 period moving average. And then ARM, I mean, it honestly, for me, this was exactly as it was written. We wrote down on our sticky note, and we're going to tweet it out too. We wrote down on the note there 135. So when it gets up to 135, you know we have to take that out. So 130 VWAP, that's how we trade back in one more time. I feel like more people will be using this method very, very soon, pulling back to VWAP and buying it out because it's been really, really working right there for us. So it's a good little sticky note. Couple plays there today as we'll go 2 for 2 so far, but we don't know what's going to happen. I do think that Nvidia does have that possibility. We're now $7 in the money on Meta as it keeps on going higher and higher and higher. So far, so good here today for trading. I mean, we don't have to put on lots of trades, right? This is what we call real trading here. It's our #1 sponsor. And it's just about showing you can make trades, we can discuss them, and it's very easy for you to see where the winners are and where the losers are. So again, it's just a kind of a new thing right now, and it's been really good. Follow our trades here and on More Trader TV. You can see the dashboard right there as well. So yeah.
What happened to Roblox?
Did Roblox go down? We'll have to buy some more if it did. No, we're not buying any more.
No, it's not that.
519, there it is.
Roblox. Crap.
All right, man, $7 now. We're now holding last time I said to Neil, hey, we got $8 in the money. We got $9 now as it keeps on going there. Let's see what happens with Meta as it just keeps on going, baby. What's up over there, Adara?
We're waiting here for the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. Should be coming in a few seconds here at 9:45. We got this in here, 49.6. This is going to be exactly in line here with one of these forecasts here of 49.6. Previous number of 49.5. So pretty much in line here for that S&P Global Manufacturing PMI for the final number here for the month of July. S&P 500 continuing near high of days here. So not seeing much of an impact yet from this number, guys. Again, in line with expectations.
Ooh,
Okay. I mean, inline's not going to be bad. The market is taking it. It doesn't matter what the number is. The market is trying to break out the high right here. So the NASDAQ at 1965. You take that, we're gone. 120 just broke on Nvidia. So pre-market highs, from when we charted anyways, about 7 a.m., 120.50 up here. If we fail that, going to be looking dip buy back into VWAP. That's that 118.60 we were talking about before. So strong moves upside in the market. Apple, Tesla starting to go. I did have my eyes on Roblox, but I don't really see anything obvious with Roblox that I like. So yeah, it's moving, but I don't have a trade necessarily on it. Moderna, I think we got pretty fortunate that the obvious buyer at 95 ended up holding. We're right back in to retest 100, it seems like. So 100 comes in. If it fades at that level, I will look for a short opportunity. Moderna, remember, it's SSR, it's short sell restricted, so there's always a chance at a runaway bounce on that bad boy. So let's get going to the upside. We like it when the market goes up. We're not even at 1% yet. Drag them topside, everybody.
all right. Yeah, exactly. Let's keep going, man. Nice
Except for
little move up there.
Teladoc.
You know what I'm seeing? Right now, we're in the pole position, but you guess who's coming right behind us? It's Obi. Obi right now coming from behind. Let's go, Obi. Right now, we check behind our shoulder. Oh, my God, there's Obi right there. All right, he's trying to catch up right now. Good trade there, Obi, as we continue to watch Nvidia go to the upside. We only wrote down 118. We should have definitely had that one. Instead, our mind was on our money, and our money was on our mind. And right now, Meta is $8 in the money right now. So to be long Nvidia here, I'd probably, again, it would be $2 in the money, which would be fantastic. But we did focus elsewhere today, and we probably should have had another look on that one as well. ARM's still going to be P&L number one on the day here, but at the same time, it just fell through. So we did reload a little bit. It did come through back through 130. We actually get a great fill because it's earnings day and the spreads are fine. So that was a good fill through 130. I'm wondering if that was a fake break. And maybe wants to go back up. Let's try one more time. And let's just give this one to 129.50 now. And if this one loses, fine. But there's the 130. It's not a wick out or anything like that. That's a stop out. We got stopped out there at 130. But as we keep talking about on the show, if you get stopped out and you still like the trade, nothing wrong with trying to go back into it to see if you can do something again. But again, do not risk. You don't want to just put this money after that money, after this money, after that money, because eventually, one bad decision can cost you a whole heck of a lot. But right there, we just drop out on ARM and lose 30 cents. And now right away, we're back into the money, that 30 cents again. So let's just see if it can hold it. It looks like it's really starting to go right now with Meta. So, yeah, man, so far so good right now. Looking to get some Nvidia as well, as that was, I said that would probably be the number one long idea for today if you're looking in the chip space. But we are trying to pick on ARM a little bit. But that, again, to be going long on a name, this is not my style. I should not be going long really on a name that's down 10%, but it's my number one P&L. Meta is, but it's still unrealized. This is a $9 winner. So we'll see what happens here with Meta as it continues higher. Probably it's time to dip by Nvidia soon.
Yeah, it's getting close. It's not quite there. I mean, for myself, it's not there yet. VWAP is coming inbound right now. So I feel like came back to me last time, Nvidia is going to be the next trade. It still feels that way. We're through 100 on Moderna, and you're going the other way right now. So be careful with this. I'm only shorting it if it shows weakness. It is SSR, and you're getting a pretty precipitous bounce here. So not going to fight that. Not going to stand in front of a moving freight train. You don't have to. Just because it worked once doesn't mean you have to try it a second time. Just going to double back to Teladoc here. It tried to get to VWAP. If it puts in a lower high at 850, I like a reload. If it blasts through 860, I want to get out. Again, SSR bounce play, down over 10%. Found a level. It's working, but it doesn't mean it has to work forever. It's in an upward trend. You don't want to fight this one forever. Big time movement to the upside. And we didn't really mention Google, but this is Google's chart. So yeah, this is why the market's at highs right now. Going to try to focus on Nvidia because this is the one we want to be getting back in long. It's not flying with everything else. I might double check in a second to see what Qualcomm, AMD, and some of the others are doing. And if there is a chip name stronger than Nvidia, don't mind pivoting if we have to.
So this is just the difference in styles, right? I hear on the midday show, and it's great, man. They'll have 50-cent winners, $1 winners, $2 winners, 10-cent winners, and it's joy and it's fantastic, and we love those kind of wins. We have a $10 winner on right now here. So, I mean, there it goes. It's a monster. It's meta. And it just stopped sort of at the highs again. So I'm debating right now if we can get this 523, 524 area. Maybe we just wind up taking that right there on meta. So, again, man, you know, trade what you're trading right now. One more day of me, and then I come back. We'll take a week off, you know, go play some baseball, go visit across the pond, and we'll see if we can have some fun over there as well. But right now, Meta is that $10 in right now, so it's been good so far. I just heard someone in the back say Qualcomm. I should look at that. All right, let me have a quick look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm does make that bounce back up. I don't really understand this name so well. You were just in that Nvidia there, I'm assuming.
AMD's tanking.
Yeah, so Nvidia just lost again. So lost the 118. Oh, no, sorry. Lost 119. Sorry, the level that's my bad. The level I was looking at was 118. So that's what I wrote down on the sticky note. Sorry, I thought it lost 118 there. It did not. You were talking about AMD, so my bad. Yeah, it's AMD.
AMD is...
Yeah, not really NVIDIA.
AMD just broke the law. I'm not trading AMD right now. We're going to go to it there in a quick second. NVIDIA just bouncing off of VWAP here. So reload NVIDIA off of VWAP, but watch out for AMD. Just like yesterday, this thing is a dog and trying to drag everything down with it, even though they beat earnings. Let's go to Dara at the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
It's so easy till it's not, right? I mean, that's the problem. It's like, you know, you put everything together. When it works, and you look like a genius. And when you don't, when it doesn't, then you don't, right? And I mean, that's why we talk about, at least, you know, I try
that arm keystroke would have been absolutely disastrous if I didn't punch out.
Right, yeah, exactly. So there you go, right? And then that's the other thing too, is like when you're trading there, you got to be focused. You got to be able to, you know, like Neil said, man, hit the right keys. And by the way, we just put NVIDIA on the map over here. So let's go, man. NVIDIA is now on the map. It's now being traded here. I know Neil had it. We've got it again, man. We've got it real damn good right now at 118.70. And again, we get excited because we always talk about this. We trade with more shares. So when it pops in like this, this is what happens. And we get real damn excited for 50, 60-cent winners. So again, maybe that's not your style, but there's 70 cents on NVIDIA. And there it is right there one more time for us. So again, you know, we get excited, and it's a dollar winner right there. So again, you know, like we say, man, it's different, right? Teach horse how to lead a horse to water, but you got to try to teach him how to drink. And I mean, that's the end of the day, what we're trying to do right now. Meta, $10. NVIDIA, $1. ARM, now 50 cents in the money. We're going to go 3 for 3 today, and it's a big day. So I always say that. I know I always say that, but like I said, if I'm not being truthful to you guys, then there's nothing behind the show. So, you know, we build the show on integrity, and that's what we're doing right now. And there goes Meta. We said 525 would play off 515. I mean, it's Sticky Note Nation right now. And Neil, that's $13 now in the money on that one. So yes, we did get ching. We got reloaded. And that's another one for you there, Mr. Roberts. And it keeps going to the upside. Congratulations to everybody. Hopefully we're having big days across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Great trade. Hope everyone's having a good one there. I'm going to get right over to it. You're going to possibly see me enter into Moderna, but I'm going to be really cautious. This is really starting to scream a little bit more than I was expecting, but it's still in the pocket underneath the resistance at 102. There's a seller here at 101 to 102. If it wins, I want to short back underneath 101. If it loses, I want to back off and get away from this stock. So it's at that kind of kill zone. If we get back underneath 101, it's not size on the bid or anything like that. It's just a bit of a refresher at that level, if you know what I mean. When I say that, I just mean someone's on the bid, they get filled for like a couple of hundred shares, they don't disappear, they come right back on the bid. It's happened several times. So if that loses, I'm going to try to punch short underneath 101. It's short sell restricted, meaning you got to leave the order in there. I need an uptick to get that fill. We'll see if we get it. Moderna is going to be next on tap for me. I did miss out on ARM, the short that we wanted. But as I said, if I don't punch out, in the moment I got Teledog, if I don't punch out of ARM, this is what happened in the moment that I'm punching the wrong stock, right? So it's up to, at the end of the day, sometimes the best trade you make is the one that you don't get stubborn about. Because that went all the way to $135. It would have gone against me on a 131.50. But that was a keystricker, so I punched out for 50 cents, which was essentially the spread at that moment. Now if it comes back into VWAP, I'm looking to get filled, trend down here on ARM. Double tap 135, VWAP, or maybe Moderna through 101 are going to be the next.
And to Neil's point, sometimes also the best trades that you make are the ones that you mean to take. And today, ARM, Meta, Nvidia, all perfectly into levels and taken, and there it goes, man. So yeah, 100%, right? Sometimes accidents happen, but it's better when you get these kind of moves to explode right there on earnings. So I'm going to get out if this trade takes out 523 right now because, again, I got bills to pay. So we're going to take this out right now and just put this in our pocket. If this breaks 522.99, we're going to get out of Meta. So that is the trail right there. So anybody that's also in a $15 winner, you may want to look at that as a level there. I'm just going to, if it breaks, that's 524 right there. We are still continuously ripping higher right now on Meta. And yeah, man, I mean, again, glad to be here, sad to be off next week, but we will enjoy ourselves. And then I'm sure, as I said right now, Obi will be taking my spot. And I'm very proud to say right now, in second place is the Obi guy right back there right now. So we have about 3 or 4 5 positive traders, so it's been so far so good for a day right now. But we are really, really motoring over on this side as it goes. So again, and this is what I mean about talking about winners and then sharing the love for others, right? Like, no problem here. I tell you, when Sharif, Adara, all these guys, we'll let Neil tell you guys his because he's right here. But, when these traders are going, there's no better spot, right? I mean, we're definitely a huge community here, and that's the best part about it. So let's just keep on loving the trading situation. We're now $1 plus in the money on Nvidia. And I feel like all of these trades are very easy to follow. And I hope I'm articulating them well enough for you guys. And I just hope that everything is making sense and eventually turned into dollars. So that's what we're doing over here, man. It's been a really, really special day. Again, when you're $15 in the money, Neil, it's a special day. And so that's what's happening right now. And we're $1 in the money now on ARM. And it's just, things are just really, really working out. So anyways, congratulations to everybody, including Neil and everybody around here. So there it is, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe.
I was about to say, if you like the show, like the show. We say this all the time. We got the best trading community out there, 100%. We try to do our best to give you the goods. I might have just missed ARM there, but I just tried to catch ARM off of VWAP. All right, I'm not going to chase that move in. It's got a defined range 130, it seems like, to 131.5. But if I can't get the VWAP short, then we're not going to jump into it. The other option for a short is going to be AMD. AMD pivot. If AMD is going to do what it did yesterday, I did not think this was going to be an obvious short, but look at 145. Look at what it's doing now. We see 145. We short it. If we just trend down the rest of the day, then I want to look at VWAP. VWAP retracement. Simple plan. If a stock is strong, go long off of VWAP. And with that plan, Apple just retook VWAP with a monster candle. I said if I trade Apple, it's going to be Apple trending up and then dipping off of VWAP today. Said that right at the open. I had no other plans for Apple. Then when it does that, just follow along and go with the plan. I'd love to be able to get ARM, though. And yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to catch that VWAP. ARM's spready. And when it hits a top and you try to hit the bid, sometimes it gets away from you there, which is exactly what happened, 131.5. I try to get it if we can get back to that level. Right now, we're just back into Nvidia, and I wanted to get over to Moderna. I said if it showed a seller through that 101, now you're starting to finally get back down through. So Moderna pulling back for the first time in this bounce was the first thing we traded, looking for number 2 with happening now and economic numbers, Adara.
Quite a few numbers coming through here at 10 a.m. We're waiting for the ISM manufacturing PMI for July, which previously came in at 48.5. Consensus here, 48.8, an estimate of forecast of 48.2. We're also waiting on ISM manufacturing employment data for July. Construction spending, we just got some of these numbers in here. So we have the ISM manufacturing PMI coming in a little bit below estimates here, 46.8 versus the forecast of 48.8. We have ISM manufacturing prices paid coming in above estimates, 52.9 versus the forecast of 51.8. Construction spending month over month below estimates here, negative 0.3% versus the estimate of positive 0.2% here. ISM manufacturing new orders below estimates, 47.4 versus the forecast of 49. And ISM manufacturing employment index coming in here well below estimates, 43.4 versus the estimate of 49.2. Just to recap the main number there, though, the ISM manufacturing PMI below estimates 46.8 versus the estimates of 48 here. Bit of a move down on the S&P 500 as we get these numbers. We also did have at 8:30 a.m. the initial jobless claims coming in a little bit higher than expected. We've talked about some of these big earnings names there on that desk. We have Meta, Moderna, ARM, but also Carvana and Wayfair. It's something to watch as well. We have Wayfair 17.8% short float. They missed across the board, had a bit of a recovery here, now falling back down a bit, but W on watch here as a day one earnings move, as well as Carvana. This one currently up about 14%. They beat across the board here. So CVNA and W, some other earnings plays on watch, guys.
Oh, man. ARM is really getting killed right here. It is really falling to the downside right now. Look at ARM, absolutely tanked City right there. So we took a piece out there, then we lost 130, and it is going down, down, down. Goes ARM right there. So, yeah, good stock. Glad to be positive on ARM today, but it is making that move down right there. ARM to the downside. All right, man, it is now over. It was not all a dream because it was a real trade, and we were able to get out there on Meta at 524.50 on that break through 525. So there it goes on Meta. It's a $12.50 winner right there, and it's now booked. So book it, Dano, right there. We are now out of Meta for, maybe the biggest trade for me today, but it's only 10 o'clock. Imagine that.
I'm ashamed not to remember that reference. I should book him, Dano. That's low-hanging fruit. I can't remember what show that's from. Great trade, great reference, no questions asked.
Yeah.
It's not.
I don't even know myself.
It's not Hill Street Blues. I don't know. It's a cop show, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. That number just came out and did this to Nvidia. So right back at that 118.60. Remember 118.60 where I liked it for a stop out? Well, that's where it seems to bounce off of a second time. So forget about VWAP. The buying is at in front of 118.5. Moderna does not want to break the bottom. And someone is buying a boatload of shares that I don't want to join at 101, and they just keep holding this level. And if it breaks, it's like I want to go short underneath 101 if this guy breaks, or sorry, this order breaks. Could be anybody, could be a bot, but it doesn't seem to want to break this level at all. ARM is going to be the one that got away. Obviously, we didn't catch that short off of VWAP. Would have been nice if we did. Now we just have to be patient, wait for some kind of a pop. And speaking of pops, Tesla just went pop.
Oh yeah.
Now you can see it. To the upside. So much like Apple, if you have to join a trend. Heck, this might just be a top break, but if there's a trend to join, 230 VWAP would be the plays. Still want to try to short the pop in the weak names. That would be either AMD or ARM, whichever one wants to give me the fill. And yeah, I'm going to try to be really patient with Moderna. There's no sense, it's SSR, there's no sense trying to go short if there's a massive buyer that is basically telegraphing that they're soaking up shares at 101. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I can believe it's going to go down, but until it actually breaks this order, just got to stay patient and vigilant.
Oh, no. Good. I mean, okay. So Nvidia just went downside there. But the thing is that I was like, why am I out? So we actually got filled there. So we got filled right there at VWAP, which was 118.80. And then we just gave up nothing at that last little bit as it breaks lower. So there it goes back down into the downside. So we are now out of Nvidia. We've got good names here today, man. Nvidia, Meta, and ARM. Those are the three names that we've traded here. And I mean, that was a good out. Like that. And again, this is just how we have to look at things when you're trading, right? And I mean, I think it's very, very important that we understand that when we look at different stocks and what we're trying to do here is that we're day traders. So like me getting out at 424.50, you don't really have too much of an idea of like how much that maybe just saved me right there, because that's 250 now. Like we're not even getting $2.50 winners. Like, you know, those are hard to come across. And right there, just by getting out, you know, you save yourself that money back in right there. So again, a pretty good one coming through there on Meta one more time. I like that look there, Fabian. That was a good one. All right, so
yeah,
was that a mistake? I know, I like that.
No, I think that was intentional.
Yeah, AMD. So yesterday, AMD was, to take a word from Mr. Sharif over there, AMD, I think, is now the dead one, right? I mean, honestly, this was one of the biggest P&L names yesterday, and I didn't even start to trade this till later on when we broke that 48 level. And right now, it is just gone right now to the downside for advanced micro devices. So, yeah, we could have picked on this one. We didn't. But this is one that's heading southbound right now in a hurry. I'm just, again, we could do a little Barry Horowitz. We'll pat ourselves on the back because getting out of that meta, Neil, at 525 when it's at 520, that's a $4 winner just by getting out. So, I mean, that's part of the other flip side of the game. You could have winners all you want, but until you actually either make the call and actually have the shares on or actually get out of your winners, that's the key. You know, we can all short call and everything like that, right? It's like, I was just looking at ARM and it was at 128.50, and that's when we came back from Adara. All right. And I was like, wow, ARM is going to the downside, man. But who cares? Like, yeah, it could be like, oh, Sean, great call on the ARM short. Yeah, that's fine. I can see what's happening, but I don't have the shares on. So you got to be careful with that. And the reason why I don't have the shares on, and, you know, honest truth, was not shortable. I have the order in here. It canceled. I tried to punch 128.50 short. You cannot. Well, it didn't cancel. It just went pending.
It's SSR.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's down 10% right now. The only way that you can get short is if someone picks you up on this side. So I tried to cross into the dark pools, but it doesn't matter. You still need someone
sometimes you get it, sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think it's always worth putting the order out and crossing down, you know, 20 or 30 cents or something like that, just in case you get that fill. But again, this is just advice based on your share size. I mean, you're trading 1,000 shares. I don't think you want to cross down 30 cents or anything like that. But, you know, if you are in this name, it's been a good one, man. And I know you were looking short on that too, Neil, because ARM really collapsed. But it's at that level again. We've already seen this exact level, 126. This came in at 920, man.
It's also, the SSR works for bounces too. You know, like
yeah, but it's down 12. Like the thing is that I thought that's why maybe this 128 tried to hold. Maybe that was 10%, but yeah, another $2, and there's that pre-market level. So yeah, levels are holding. I think that's why we've been having a good month, right?
Speaking of levels,
holding. Yeah, go ahead.
117 on Nvidia.
I see that
is right back in here. So it is what it is. Look, obviously 118.5, it gave VWAP and then it broke down. So you guys can see that. Next trade, maybe the 117. I was looking at Apple on the bid of VWAP, but there wasn't a bid at VWAP. So it's just a line on a chart. If we can't get some kind of strength back in Apple, the market's trying to reverse here. Looking for what is setting up for a dip buy. It might be Tesla, but I got to feel it's Nvidia still. Like, I mean, Nvidia 117 looks pretty good. So we'll try to catch something on NVDA. You need the market to pop to short ARM or AMD, so I'm going to back away from those. If we can find a 117 entry on Nvidia, we'll do that. That seller did finally break here on Moderna, so it broke that 101, immediately went back and forth. I mean, I had to get picked up. I didn't actually get filled. It went all the way down to 130 cents or something. I got filled on the way back up at 85. If it breaks out the lower high, 102, I'm getting out. If it gets to VWAP, I'm taking profit. Otherwise, let's go back over to Nvidia and see if there's going to be any kind of a dip that we can find at that 117. It's tempting to look at ARM off that low, I'm not going to lie. But my gut reaction is try to find something stronger to bounce long if we're going to do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way right now. I mean, exactly what Neil was saying there, honestly, is just like looking for
what is
better
strong right now?
Yeah, just looking for better, I mean, the word better opportunities maybe is not what I meant, but just looking for the best opportunities. You know, we just had that bump off ARM at that same level. I haven't even really looked at anything else since then. I am looking to actually, because AMD is weak, I am looking to get something in here at some point for advanced micro devices. I'd really like to grab a short. That just bumped back up almost, actually it did bounce back up $1. So that could have been something there on AMD. It's just so far away from anything that I would, I mean, I don't have a problem getting into a name. It's obviously, I get mocked when we have like other guests on and they're like, I don't know how you put on 100 tickets. And I'm just like, well, you know, it's working. But at the same time, it's kind of like, you know, it has to be right. And AMD down 242. I do wonder if Nvidia, again, being the stronger name and giving us clear levels right there. Moderna's a good one. I know you just got into that. Uh-oh, what?
No, it's NIO's at that price.
Oh, no. What's the price that you like?
It's $4.20.
Yeah, remember, it's NY. Yeah.
When the last stock I'm looking at is NASDAQ,
Yep.
I just type the symbol and hit enter, and I always forget that I actually
I feel like that was
to,
so good for a minute, and now it's gotten, I'm going to download the new version. Because,
yeah, there is a new version. I'm not on it.
New version.
That's my mistake. Like, I feel like at real trading, when there's a new update to the software, you're supposed to jump to it. I just have not gone to it. I was reminded of that this morning. But this is why 420 was just pointed out to me in the chat. Not for the reason you guys are all thinking, so get that out of your heads. It's because this is support on the daily, okay? So that's 420. It's at 420. There's not a lot of size on the bid down here, but it's a hammer candle down into it. So if it breaks back above 42, it's 3 cents worth of risk. It's that simple. If it bounces to VWAP, that's $4.29 on the way back in. So NIO down 5%. It's not looking fantastic, but I said I would take a shot at this level. Maybe I'll get a midpoint here. That would be spicy. If I can get like 21 halves. We have access to all the midpoints here at Real Trading. I'll see if I can get picked up on one. I did not. Okay, but I was able to get 22s there, but I was trying to get 21 half on NIO. I just want to also be able to sit on the bid. Hey, if it breaks 420, I'm out. I felt like this was going to be a trade for like later on this week or something. Yet here we are at 10:11, and NEO goes all the way down to that 420 level. So thank you in the chat for reminding me of this. I don't sit there with a bid, and I forgot to put an alert.
We're going to try, 141 or so here on AMD. Actually, sorry, 141. I like the break. What am I talking about? I like the break of 140, possible average to 141. I just, you know, it's screaming down, man. I mean, this level was what I was thinking about, 140, 130 to be wrong on. So I'm feeling like that could be a level. And you actually just reminded me there when you said midpoints. Unfortunately, we had another trader that we've known for well over 10, 15 years, basically hanging it up from this office there. And it just goes by the way of pretty much most traders. So we wish him best of luck with whatever his next sort of venture is there. But you know, he was talking about, oh man, I remember the good old days when there was rebate trading and all this kind of stuff. And that was where really, I mean, we could get back to these days, but I wanted to bring it up that we have a lot of opportunities for midpoints, like Neil mentioned, at different gateways here at Real Trading. So you have to make sure that you're checking out the guide, talk to your trading floor development team member, and get that all figured out, because we have over 50 or 60 different routes at least in the U.S. markets, and then let alone all the advancements that's been made in the TSX marketplace as far as gateways, and then you go over to Europe as well. Obviously, a lot of the first fragmentation and things like that started in the United States, so they kind of led the way, and
everyone just copied.
But definitely take advantage of that and understand that, because you often hear Neil and I talk about, oh, we missed that level, or I got it and he didn't, or vice versa, or I use this key and that key, and that's the kind of stuff that we share here on the floor, because sometimes a stop order, there'll just be more liquidity at the Edge X platform rather than NASDAQ, or rather than NYSE, or rather than ARCA, or any of those. So, and you might say, oh man, the technology on this crossing order gives you a better price or a better fill or less fees. So there are a bunch of different styles to trade, and we definitely recommend you find yours and then hit the key and the platform that best suits you for your trading style. So you could definitely check us out here at Real Trading, and it's the only platform that I've ever traded on. So I think it's the best.
I wouldn't know anything else. I don't want to. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, it's it's a comfort zone, it's reliability, all that good stuff. And you know, you want to be fast on your actions. No
That's a lot.
questions
You and I
asked.
have traded on another platform. We do Finico.
Oh, that's true. No, we have traded on another.
But like on a
one.
personal level.
On a
it's
day-to-day
been-
basis,
yeah.
like every single day, I'm in
with
trading the
real
same
trading,
thing.
yeah.
So there goes mRNA. Could not hold on. There it is. Could not hold on to that
Easy
breakdown
50
at the
cents.
101. So there is still a buyer at this 101 level, it seems. So we had the one trade. If it breaks
There
out
it
the
is.
top, I'm not going to fight this one at all. But did AMD break?
No, man, we just made 50 cents real quick. Like I said, I mean, I'm not going to buy lottery tickets. I'm just going to use more shares. I mean, there goes AMD. We just talked about shorting. Did we not just say right here, Patrick, everybody, that we were shorting AMD at 141? We're short 141. We just took 75 cents in 1 minute right there on that trade. So now we play for the 140 break. But yeah, I'm still playing that break, Neil. Hopefully it breaks lower. I just want to give that trade to everybody because we're out of 2/3 of this now. We're out of 2/3. The reason why I get out is because I'm already going to hit this short. So it's like I don't need to hold this trade for a hero. And I'm already adding, I'm going to add to this position. So if it bounces off of 140 again, we don't want to be in this name, right? So let's wait to see here. We'll get another one. I'll put it low. I'll put it at 140.10 right now. If we get that fill, great. We'll take it out for that 90 cents. And then if it smashes through 140, again, it's kind of ironic. We just talked about hopefully the stop orders and we use the right liquidity pools and we'll be able to get short. So I'm crossing down, just so everybody knows, I'm crossing down, I thought it was 25 cents or so on this fill. So hopefully we get that on a cross down for AMD. Here we go, guys. We're 80 cents in the money. Should we take it or should we go? We'll find out very, very soon. AMD, I'm on the bid. It's 10:15 and it's a pretty good day. It's a pretty good day. We're up right now. We're up half what we were yesterday, which is pretty good. Generally speaking, 10 o'clock is a very good time to trade. Between 10 and 10:30, I really like those times because some of the levels have been developed and Neil and myself and all of us can get maybe sometimes better ideas of levels that we like at this time. So that's just coming from me there, but everybody's going to be different, as we say. I think you agree with that. You can see levels more as the day goes on.
I like 10 o'clock's a reset for me. Anything that was an idea pre-market, I want to get back over to at 10 o'clock if it's the same setup. Just very quickly, two things. Neo just printed 19, so I'm out of it. We'll go to Neo first. ARM just came into resistance as well. But Neo, we had the long out in front. It doesn't hold the 420 level. So we're out of it. AMD just broke as well. So
baby.
ARM, AMD, both of them head to the downside. That just went to New Zealand for some reason. So why can't, hopefully the new version fixes that problem. But ARM and AMD both breaking to the downside
How
here.
can I go on vacation?
Just entered both of these on a 140 break. I got 89 fill, which I guess could have been a little bit better. A little bit of slippage there.
Yeah, that's a great
price did
fill.
you
I got 95s, but I mean that's
Great fill. I didn't use that.
That's a good fill too. Yeah, just a matter of and again, 6 cents could mean something. To me, 6 cents is nothing. Obviously, I think the same thing for Neil. Would probably think that on this stock as well. But so we already got filled, man. And Patrick looks over to me and is like, "Geez, like what is even going on over there?" And hey, Patrick, man, I wish I had the answer for it. And I just said, "Man, how can I even take a vacation?" Like we just made $1.50 right there on this AMD short that we put on 2 minutes ago, and it's real. I hope you guys. I mean, we're doing this today. We have Nvidia. This is Dollar Club member, right? That's already put in. $14 on $12.50 on Meta already put in and realized. ARM was choppy, man. I mean, ARM, we had a $5 winner and we took it, but then we gave some back right there. Still a positive stock for us, but we could have done better on ARM. And then AMD, I guess, is still position pending. I mean, we're up on it. It's a big stock for us right now, but we'd like to see this. Kick it. Let's kick it right now. There's the hot dog cannon again, Neil. Now we're 70 cents. I mean, Neil's got it as well. We're 70 cents now in the short here for AMD as it just continues to go to the downside, man. Marissa, phone the travel agent. We got to get this extended, man. Can we even go away? Nice move to the downside right now. 139 and change pushing right now for AMD. Man, this is 4 for 4 and they're all super, super clean, man. Not only are these trades clean, I gave them to you before they even happened. That's the thing, right? Like that's the thing. You gotta predict trades. You gotta react to the levels that are there and take the trade. We talked about shorting AMD from time. There it comes in, breaks the levels, and boom goes the dynamite, man. Yeah. I apologize for my excitement, but the energy is real, and this happens every single day. So hit the like, hit the subscribe if you like winners, because besides, I mean, you're going to have probably a better time next week, but this is going to be big time here this week. So enjoy it while it's here.
It's same every single day. At the end of
I meant the show.
Yeah, exactly. We're here for you guys every single day. That's what it's all about. I got out of AMD and I'm holding ARM. Someone said in the chat it's a weird fill on ARM at 128. I mean, it's not really, and I also don't have 128. But the reason for the entry, I said I was on the offer trying to grab it, but the reason for the entry is short the pop. It then failed a break of 128.5, came up, wicked underneath, go short back underneath. So it tried to break a resistance level, and then I go short into that resistance level. If it double bottoms at 126, I cover. If it busts through, we look for a place to join to the downside. So heading to the downside, down 12% is going to be them. And now we are, okay, here comes 117 on Nvidia. Through all of this, with all of this tankage, Nvidia hasn't even broken 117, guys. So Nvidia is still very much in the pocket, although it might not hold up. Not with the way the chips are going down now. Sometimes the rising tide lifts all ships. I don't know what the reverse of that is, but I don't know. Whatever you want to call it could be happening to Nvidia. Testing lows on ARM, AMD's going down. Here's Nvidia 117. If it can try to bounce, it's about the only thing that looks half decent for it. Let's get on over to the green screen. We've got Adara and the small cap recap, let's say.
Pretty rough morning for the Russell 2000 thus far. We have the IWM here at day's lows, running into a bit of resistance, as you can see here, just below that $225 area. So that could be an area to watch out for the IWM. Right now, though, well below that range, down over 1% on the day as of right now. We have Biomea Fusion, first small cap gapper to talk about here. This one up more than 30%. They did report earnings yesterday here, smaller than expected loss per share for Q2, and they do have a short float of about 22%. We also have your BBLG, Bone Biologics. This one has run in the past. Not any catalyst for this one today, but a decent amount of social media attention. They also do have a market cap of about $2.38 million and a float of just over 1 million shares. So a small float for BBLG. Last but not least, Immuneering, IMRX. This one received fast track designation from the FDA for its pancreatic cancer treatment. They have a short float of about 9.7%. So quite a few names to keep an eye on here, guys.
All right. Yeah, always opportunities, as Neil and I had mentioned over and over again, right? I mean, this is what trading is all about. It's all about opportunities, right? You saw NEO. I mean, a good example was, I know you're out of it right now, but we could trade any kind of symbols right now. NEO down here at 420, a level I know Neil likes. That's a good level right there. Nvidia, AMD, like have the opportunities to do everything and try everything out, right? You never know what style is going to be yours and how you can make that cash. Let's just talk a little bit about AMD right now. We are short, obviously, at 140s. We've already taken it out. We haven't taken it out. We've taken out 40%. I am bidding some we took it out from here. This is a bit. It's a big one again, but we're going to wait to see if we can get a 139 teen. No, sorry, we're at 139 flats right now. Let's see if we do get a push down here in this market. I mean, there goes the short back in for us one more time. So again, I'm staying away from Nvidia. I know Neil was in that name or
it just took the low. I covered two things.
There it goes.
Hey, quickly up here.
Yeah, go.
So I covered 126 ARM on a bit of a bounce there, and then AMD. Check that, Nvidia. Wow. That tried to hold on to 117 and just took out the low. So we're now out of Nvidia. Obviously, all the good work did not get the original dip buy. That's probably, when I look back, this is the missed opportunity for the trade. It was right here where we needed to grab it because your best win on the long was obviously at the open. Underneath 117, not going to fight it. That's the reality. Like, that was that supply zone that we liked for the bid. And if it can't hold this, and I'm not that interested in holding much of anything, so we're going to hold on to AMD, see where it happens to go. Don't really know where the bottom is going to be on that one. And as for ARM, I still want to short the available pops. And we liked ARM for a short, didn't quite get it at VWAP here. But if you're going to continue the breakdown, if it loses 125, that's a key level into 120. So 125, I don't like breaks on ARM because the liquidity is not necessarily the best for a breakdown trade. So hold on to AMD, look for another opportunity to get a bounce on ARM here if we even can. And I do still want to I mean, I still like Moderna for a curl. I just think a little more patience is going to be required. It's got the same buyer again at 101. So what was holding before and then false broke, it's exactly the same thing happening right here at 101. I feel like when it loses this buyer, you're going to be underneath $100. So I'm going to keep taking pot shots at it on these breaks. It's flat bottom breaks over here in Moderna, but still, somebody is boatload of shares here on this bid.
All right, so just a quick little update here, as that siren means it's a new position. We're long Apple off 222. I don't know. It just went 10 cents or 15 cents there. We didn't take anything out. If it can get back into the 220s, let's try to take something out right there on Apple. We're just seeing if it can hold 222. It's just that there, well, it didn't hold. So there it goes. So we are in and out of Apple. Good thing we kind of talked about that right there, else you would have been like, what just happened? Oh, okay, is that a hold right there on Apple? We'll try this one more time. This is dangerous. And again, remember I said to you, I can really start to feel when we're losing our way and what we're trying to do. Well, we might be doing that with Apple right now. So let's just put a stop in and respect that recent bottom, 221.74. Let's get out if it breaks that again. We're just going to try it. The market just did bounce back up. And in fairness, we told you we had 40% left. We got another fill out there right now for this stock, which is AMD. So we get that out right there at 139.35 or so, as that looked like it was trying to absorb there. So decent out. We'll see if that one can fill upside as well. Maybe get a little more short if we can get up to that 141 area back in there. But here goes Apple down to 222. So this one, we're red on it. We are red on Apple because we just took that hit. I mean, we talked about it. That one took about 1 minute there. So just like when stocks go up and we celebrate them and we get out real quick, we got to do the same thing on the way out, right? And so here it comes right down. So we're going to break 79. We're out. So see what I'm saying? No, we did not get punched out right there on Apple. So let's figure
softy might be
why that just didn't punch me out. All right, let's, 221. Okay, we'll put that order in right now and get punched out of Apple. But it's the same logic. And remember I said, like, we could start to feel when things aren't going right. Let's not dig into this Apple name here for too much. So that's something that we're looking at right now, Apple, for the long, but it just did come into a break zone. So pretty lucky there. We'll get in and out there on Apple. So good trade. We'll punch that out at 222 and just regroup here on Apple.
Yeah, I think I just sort of said under my breath, Microsoft might be the one here. Microsoft up 2% above VWAP. We just did this on the NASDAQ. So wick the bottom and then hold. If you hold support underneath the above the overnight lows, obviously that's a bullish thing. And what's the strongest big cap tech stock in the NASDAQ right now? I think it's either Google or Microsoft, and Microsoft holding 425. A lot of things are bottom feeders right now, and Microsoft is not one of them. It's got to be able to pivot to something which is a little bit stronger. I look at Nvidia does seem to want to hold. Like if that's a wick out and a hold above 117, then I still like the support level. But you see it immediately failing back down underneath it, and I'm still looking to short some ARM if we can get that. But you got to be patient. I think you got to be patient with this SSR bounce play. If it starts to bounce higher, you can't just sit on the offer. You got to try to let it curl because it can rip faces off even down 13%. So be very, very careful about any of these down 10% names trying to take some fade trades. So I think I'm going to put some attention toward Microsoft for the first time today. Let's see if it can hold on to VWAP. The market is looking weak. Still no 141 for maybe a reload on AMD. But you know what? Okay, I want to be on Microsoft, but it just put in a 140.5. I think maybe just reload there, tighten the stop, and see what can happen if it gets this 140.5 on advanced micro devices.
Yeah, that's the kind of talk for me right now, too. Yeah, I mean, I like that talk, tightening up stops right now. I mean, if there's levels that you're uncertain of that may or may not be coming into play, watch out now because the market just went red. You know, so sometimes you got to watch out. I mean, just like we said, sometimes it's hard to put your net from green to red and red to green. Well, it's not that hard to go from green to red, I guess. But red to green, the same thing with the market here. It just turned red. So it's going to take a minute and a reason to get back to the upside right now. So Apple, with earnings coming tonight, not printing the way maybe, you know, we had hoped it would off of that 222 level. So we're out right now 5 cents. Let's see what winds up happening on Apple. AMD, it looks like that was a great reload level there, and we just spent too much time on Apple, but that was a good one. So if you're still looking short, feel like this is the right name here, AMD to the short side. It just tried to bump up there with the market and went the other way. So AMD short side for sure, and just hold on to that. I don't even have any more bids on AMD, so let's see if this one really wants to work for us and get back into the downside right now for advanced micro devices. Meta, what an out there, what an in, right? But Meta right now has fallen back in, so into 513 again. This could be a spot where we think about reloading. So yeah, I don't have to think about it for too long or too hard here, but it's not a horrible spot. I mean, Meta is also at a decent spot right now for a possible reload. So yeah, I think we could do it. Oh, by the way, AMD right now is $1. It just broke is thinking about breaking 139 right now. I'm not going to add to this short. We're already short at 140. Like I mentioned, I like the position here. We'll see if it wants to do something. But for right now, that's part of it, is to see if we can do something.
It just broke.
It just broke. So yeah, again, see, like, there it is. It's a nice move. Did you get that short? Or you're already short?
Already
good, yeah, same. So I didn't punch more, did you? Or you did try?
No, not there. I tried to punch here. I tried to punch up here at, come to AMD for a quick second. Can we come to my chart? I tried to punch here when it was reversing off of 140.40 and I didn't get the fill, but I wasn't punching the 139 break. This is a time of day that I'd rather short pops than hit breakouts or breakdowns. So in trends, I'd rather short a pop. I'd rather buy a dip if something is actually trending to the long side, which you're not really finding a heck of a lot of that. So didn't really get any more of AMD. It's still looking very, very ugly for them. And for the first time today, we're gonna go to Dare in a quick second. For the first time today when this loads, I'm gonna point out, for some reason, nobody is selling Intel, and I have no idea why. Maybe it's because they have earnings. And I had a 30-40 level that I think mattered before. If it can somehow break out back above this, if a stock isn't making fresh lows when every one of its cohorts is getting crushed, then there's somebody that seems to like the bid, and maybe that's something to do with the earnings. I don't know, but 30-40 looks like a pretty key level. Yeah, we should have punched that AMD.
Tanking right
now. No, that was actually a good punch. You would have had an immediate, maybe scalp trade in there, but I'm going to wait for a dip or a pullback to short the pop here in advanced micro devices. Let's go to Adara. It is 10:30. Time for a little bit of crypto action.
Yeah. Wow.
We have a very large earnings night coming up across the market this evening, but also both Marathon Digital, M-A-R-A, and Coinbase, C-O-I-N, are set to report. So we're going to do a quick dive here into crypto earnings with Riot from yesterday. Riot Platforms here, they did miss their earnings per share and for sales. Larger than expected loss per share, 32 cents versus estimates of a 16-cent loss. Sales here at 70.018 million, missing estimates as well of 72.2 million. We'll have to see how Coinbase and Marathon Digital fare when they report this evening after the bell. So quick earnings spotlight on the crypto space. In terms of Bitcoin itself, trying to hold on to this level of support on the daily chart around that 64,000 level. This is our fourth straight candle to the downside if we hold these levels. So we'll have to see how BTC does, if it's able to hold on to that 64,000 or fall a little bit below back to that previous area of support around 60,000 here. So BTC at a bit of a key area on the daily chart. Bitcoin down about 3% right now on the day. Ethereum down almost 5% on the day, and that weakness being seen throughout a lot of these crypto names here. Ripple down 8%, Solana down more than 7%, Dogecoin down 6%. So lots of weakness in the crypto space. We head into pretty big earnings night and interesting week for the market, guys.
We just took $2 on AMD. I mean, yeah, interesting movements all over the place right now. AMD, let's go, man. That's a diamond hand trade right there as it continues to make that move lower. So watch out now as we wait for a possible move even more now in the space. We did go long finally on the futures. So we're long down here on the TQs. But this is, again, a pretty slippery slope. As we just keep on saying the same stuff over and over again when we watch out for this market. So I'm going to get out here about 10 or 15 cents lower than where we are. We took a little bit of a profit up there in the 60s, but it looks like right now the NASDAQ is making that move back in. So not great performance right here early That's not early in the day. I guess it's 10:30. It's funny. I said the best times were 10 o'clock to 10:30, and now we're really starting to ramp up all over the damn place. But there's a nice move on the Qs, right back up. We just got a nice fill up top there. What did we get? We got 69s right there. So I don't know what just bumped there, but we get it now on the TQs. Let's see if we can get a win over here right now on TQQs. There it is, man. Nice little 20-cent winner on the market. We just bought that dip. We're 20 handles in the money or so right now.
Yeah, good look on that one is, look, I bounced off of 138. I just trailed out of AMD and then got back into ARM as ARM broke 125. So AMD bounces and trails out, and then ARM breaks the low and continues lower. So they're kind of going in different directions for at least a couple of seconds here. But if we break 124, we're going to still try to see if we can hold this to the downside. Obviously, we didn't get the short the pop back at 128. But I just wanted to point this out because Moderna, it's still happening on mRNA, and this is now since 950. Someone has bought a few million shares here at 101 on Moderna. I tried to short it the first time it broke. That was right here. It didn't fall apart. I feel like the floodgates are going to open up. It's a flat bottom break on Moderna. When it happens, it's still SSR, but wow, it's complete insanity, that stock. Somebody really, really wants to buy Moderna. Probably. Is that a Kathy Wood name? I don't even know if it is. It might be. Microsoft bounced off VWAP, but at the time I was looking at ARM and AMD, so we're not going to get anything in Microsoft off VWAP as we're still focused on the chips, which they've been the ones that are tanking at this moment. But Microsoft, good bounce. It looks like it's a very strong one here today.
Yeah, well, we only got a third left now of this TQQ trade. It just popped huge there. And in a market that's red, and we talked about it, remember I said the NASDAQ's probably going to turn red today. If it does, may not get back up there. So we got to start to fade pops like we've been doing. We're $2 in the money on AMD, and we just took out almost everything up here on the TQs. So, I mean, you could see we have a bunch of outs. I know it's hard to see all the time, sometimes, or not all the time, sometimes when we zoom in this much. But there we go. That's a 92. That's an O's fill. I'll give you the fills exactly. We have an 80, a 91, and a 98 fill right there. So yeah, man, pretty good. We're happy with that performance right there. But we'll wait to see.
It's not fair.
Yeah, I know it's not fair, but we'll wait there. Look at that move on AMD coming through right now. I mean this is not fair. We should have more shares of AMD, but. We hit it yesterday. We really crushed it. And now we're $3, $4 in the money again on this from that 141. So it just keeps on going, Neil, man. I mean,
I knew this sucker was going to break, but it's such an obvious level on Moderna and its SSR that getting that fill was always going to be near impossible. Like it doesn't hold for 40 minutes and then break, and then it's easy to get a fill in underneath 101. So the first time was no good. The second time, it was immediately at $100. Instantly. It was at 101, broke, and it was at $100. And unless you were offering crossing down $1, which I'll tell you right now, I don't think I've ever done on $100 stock. If it gets back up to 100, maybe I'll try to short that. I still want to be short the name, but you guys can see SSR head to the downside. ARM is still tanking. AMD still breaking down through 138. Nvidia is still heading to the downside. Just a matter of getting back into some of these shorts if we can. And I wanted to add one thing to the list. If a stock is not making fresh lows with the rest of the market, maybe something is good with that stock. Roblox has caught a bid. We haven't talked about this one since pre-market, I think, but it's holding on to VWAP as we speak. So I think if this can maybe break it out, you're looking for names that are holding VWAP here that have upward trend since the open. Oddly enough, Roblox is one of them. So go figure. Roblox breaks it out at 420. Sorry, check that, 40.20. It would look pretty spicy, at least to me. So Roblox back on the radar. Moderna, we'll have to try to catch ourselves back into this trade somewhere, but it's falling like a rock now.
Yeah, I got to pay more attention to what I'm doing over here. So we're $2 in the money on AMD, and we just bought some Nvidia. But I just said to myself, I'm not even paying attention. I gotta start to do a little bit more work here, because just because Nvidia is dropping down doesn't mean we start to sit here and buy it. You know, on the 20-minute chart, we can see it, man. I mean, it's down into here. I feel like the 50-period moving average is at 114.50. That's probably a little bit of a better buy. And then you have 114 right there was the jump off that created this to 120. So let's see if that can hold. So I think we're a little bit too early, maybe. Well, we're in it, but we may be a little early on this Nvidia trade. So let's get ready to see if this does want to pop up. Let's take this out right there. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see. Starting to go back up now. We'll see if it wants to, though. It is Nvidia, and there it goes, man. It's climbing to the high side right now for us. We are long right here on Nvidia. So far, so good on this trade. We just bought it. We're now 40 cents in the money. Let's take another piece out. Why not? 40 cents. We'll take it. Nice little buy there on Nvidia as we go over. Yeah. Maybe I'm a guy. I got this. Over now for ad read and sector watch.
This part of the show brought to you by Stocks.com. Want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Stocks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and entering is super easy. Predict the stock price and after earnings reports. Today, we're looking at Apple. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to Stocks.com, hit sign up, and hit the make prediction button, and potentially win $1,000. It's that simple. Each day, you get one free ticket to predict. Want more chances? Share your referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to stonks.com. Don't miss out, and good luck. In terms of the sector recap here, a lot of these sectors, as we have them move down in the market, going to be red to reflect that. Electronic technology weak across the board here with a lot of these chips trading to the downside. Qualcomm, a post-earnings name, notably down 6% here. Finance, pretty red. Producer manufacturing, with the exception of GE, pretty red across the board. Energy, minerals, health services, consumer durables. Transportation, all notably weak. Some strength, though, in some of these other sectors, most notably here in utilities, health technology, and technology services. Technology services pretty strong here, led by Meta after earnings. Google and Microsoft strong here as well. Both names have already reported, so a little bit off the hook there. Health technology notable as well here. We do have some weakness, of course, in Moderna after earnings, but Eli Lilly, positive here. We did have their tirzepatide apparently showing some positive results for heart health. So good look here for LLY on their weight loss drug, guys.
Eli Lilly's bounce on the daily was at the perfect spot. But I'm just letting everyone know I'm making my first prediction on Apple right now at stonks.com. And I'm going to have a little bit of fun with it. It's at 4:30. At the end of the day, it's not where it is at 4 o'clock. It's where it is at 4:30, 224.69. So I'm taking my shot, my predictions in, make yours. I just have some fun with it. I think Apple earnings are going to be exciting. They're a little bit later on, so when we do the aftermarket show tonight with Adara and Chris Brecher, we might have to sift through a heck of a lot of things before we even get to Apple. So Roblox, let me zoom it so you can see Roblox. Actually, not too far out. All those wicks, that's the problem. Okay, so anyways, there's Roblox, high or low, trying to hold on to VWAP as we speak. ARM's still looking pretty decent to the downside. I want to check Microsoft to see if it's still holding VWAP. Microsoft's still holding VWAP. So we're not really looking for anything new. Maybe a bounce playoff VWAP if Microsoft can do it. And I still want Moderna.
You can do it.
Moderna's still going to the downside. Okay, so
love that short.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a chance to play off of VWAP on Moderna. I'll zoom in so you can see here. But that flush through 101, it is absolutely cratering. I know it's down 18% and it was down at 95 earlier, but I want to get back into this off VWAP if I get the chance. So it hasn't even had a green candle since it broke. I think the first available green candle, I'm going to look to short the top of it. Try to keep it as simple as possible. I think it's in a downward trend, which means I want to short the first available pop. Short the pops, Roblox holding VWAP for now, but the market still pressing lower and lower and lower. I mean, it's one of those days. I mean, Powell sometimes, he'll pump us, and then the next day or two, you'll get the dump. I feel like usually it's a couple of days, not the next day.
We're going to, I don't know. I feel kind of like it is the next day, kind of. I don't know. I mean, we have to.
I have not tested that. I'm literally just, anecdotally, I'm saying.
Same thing. I'm not sure. All right, but what I am sure about, do I have Nvidia on my screen? Yes, is that this break is real and it's going to be happening right now. So watch out here for an Nvidia breakdown now through 115. So we said we would look at this down here at 115. I mean, this is a pretty epic flush. Just that's been happening. I mean, there it goes. Just yesterday, though, we had that play up 12%. Looks like now it just wants to head downside. Let's flip it over and try a little bit of a short here. Let's not layer into this or anything like that. Let's just flip it up now. It just broke. Let's see if we can go short and make some of that money back. So we just lost there 35 cents or so on that break. So now we are short back into this, but we're only short right here at 85. So, down to 50 might be one stop. And then if we can get even lower than that, then yeehaw. So our net is going down because we just took a hit there on Nvidia. But the good thing about it is we're still $3 in the money on AMD to the short side. So that's a play here that we can sort of rest our laurels on a little bit because once again, we nailed this stock. We nailed it yesterday. We nailed it today. And we've been doing fine, man. I mean, we'll be up on Nvidia, Meta, obviously, ARM. We talked about that. We've lost on Apple. We tried to defend that 222. We talked about that. Now we're out of the way. Not building up, losing trades there over and over and over again. But there goes Nvidia short, and here goes AMD real short. I mean, AMD is now $3 in. Nvidia, all right, so here's the pop back up through 515. So this is what we have to be careful about now because we know this name is much stronger than the market. It doesn't look like it right now, but look, Nvidia, if the market goes, this name's going to run a lot quicker than the market's going to run. So you got to watch out for that. I might just play. I mean, I don't want to get in and out so fast here, but I feel like we can't be too stubborn. If I know that this name's going to possibly be strong, what about that 115.50 or so area coming into play? So that could be a good little stopping spot for us there on Nvidia. And I talk like this, and we're out of the money now, 11 cents. So let's wait to see here on Nvidia that just went top to bottom $5. Let's not worry and cry over spilt milk because right now it's a winner all of a sudden. I don't like it when milk spills. It's not worth crying over. But that's right. It's definitely not worth crying over.
It's not worth crying over. But I don't like wasting any food. But
no, that's
it is what it is, man. It's the absolute worst. But so Roblox in here. It just bounced again off VWAP. And again, the scaling, I have to zoom really far in to get the scaling better on the chart. It did just tag the quarters. So I'm going to go back and forth off this 40 to 40, 30. ARM is now absolutely, everything is flushing. Now you're going to get 123. I think 120 is a reasonable spot. There just hasn't been another pop to get back into it just yet, anywhere near that 125. So you're still flushing into the downside. Hang on to your butts. Hang on to your shorts. I am back into Moderna off of VWAP, but the chips are in the market are absolutely flushing in here. So we'll see what happens. I'm not even on the bid of Microsoft at this point. Microsoft looks like it's about to lose VWAP. So I wanted to see it hold. Now it's kind of holding here on Softy. All right.
All right. All right, well, we just told you about why we're not scared of holding something 11 cents against us. There goes Nvidia. I mean, have confidence, have faith. We reloaded it twice right there. So when it screams to the downside, we're getting creative over here, baby. I like it, man. Give these men and women a raise over there. All right, so here comes down to the downside right now. Throw some super chats or something, man. Ramin and Fabian over there killing it with all the sound effects. But there it goes to the downside. Ciao, we'll see you around, my guy. It's Nvidia now 70 cents in the money and pushing lower. Again, I tweeted out, sometimes too easy, right? I mean, that was just a reversal play. Well, there we go. Let's take it out at 30. Some piece out right now. We're out of 55% of this name. You know what, guys? Honestly, I have to continue to do this as we get to the downside here. Let's take a piece out. There it goes. Huge move to the downside right now for Nvidia. I like to show my P&L. I feel like that's part of it. We hear it. Dara doesn't want to show it, but that's because she's talked about that, right? When you're kind of in a little bit of a slump or something like that, sometimes you want to hide the P&L and make better decisions and not necessarily look at your P&L. But when you're hot fire, sometimes it's good looking down and seeing, okay, let's be a little humble here and see exactly what's in the blotter and make sure, because you can easily get, torn up. Like, how many shares am I trading with? What are the proper levels? Do we have another Dollar Club winner right now as we clear our throat right there? What is it, DJ Cool or whatever? Let me clear my damn throat again right now. $3 on AMD, cool. $12.50 on Meta earlier, Nvidia now $1. So things are just working out really, really well. And yeah, man, we will protect everything. And the one thing that we didn't get to yesterday that I showed live anyways, wow, now we are really tanking with Nvidia as well, is what's for lunch. Chicken coq au vin right now today. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, as we get ready to go to London, and not Paris, but shout out right now to the Olympics as they are going on in Canada. Got a couple more medals there.
You know what today
France
starts?
doing really well.
Track and field starts today. So I start watching it. I start watching it here.
All right.
The decathlon's tomorrow.
Yeah. No, I'm watching
Canada.
it
We're
all.
getting 2 medals in the decathlon. I'm calling it right now. 2.
All right, good, man. Yeah, let's hope for 3.
So
all right, there's a nice move down. Hold on, we're not even
3.
Don't worry, man. We're not done lunch quite yet. We also have steamed whole grain rice with steamed vegetables. We just took $2 on Nvidia, but that's what's for lunch. All right, Neil, kill him with kindness. Let's go. $3 in the money now with AMD.
Yeah, so AMD's flushing. I'm out of AMD. We went over to ARM. That's about $1.50. Moderna just gave 99s and then printed 98, so it's trying to flush again. Remember, I missed the crap out of that at like 101, but it ends up holding VWAP in here, and it's trying to tank. Big time buyer at 95 as well. So anytime I see a big refreshing buyer today on Moderna, it's an out. After what I saw at 101, let's be real. If somebody likes it that much, who am I to say that it's not going to bounce off that level? So still heading to the downside is the market. I finally got back in mRNA. As I said, ARM is going down. And I wasn't going to bid Microsoft unless I saw absence of green candle on top of VWAP means no long. Simple as that. I liked it as long as it held, but did it hold? Like, does it look like it's holding? It doesn't look like it's holding at all to me. So maybe we wait for 418 on Microsoft. I have a nice pretty line down there, but that's $4 away. Let's go over to the desk. We've got Money Talks with Adara.
Bit of a bounce here for the DXY. Again, as yesterday, we were really trying to hold on to that 104 level, holding on to it as of right now for the US dollar here on the daily chart after 2 days straight of downside, including a big red candle yesterday when we had that FOMC meeting. Jerome Powell saying that they have not, their potential rate cuts are on the table there for September. So potential September rate cut. We had Bloomberg reporting this morning that apparently the Fed futures or Fed swaps have fully priced in 3 rate cuts by the end of the year. So lots of potential dovishness sentiment at least being read by the markets. We did have some economic data earlier today. Initial jobless claims at 249,000 versus estimates of 236,000, coming in a little bit higher than expected. We also had as well here the ISM manufacturing PMI at 10, lower than expected, 46.8 versus estimates of 48.8. Tomorrow, though, we'll get some key data at 8:30 a.m. with the non-farm payrolls coming in there. Analysts are looking for 175,000. We also have the unemployment rate expected to come out as well, looking for 4.1%. So lots of data on watch, guys.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, lots to watch out for today. Obviously, with the big earnings aftermarket, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on Amazon and Apple. Although there hasn't been a single eyeball on Amazon this morning because, hey, they haven't reported yet, and a heck of a lot of other stuff is moving a heck of a lot faster. So you got to go where the action is going to be, which is right here on this program, and of course, in the chips. In the chips. And yesterday in the afternoon was all good to the upside for the chips. Today in the morning, it is all good to the downside for the chips. Sometimes that's just how it is. Why am I on Moderna? I meant to be over on advanced micro devices, and I didn't actually hit enter. So there hasn't been another pop of any, I guess, what's the word I want to use? Of any juice. This is a very, the word I want to use is linear move to the downside. Like there's nothing parabolic about it outside of a couple of big candles in there. So when this is happening, I feel like if it makes a big move up, there might be like a rubber band style trade. What I mean is if it does a big pop, and you go into like 138.50 or 60 or like 139, there might be a quick scalp trade to the short, but it feels like at some point, you can't just go linear to the downside. There's going to be some buyers, I think, that express themselves here on AMD. You can talk about levels till we're blue in the face, but on the daily chart, this is one at 137.5 on the daily. So it is one that was previously big. That's why I'm looking at a pop here on AMD to maybe get back in a little something, maybe 139, but that's just best guess because it kind of stuck around there the last time.
Yeah, we all right, we're not nervous. Oh gosh. Yo, what's up, Randy? We're leaving in an hour, my guy. We'll go get some of that barbecue. So no worries about that. Okay, so just real quickly here, we haven't even looked at Tesla today, Randy. So I'll probably have to do that
Because the chips are
been too busy doing other things, my
chips
guy. You know what I mean? Right now, chips with some dip right here, and we got Nvidia not dipping. We got that fill at 113.50 right there. I mean, you guys saw me take it as it goes into the downside. So we have reloaded just a little bit here on Nvidia. Now the thing is that the only reason we went short, man, is that we broke through some of these levels. So now we're starting to come back upside. We bounced completely off the 200 period. Let's now wait to see if there is a reload opportunity a little bit higher. I want to get reloaded in and around 115, 115.20, something like that, to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room. And what I mean by that is like, can't let Nvidia get away from you, but at the same time, you have to take the proper amount of shares so that, you know, when it does make moves like this, you have some on, but understand that, you know, the move could go the other way against you real quick. So it's like a happy medium from the right amount of shares to the right risk to where you're trying to make money if there is a big move, but then you don't want to throw back sort of the money that you've made on the idea in the first place, just because like you can go 1 for 2 and get absolutely killed because you're one, and this is why traders lose. I mean, I've looked over thousands of traders' numbers and obviously analyzed all of this as well. And that's why the ratio that you go is not overly important. And that's why I'm trying to get you guys to, you know, not get anybody to do anything, but just understand that like when we talk about positions and what I'm trying to do, you guys do whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, everybody like right there, like see, I just took a piece off right there for 40 cents because little nervous about that 115 area. So let's take a piece out. If it does drop in, then we'll be able to hold it. But at the same time, you can go 1 for 2. And what I mean by that is like right there. See how I just took 40 cents on that? All right, if I reload this at 115.20 and I don't get out till 116, well, that's going to be an 80-cent hit on the full load because I've reloaded it. And now all of a sudden I'm short my full default and I just lost 80 cents. Meanwhile, I just took 40 cents on a third of it. So that's not, you know, that math doesn't work out. So the more you can get close to some of your targets, better to be wrong on bigger shares, less pennies. But at the same time, you do want to be able to hold something. And I think a good example of that would be MetaTrade that we put on. We only have 5 minutes left and then we go over to the big guys over here. But, you know, get some out on the way up, but then hold for that $13 or $14 winner. And then when you're wrong, like we are here, get out again. So lose $1 or whatever, but make sure that you still, you know, reward yourself on both ends of the scale. So we'll only be red on one name today, actually, and it's Apple. So AMD, P&L number, almost number 1, actually. It's almost beating Meta right now, believe it or not. ARM was a great trade long until we lost it there, and we tried to punch short. SSR says net pot to that one. And then Meta, I mean, come on. We'll see if we could do that again. No, Kathy, your teledoc is something else. All right, and then Nvidia, we're in it right now. I don't need to spin anything for that. You guys can see the profits there. And then our TQ trade was good until we lost it, and there's another example. It loses it and we get out. So profitable all across the board today, but not Apple, the one that we didn't discuss yet, because this one was just too much back and forth here at 222 and couldn't get going. So, yeah, that's the negative stock for me today. Jerome, yeah, we had a heated discussion last night.
Come on, Jerome.
I would have rather him just gone yesterday instead of waiting for September, but he told me his reasons again, and it made a lot of sense. So we'll wait to hear what happens with Jerome come September.
Ideally, he knows what he's doing. I'd like to hope so.
Yeah, I would think so.
So speaking of the NASDAQ bouncing off VWAP here, and also yesterday morning support. So yesterday morning support and VWAP, a little bit of a bounce. There was this that just happened. Oops. There was this that just happened on ARM. As a lot of times, like things aren't this obvious. Look, ARM could continue to go down, but that is a volume spike as big as anything since about 936, right through 122, and right back up through 122. So I'm out of ARM. Sometimes that's a reversal candle. Sometimes it's not. It looks like one to me, so I'm out of it. I do that 10 times out of 10. If I see something at a low like that, when the market's at the low, get the you-know-what out of Dodge. If we see 120 on ARM, that's this level here. So 120, it was a bit of a reversal. This was 120 when it lost it, and this is 120 when it broke out. Might start looking for the SSR bounce again. on ARM, down 15% and still falling. The only one was at the open. Then there was a good one at 126. I think 120 is as good a shot as any. So we're back into Moderna for the third time here today, off of VWAP, looking for that 95 where there was a buyer pretty strong there before on mRNA. If there is a long, I think there's like SSR bounces. There's like maybe Microsoft throughout lunchtime. Well, okay, we're not going to get Microsoft 418 as long as it's holding VWAP, so we'll throw that out the window and maybe just talk about VWAP here on Microsoft. Is Microsoft holding higher lows when the market's at the low? Certainly a good day for Microsoft, but since the opening top, lower highs and lower lows. What it needs to do now, at least for me to like it, is I'm just going to make this kind of quick and dirty like that, is what it needs to do is like, yeah, break out the top of this channel, or I want to be buying at the bottom. Like I don't want to be buying up here to stop out down there. If I'm going to stop out, I want to be buying at the bottom of the channel. Or it breaks out the top of the channel when we look long. So only one short left, and it is in Moderna where everything started for me.
All right, yeah, we've got the two big ones on right there. Good trading over there on ARM, obviously, as you can see. That one sort of go to the downside.
Oh yeah,
that's a good one there.
The stock.
As it keeps on going down, lower. All right, so we have a good little trade happening on Nvidia. We've already sort of broken this down for everybody. We're bidding 11s, believe it or not. There it is, yes, sir. So we'll put Nvidia. Unfortunately, it's unfortunate for me as well because we talked about buying some of this dip down there at 104. We did not get anything out, obviously, as the market was only there for a minute. To the upside today in and around 120. Double Sean is never a good idea. Here we go to the downside right now for Nvidia. It's now $1 in the money. We're $3 in the money on AMD. And I put the stop here at the 50 period. I feel like we could just kind of respect that. We'll be going out to pick up some of that barbecue. So I've already put my stop order in. 138.50 right there possibly coming into play. So we will watch out for that one. And if that plays, that plays. So 138.50 right there is the stop. We're now $3 in the money. And again, when names get a little bit extended down like this, we should take some profit. Remember that sort of talk that we had about protecting our nets and protecting our necks. Shout out to Wu-Tang. And you got to make sure that, you know, just like they did, man, you got to diversify your portfolio. Dave Chappelle there. Wu-Tang Financial is a great skit. Right there, and potentially when I stop working here, I will take my abilities over to Wu-Tang Financial and see manage some money over there.
Diversify your
bond. Yeah, so right now, wow, Nvidia still going. And I know it's past 11. Actually, I don't know that. I'm just noticing now.
I just noticed.
You have to be able to flip up your game. That's the benefit. Like right now, P&L number 3 will be Nvidia, and we had lost on it. We had long. Right, long there, lost, then flipped the script. You know, have the ability to go the other. We're $4. I looked over to Neil before. I was like, hey, look, man, we're total $9 in the money on everything. That was $9.40. Hey, right now we're $5 in the money on complete opposite. We were $9 in the money on longs and cashed that out. Now we're $5 and $6 in the money now, $5 in the money on a combined short, and they're in the same space. It's know what you're looking at, know where you think the market's going. That's part of the battle. It's not just calling stocks, man. You got to have the right flow. And I had clearly said this. If the market goes red today, it's probably not coming back. Well, now you're 1% in the money if you took that. So, I mean, that's the trade today to be short the market. I made money long the market. That was not a mistake because we're up, but probably should have been looking short. So, wow, man, we're now $3.50 in the money on AMD. Where will it stop, Neil?
I'm not wagering a guess because I think if you're trying to pick a bottom today, you're just kind of throwing darts. So hang on to your butts, hang on to your shorts. Adara's got one on Tesla. Good luck there. 224.44. I like that nice round number. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck, everybody. Let's get on to the professor and Adara on the midday. Good luck, everybody.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That is your girl, Adara.
It is.
And I'm Sharif.
Yes.
And we're going to wait everyone to come on over from the other stream. We have the Chilean Nightmare on the ones and twos today, so it's a little different entering because Ramram usually has a different way. What's up, Scott H? Giddy up to you too, sir. Aaron and Joanna Brewster, is there a war news or something? I have no idea. We'll have to look in a second. Easy Trader, Robbie V, Christopher Holcomb, Picky Eater as well. Dude Rocks 420, he'd be rocking up a storm. Saul G, the Fawns, Adam DeLuce, what's up, my man? Ronald, hi Sharif, hi to you as well, my man. And he says hi to you as well. Royal, Dixon, Blue Arrow, PC, we got Glenn Smith as well as Big Michael Lloyd. Welcome back, my man. Been a hot minute since I've seen you in the chat. Who else we got in there? We got Blue Baron, we got Alex Davis as well, Ram, he's joined us as well. Blind Leader, Richard Fan, as well as Mark Lore, Cass M, Blue Chew. Not you in the chat, Blue Chew. Where did you come from? I thought the ad was already over with Blue Chew.
Right?
He's in the chat.
I chew, Blue Chew. We all chew for Blue Chew.
All right. Good morning, Adair. How's it going?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. What's going on that side of the desk? I'm just hearing way too much. I'm all right, keeping an eye on these markets today. We just broke through 19,300, zigging and zagging on it. 19.3 was the high of the day prior to the close yesterday. So I've got my eyes plastered on this level, but it doesn't look like there's any bid right here.
Yeah, so I've already had 2 trades. I actually had a weird epiphany when I was at the big desk that I want to talk about because I'm going to talk about it after we do lessons, reads, etc. But I think this is. It kind of was really weird, but I feel like it's helped my trading, so we're going to talk about that in a moment. I've had 2 trades today, both successful, both shorts on Mag 7 names. Like I said, this is a bit of a preamble to my larger amble that will be happening in a bit, but one thing that I noticed yesterday was I was not, I wasn't scalping these Mag 7 names. I had trades that went against me that didn't have to because I was like, oh, it's fine. I have levels. I have to stick to my plan. So definitely didn't do that. The second I saw stuff I didn't like, got out. Amazon took, I want to say 10, 15 pennies. Not the largest trade in the world, but it's about the process that I'm working on. Tesla, Sharif heard me. I was ready to go long Tesla 225 because we bounced a bit. We couldn't hold that. I got short, got out, got back to 224s. Looks like we're trying to hold 224s. Tesla, you want to break down below? I'll short you again. Really excited to dive in because I feel like this has hopefully been a bit of an epiphany-ish moment for me in my trading. But yeah, what are you looking at before?
Just looking at the news because people were asking, but I'm not looking at anything quite yet, just kind of sitting on my hands. Let's get to the lesson du jour. We are talking about gap fills all day long today. No specific gap type. Like yesterday, we didn't talk about specific gap type. We talked about measuring those gaps. Today, we'll talk about the gaps getting filled, what that means, and how to analyze it from a technical analysis perspective. So traders, today we delve into the phenomenon of gap filling. While not every gap is filled, understanding the concept is crucial for effective technical analysis, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. And I don't understand why it just keeps going away there. We have the read. What time, Fabian?
I'm ready to go.
Go ahead.
Perfect. So we are brought to you by PIA.com VPN. Trading on public Wi-Fi is risky because your data is vulnerable. It's like sharing secrets in a group chat. Like we all know how that's it. Private Internet Access, or PIA VPN, it'll secure your connection with encryption, creating a safe tunnel for your data. Trade confidently from airports, coffee shops, or hotels without worrying about hackers. PIA also lets you bypass geo-restrictions, accessing trading platforms from over 91 secure countries and all 50 U.S. states. Protect your trading with PIA. Get 83% off, just $2.03 a month, plus 4 extra months free. Sign up now with a 30-day money-back guarantee and 24/7 support. Rated excellent on Trustpilot. Also, guys, I'm going to be looking for some, if there is any news on that, I'm going to keep my eye on that. Put it in the chat if I see anything. So keep an eye on that. But lesson time. Thank you,
Sounds
Sharif.
good, Adair. Thank you for that. So, what is gap filling essentially? So gap filling occurs when the price of a security retraces to fill that void that was created by the previous gap. So usually what happens is you have a closing price of yesterday, you have an opening price today, and if they're fundamentally different, if there's a big space between the closing price and the opening price, that's going to be reflected on the chart as a gap. So it's as if the market is correcting essentially an imbalance and restoring equilibrium. That's said to be what's happening really when the gap gets filled. And here we go. One of the most common types of gaps to get filled, yeah, it is a common gap. And these gaps usually, you know, they could be movements overnight, something that the market initially liked and then maybe digested it later and said, yeah, this is not as bullish as I think, so you end up filling the gap. Or it could be a sympathy play moving with another stock that actually had the catalyst, so the sympathy name ends up getting filled. But this is kind of what we see here. These common gaps, as we discussed last week, they zig and they zag. They're not breaking through any key area of technical resistance or support, and they often get filled quite quickly. So this is kind of how the gap will look if it gets filled. We gap up, few 4 or 5 candles later, we're gone. We fill the gap. I'm not sure what's doing. Here we go. And basically the reason I want to show you this is not just common gaps get filled, but exhaustion gaps get filled as well. They're the more likely gap to get filled, but we'll talk about that in a minute here. So let's talk about the different types of gaps and what the likelihood of them getting filled are. As I mentioned, common gaps, these are the most likely of the gap types to get filled, as they often represent only temporary imbalances in the buyer-seller supply-demand chain. Breakaway gaps, these are the least likely to get filled. They are less likely than others. Doesn't mean that they're not going to get filled, but the reason that they're less likely is because they're breaking through a key area of technical resistance or support, depending on whether you're gapping up or down. And basically, when you break through that area, unless there's something really existential, usually you trend a little bit that area. That's not a hard and fast rule, but they are less likely to get filled, these breakaway gaps. Exhaustion gaps, typically not as common to get filled as common gaps, but they do get filled as well, just given their nature, their exhaustion. They're at the end of the trend. So if they're at the end of the trend, you have one or two things. You can consolidate near the highs, or you can trend back and fill the gap. So exhaustion gaps, the second most likely type of gap to get filled. And the reasons for gap filling, well, there's many, but we'll talk about a few of them today. Market correction, first and foremost. After a rapid price movement, the market often undergoes a correction to rebalance that supply and demand curve that we talked about. But there's also profit taking, right? You're at these highs, especially with regards to exhaustion gaps. Traders see there's a whole lot of money left still on the table that they haven't profited from. So you get beak wetting at these levels. So traders who enter positions after the gap might take profits as the price retraces. And institutional rebalancing as well. Large institutional investors may look to rebalance their portfolios, leading to price movements that fill the gaps. So multiple reasons. These are just some of the few. So how do you identify potential gap fills? Well, not every gap will fill. Certain indicators, that you can be on the lookout for can suggest a higher probability of a gap fill. Gap size, first and foremost, of those indicators. The smaller gaps are more likely to get filled than the larger gaps. And you're going to say, Sharif, well, what the hell do I know? Small, large, how do I know this is big or small? Well, that's what we talked about yesterday. It's incumbent upon you, if you see a gap on a particular instrument, to go back and to look to see, are the gaps that happen on this instrument as large, larger, smaller? What are they dollar-wise? What are they percentage-wise versus the gap that I'm looking at now? That's what we made the case for gap comparisons yesterday. That's going to feature today as well. So you got to have a look at gap size. Again, smaller gaps more likely to get filled than larger ones. Volume as well, quite telling here. Low trading volume, during the gap formation can increase the likelihood of a gap fill. So you always have to see whether the volume printing on the gap fill is above average. And above average requires you to look at the volume bars made by that specific instrument in the past. The trend strength, also indicative here, a weakening trend. For example, the aggression, the degrees at which it's rising. If it's starting to weaken and you're at a 45-degree angle, now you're only like at 15, this can also increase the probability of a gap fill. And gaps occurring at key areas of support and resistance also are more likely to reject and get filled than the ones breaking out above it. For example, if we had a gap at, for say, 195 on Apple, it gaps up to 199. Well, it's at that 200 level on Apple that we rejected for months and years at a time. And so if it gaps up to there, it doesn't clear that 200 level, more likely than not, or higher chances that 190 ends up getting, or that 195 ends up getting filled. So gaps occurring at key areas of support and resistance that don't breach them on a closing basis, more likely to be filled. I don't know what's going on with this thing today, Adara. I don't know what the hell's going on over here.
It's in a mood.
It is. Trading gap fills? I don't know what happened to my thing here. Okay, so I'll have to send it to you because I'm missing one slide. All right, well, the market's bouncing, so you want to have a look at that for a second?
Yeah, for sure, it is bouncing a bit. I definitely want to talk about that. Also, so I put this in the chat. This came out a while ago, and there wasn't a huge market reaction at the time that I saw it, so I didn't say anything about it at the time, but yeah, so this coming out here, Axios reporting that Netanyahu is set to talk to Biden about escalation in the Middle East. We also had a Hezbollah leader saying that the battle with Israel has entered, quote, a new phase, and that Israel, quote, crossed red lines with its most recent strikes. So just, again, some updates here with the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. But those, again, did come out a little bit before we got that move down in the market. So just we'll look at that. We do have Dan Emmons saying he's closing all shorts now at the 19,280. We have the Qs here. We had a bit of a downtrend, trying to find a bit of a base here at 465. This is a look we've seen mirrored in some of the Mag 7 names as well. Nvidia having a bit of a double bottom over here. So let's see if we can pull that. Yeah, bit of support here at 113 on the 5-minute chart. A lot of them coming as well into whole dollar support. Tesla finding support at the 224 area. So some whole dollar support and some bounces found on these Mag 7 names as we bounce in the whole market. What else? Yeah, I mean, even Moderna kind of trying to curl up here, AMD, a lot of these names that are in the NQ trying to bounce. The SPY, though, I would say looks a little bit less trampoline-esque than the Qs. The Qs, we had that nice little bounce there, as I showed you in the Mag 7s, getting a bit of a bounce too. And meanwhile, we have the SPY, which is still a little bit subdued, especially when compared to what we're seeing in these Mag 7 and the Qs here. Two topping tail candles, but much like the Qs and some of these Mag 7s, hanging out here around a whole dollar area of support. So SPY at 546 could be interesting here. But we did see two topping tail candles before our last drop, so just be aware. Looks like we're trying to have a bit of a recovery, but I would still like to see a little bit more evidence. Tesla looking strong, Nvidia looking strong, Qs looking a bit stronger here as well, but the SPY, I think, needs to take a moment. Yeah,
I don't know where that slide went, so I'll put it, I guess I'll do it for the next one around. So we're done the lesson for now. There was one more slide just about how to basically trade some of these gaps, but to be quite honest with you, I think that that's probably more trouble than it's beneficial. So let's get to the, not the lessons, but the side charts over here. I have a bunch of different names on, a few small cap gappers. There's not much because really, it's not really small cap gapper time at the moment. This is big boy time with these Mag 7 names and some of these other NASDAQ names. But I've got AMD on still. AMD continues to bleed. It's like literally giving back the entire move after earnings down into 136. This thing hasn't breached the 10 exponential on the 5 all day. So it's been down and to the right with really no relief at all for buyers. BBLG, this one is a small cap gapper. I saw Tisha talking about this one in the morning. Shout out to Tisha Perkins, loves to trade her small cap gappers. This one, though, up 38%, but down about 18 4/5 since the bell's rung. A bit of a double top there at 370. Now, it's basically holding this area of support at 290, and this 290 area was a pre-market high. Look at that crest that we put in, ironically enough, at 4:30 a.m., but it's still respecting that level almost to the penny. So 290-ish area, which is the low of day, still holding. But look at this, lower highs and rejecting the 10. I think it's just a matter of time till the flat bottom break comes in on that 290 aggressively to the downside. We'll have to see how far that can get going. But this absolutely moved yesterday in the afternoon time, 1:30. I guess a news catalyst came in, and then up and to the right we went with this one, and it continued in the pre-market as well. So BBLG on watch. CWAN, not a big percentage winner on the day, 16 4/5, but up and to the right, not breaching the 10. Very light on volume. Be careful about this one. CWAN. The one that I've got my eye on, though, is EXAS. What is going on here? I mean, you haven't even had a breach of the 10 on the 5-minute chart in, well, basically 9:45. So I said to myself, this looks like the best of the bunch. Let's look at it on the single chart screen. Why? Because I got all my different indicators on there. Now, I'm trying to adopt a new rule where I do not trade these small cap gappers if The MACD line is not above the signal line. A lot of small cap gapper traders use MACD on a smaller time frame to gauge whether or not it's the right time to get into these smaller names. So right now I'm not liking what I see, but on the other side of the coin, I'm loving what I see in terms of the price action, because it keeps holding up above that 10. Every single dip is held up. It's a bit spready, so you're going to have a resting order likely to get into this. Otherwise, you're going to have to chase it. But that $57 keeps coming in over and over and over, $56.99, high of day, and it's not budging. So EXAS, definitely on watch for me. Boeing looks awfully similar to the chart on AMD. They are very similar in percentage retracements as well, 5.07 for an AMD, 5.37 for Boeing. And now we are lower than yesterday's low on Boeing, despite the earnings miss coming in yesterday, and a nice little bump up there. But that double top at 197 was, oof, that's nice. And then down to the right we go. We make new lows today, 180 incoming. In fact, 180.02 is the LOD. Is that a previous area of interest here? Let's have a look at this 180 area. Not really. I mean, it's been breached multiple times, and it's been breached recently, so I'm less inclined to use anything off that 180 for Boeing. Last but not least, keeping my eye on CrowdStrike, obviously, as it continues to reel from the troubles that it has there.
Yeah, shout out to my man Kelly O there with Boeing.
I'm going to start calling me your boyfriend.
Let's not do that. But yeah, so okay, I'm getting over the SPY short. Basically, I was long the SPY. Why was I long the SPY? We had that 547. I like whole dollar areas in the SPY. We held it. We're holding it. I got long. We got to an area I didn't like in the book. I got out. I want to clarify as well, and this is where I lead to my whole, I said preamble for the larger amble time. So basically, I was up at the big desk, and I was randomly thinking, shout out, I think it was Quantran in the chat yesterday, saying that, if you don't plan your trades, things can go awry. And I said yesterday, I agree with that, but I find for myself, sometimes I get too trapped in the plan, and that's where I make mistakes. And that's absolutely what happened yesterday. I did say this at the end of the day yesterday. I got shut down, and I would say a larger issue with a lot of those trades where I had some trades that were in the money, and I didn't take profit because I was like, but that's not the plan, you're waiting. But the book was telling me leave. So why was I doing that? So then I randomly realized, you know what that reminds me of? Jazz piano. Let me explain this mental tangent. So as a pianist, I've talked about this, I play piano. Why I love jazz piano is it's really freeing. You have your general levels, right? You've got your key signatures, your time signatures, but other than that, you're just hanging out with an ensemble. You're playing, you guys are vibing together. It's a good time, and I feel like my jazz ensemble could be these markets. So long story short, I'm trying to approach the markets like it's a jazz band, like it's a jazz song. If something feels a little bit awry, maybe you have to cut the song off early. Having general rules, but not getting too caught up, and trying not to get lost in the sauce by moving with the sauce, by moving as the horns, flute in there, you got the drums changing up. Anyways, weird analogy aside, I figure as someone who I find I connect strongly to music helps me understand things. I'm going to use this jazz analogy to hopefully impact my trading for the better. I literally wrote almost a page worth of random notes on this, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of the analogy because I have a feeling it will make no sense if you were not a pianist, though I might pepper in some of it later. But Tesla coming to the 9 EMA, so we'll have to see if I want to play some piano for this one. I want to see this 9 EMA bounce. Like I said, though, with Tesla, for me, it's going to always be led by what I see on the book, and then what I see in the chart confirms that, I like that. Now, I've talked as well about Tesla having certain penny levels that it finds interesting. They're earlier this week at the 20-cent level. Yesterday, it loved the 30-cent level, and today, it's like, hey, Adara, 30 cents might be the level again. By that, I mean, we'll get to 30 cents, we'll test, we'll retest, and then we break out from 30 cents. So that's what I want to keep an eye on here. We're now having some rejection off that 30 level, but if we get back to 225.30s and we hold, somebody's going long. If we actually reject 225.30s, I shall go short. Thank you to Dan Emmons for saying that's a perfect analogy. I really appreciate that. You have to figure out what works for you, right? No two traders are alike, no two snowflakes are alike, and your approach to the market is always going to be a bit different depending on who you are and how you trade. But if you want to help get your trades better because you want to have access to their news, shout out to our sponsors.
Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on those big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Shout out to Benzinger Pro, always doing the absolute most in a good way. So I'm looking on a couple of trades here. I've got a dip trade set up on EXAS, Fabian, right at 56.60, which is a 10 exponential on the 5. This one did breach 57, putting in a bit of a topping tail candle. Now it's been respecting that 10 exponential 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart all day, save and except for a couple of outlying candles at 940 and 945. The other trade that I've got set up, I'm looking to short CrowdStrike at the volume weighted average price. This one has been rejecting VWAP basically all morning. So if we weasel our way up there, I've got my resting order there, but it looks like it is having trouble breaching that 227 area, at least on a closing basis. So maybe do not get filled as this one continues to show weakness. Boeing continuing to go down, trying to figure out a way into this one, but it's really not coming into the 10 at all. This is Boeing's look right over here. I mean, it's just been one symphony of red candles, none of them really touching the 10 exponentials, so not giving me my opportunity in. I'm keeping an eye on Pfizer as well because it's a holdover from yesterday. It's coming in to this key area of 55. This is yesterday's closing print. I want to see what it does in and around here. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
I mean, we're still short 140 AMD, but it almost took out that 137. We're going to watch out.
The Katina man is still short 140 on AMD, but it almost took out 137.50, so he's keeping an eye on it, just in case it retraces. So if you're following along with the Katina man's trade, keep your eye out on More Trader TV, guys, because that's where you're going to be able to see his position, Neil's position, all the day's headlines, all the news events. There it is right there, your daily stories. Well, that's the watch list, but you guys know what I mean. So keep your eye on that. Still not getting filled on crowd, still waiting for that bad boy to come in. It doesn't look like EXAS is coming back because now the volume is starting to pick up and it's really breaching that $57 level. It looks like it's on its way to 58, 57, 59. This thing is up into the dang right, but CWAN, don't forget about that one. Awfully looking good chart too. CWAN, I don't know what happened to my chart. I don't know what's going on today, so I'm gonna have to load that, send it to you.
Yeah, no worries. If you have any charts you're looking at, whether it's C1, maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's XAS, whatever you want to look at, you guys need to maybe you want to access some analysis on XAS. Well, how do you do that? Get in the chat, ! join space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. Maybe, yes, I said that way on purpose. Maybe it's Apple, maybe it's Amazon, maybe it's Gimme, I don't know. But whatever you want to get involved in, ! join space, $, that ticker in there. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for everything you do, but also for your help, making sure everybody's voices get heard. It's like the person who helps out with the voting booths. Also, Tesla coming to my area. Yes.
Get it,
yes,
get it,
I got short 225, took 20 pennies on half the trade, 40 pennies in the rest of the trade. But now we're coming back here. And the reason I got out where I did too, A, like I said, book led, but B, look at that area earlier, that 224.50. I knew that was going to be a level, so I wanted to be prepared for that. I'm actually going to start building this position here. And it's going to be less shares because I want to be able to build into it. But I actually really want the smoke on Tesla. Like, I want the smoke on Tesla. I want to get the, I don't know, no one smokes like that, but no one slurps on cigarettes or whatever. But let's see what we do here in Tesla. I want 31s. I don't think I'm going to get 31s. You know what? If I have to get 35s, I'll take it. I'm willing to make a bit of a compromise because this is a level I like. Playing some jazz piano here with Tesla. Profit target wise, I'm going to start to see what we do here around 226. As always, or as what I said, what I'm trying to do, especially with these Meg 7 stocks, my exit is going to be led and guided by what we do on the book. If we break below 225s, that's going to be a definite no-go for me. If we get to 225s and bounce a bit, I'm willing to add. I have enough shares that I can piece stuff out, but it's not a massive position because, like I said, you got to go with the flow. You got to go with, be vibes, be smooth, figure out what's going on here. Tesla, trying to come back to this 225. I would like to see a bounce. If I do not see a bounce, I will be bouncing out of Tesla. But either way, I'm happy I took the trade because I had a reason for it. I had levels I liked. Tesla come back to 225. If you can get back up here, I am okay with staying in you. Let's see how this Tesla does. CrowdStrike. I also still have this one in my side chart. I want to show it to Sharif who mentioned this one. I like CrowdStrike actually around this level here, this 226.50, because we've had some waffling there. We have generally lower highs and lower lows in our PALT CrowdStrike, but we're kind of now hanging out around the 9 EMA. Tesla getting back to 225, so I'm going to have to get out of this because it looks like this was not my time in the sun for Tesla, but that doesn't mean that time will never come. It just means that right now that jazz song has come to an end. Got to find a new ensemble, play some more music, and get right back in that stock. I will be using this analogy pretty heavily. But yeah, CrowdStrike, I like what you used to say on CrowdStrike, waiting for the VWAP bounce. Because I like the the VWAP projection, because that level is really, that 228.50 is dope. But yeah, watching that, what are you guys looking at? I'm honestly, guys, I'm not that caffeinated. The markets give me all my energy. I always am like, oh, I want to try to talk slower, and then I try, and then things move. So good times. I love this high energy that this market gives us, because as Sean has said, you know, if you're not high energy, if you don't love these markets, like, so you want to have that love for the markets. Microsoft, I saw some mentions of in the chat. Microsoft getting interesting here around. I know Neil started at 420, so let's see if Microsoft can get that green there at 420. But right now, kind of near that pre-market low. This is earnings from yesterday. I also want to shout out Darwin in the chat had mentioned Apple being a long. He said he wasn't going to get involved, but he was leaning long on Apple. You'd be right. This was a while ago, and Apple has had a steady uptrend from that point. I had a level on Apple. I liked that 224.20 to 224.50 pre-market range. Then we come down, reject it, and look where we reject off again, 224.20. So if that level comes back, Apple, if you come back to 224.20, which I doubt you will today, unless miracles happen, I would love to trade you there. But it's a level I'll watch for earnings regardless. Also, these wicks into the 90 MA are interesting. So the Apple did get a bounce, but we'll have to see if it holds that bounce. Apple's one I'm a little bit more hesitant to trade, because I find I don't read it the best, especially since it stopped being the dead one. But yeah, welcome Apple. We're gonna have to see if you live or thrive or die when you have your earnings report. 220.50. As I say that, I do like Apple 220.50. Keeping eyes on it. Tesla's still waffling around 225. Eyes on it. Not trading until I see another thing to strike here. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm not seeing anything that I like yet. I'm looking at AVGO right now. At 154, I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. It keeps rejecting this 154 area. It does weasel up into 154.50. So I'm trying to get a bit of a better price in and around there. So let's see, 154. Let's go 35. Maybe we can get in something like that. And then if it breaks 50, it hasn't on the previous occasion, so we can get out there. I'm at a loss for stuff, I got to tell you. I'm looking around. Everything's down and to the right, but nothing is coming in to a 10 exponential for me to get short. I mean, that's just how I trade. I'm still waiting on crowd, still waiting on EXAS. I see you guys there saying ASTS, not EXAS, ASTS. Yeah, I don't think this one is doing that well. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so we'll just leave that one be for a second. Let's check out on AVGO. Nothing coming in here. Yeah, that's really it. Everything rejecting off or below the 10 exponential. Like Nvidia's at it, Tesla's at it, Apple's at it right here. Then you're getting Meta below, Amazon below, Softy's not even close. And Goggles, for whatever reason, has a buyer at 171.
Oh, no, it's gone now. Neil was playing golf.
He's with, oh yeah, because he's on crutches. That's funny.
Meanwhile, I went short Amazon.
The Katina man is short Amazon at 186.30. So shout out to him. Yeah, he's in the money there. It's going to break 186. But I did like your Tesla trade. All right, here we go. AVGO just coming down. It's not letting me in at all. So I should have just got into that. That's just kind of how my day's been. I haven't really taken anything yet. Not positive or negative, just not in anything. Continuing to look around for something, but nothing's coming into my levels. EXAS continuing to leave. So this trade is no longer valid right here for waiting for that 56.60 dip to come in. This thing's just up and to the dang right. So throw some stocks you guys are looking at. I'm seeing Nvidia reject here. I'm seeing Tesla zig and zag here at 25. Amazon went down. It did break 186. So shout out to the Katina man. Adara printed too. I want to hear all about that. But yeah, I'm not in anything yet. Continuing to watch. Hopefully I'll be in something soon.
Yeah, I wanted, because it's funny, as you said, Tesla zig and zag, I was literally like, that's what I've been trying to play. There is, it's not a range, it's a chop and churn, and maybe it's like, that's a decision to trade. That's fair. But it worked out for me here. I did take Wow, Dara, math fast. Tired. 30 pennies on half my position, 20 pennies on the other half. I got long here because I've been watching the book. Like I said with Tesla, the book is my guide. That is always going to be my, the main impetus for the trade. And the chart is going to be the background music, right? The little like tinkering in the background that helps me decide if this is really a good idea. And with that in mind, I also, because I scalp, have the 1 minute on my side chart and I trade off the 5 minute because I like to have a more comprehensive picture. Also, when I was looking at my Tesla trades from yesterday, when I did my screenshotting for my aggressive journaling, I looked at the 1 minute chart and was like, Adara, there are some trades you would not have made had you looked at that 1 minute chart. So that's besides the point. I got long here because I was watching the book and we had higher lows. I said, let's say we do 225. Last time we got to 225, we get rejecting here all the way down to 224.50. Then we get 224.76. This time we again get to 224.80s. We hold, I say, Adara, as long as we see stuff we like in the book, you stay in this trade. Tried to scalp it out heading into 225. I was willing to add and subtract. Didn't have to. We get to 225. We hold above 225. I notice we're a little bit weaker. Then we get to 225.10s. So I get long. I get out, of the trade. That being said, I'm actually leaning short Tesla here now, and I'll tell you why. As Sharif said, below the 9 or 10 EMA, whichever one you choose, they are, we've compared and contrasted, and they're pretty similar. But the thing with Tesla is even though you do have these higher lows on the book and the chart to be sure, you also have lower highs, and we're really struggling with that 225.30. I'm leaning short right now because I think we're below the 9 EMA. I would say the balance, the evidence, is telling me that my verdict on this is a short unless and until we can eclipse 225.30. That being said, with these higher lows, we just made another one here in the book. With these 225 breakdowns, I honestly think if we break up, it could be a massive move. I'm not doing anything with Tesla until I see us get below 224.50 or above 225.30 in a decisive way. That is my verdict on that. Sorry, I had to do it again. But yeah, if you have any stocks you have verdicts on, or you want to know what the Katina Man and Neil's verdicts would be, you get in that chat. Exclamation point join, space, $, whatever ticker you fancy. Maybe it's Google, maybe it's Amazon, maybe it's Microsoft, maybe it's Meta, maybe it's Carvana, maybe you want to go beep beep. With that one and see how that's going, whatever ticker you're interested in, get involved. Before I throw to Sharif, I just saw this comment from Trader Forever. Snow, yikes. So Snowflake, how are you? Is this one getting a little flaky? Let's find out. Shout out to Netflix, as OB calls Netflix. But Snowflake, which, oh, that's yuck. Yeah, I have no words on this chart. My only word is yuck, because unfortunately, just lower highs, lower lows. There's no recovery. There is no safety. This snow is melting to the downside. That's not snow anymore, Sharif. That's water flakes. How are you doing in that?
I took it out, but I have a little bit over here. I'm trying to get, oh God, come on. Yeah, well, that's the DC. I took 25 pennies, but I'm out of the money on the little bit that I have left. I'm trying to defend this area over here. This 418.5 is yesterday's closing print on the soft one. So I've basically taken everything out with like a baby amount, trying to get DCA'd, and there we go. Let's see if we can hold generally that 418 area. So we'll go 417, we'll go 88, and then we'll take out everything. It looks like it will stop me out. If it doesn't hold at these areas, we're long 33s. Let's see if we can get something out at the 50s or generally there. If we can able to get something out there, that would help alleviate some of the tension on this trade. But a break of 418 and a continued move down, that's going to be the end of my trade. Trying to defend this closing print on the soft one, but looking at the future, and the future continues to move down. So that's going to be a bit of trouble for me. As it weasels its way, though, closer to that $50 area. So we'll see if it can catch a little bit of a bid there. I'm also looking at some other names. DRMA just showed up on my scanner there. It's trying to get back into VWAP, but I'm going to try to nurse this Microsoft trade, see if we can wet our beak at around the $50, give or take, and get out of, not get out alive, do well, hopefully, on this trade. So packing my patience on this one. Looking at some other names, I'm seeing Tesla come down. Amazon is all the way down. Amazon's at day low right here. So lots of weakness on the Amazonian right now, but just trying to pack my patience with this MSFT trade, seeing if we can get a little bit here at the $50. We're about 15, 20 pennies out of the money at the moment, now break even, but basically looking for that move up. Get it, Adara. We don't have an ad reader.
That wasn't even a trade. I just jumped because Fabian went in my ear and I was like,
oh, yeah.
But no, I wish I was jumping about a trade. So I continue.
I know. I hear you, Fabian. All right, so there we go. We get out of that trade. So we'll take a bit of a hit there on the Microsoft one. So 1 for 1. Looking for that next trade, but it's a short kind of day. I know everyone was saying they're getting out of their shorts, but right now, personally, I like these shorts on some of these names. Everything down into the right now. Well, in Meg 7 world anyway. Let's flip back to some of the other names we were looking at. CWAN continuing to go, but look at this. EXAS giving back a little bit here. So this was awfully strong. Let's see if it holds up at the 20. That's around 56 bucks. So let's weasel our way over on the EXAS. Which screen was it? There it is. So it's over here. I'm not going to have a resting order at the 20 exponential. It's going to have to prove it's holding up at this level. We do have this area hold right. Oh, there it is. We do have this area hold at 56. So there is price action support to justify a 56 dip trade. However, maybe it doesn't hold up there. Maybe it comes into VWAP at 55.50. So I'd rather just wait a little bit to see exactly what I get to see if this one holds up. But EXAS looks awfully good at these levels with a big move up through 58 bucks. Let's see if we can weasel our way into a trade. What's the spread on it? It's about 10 pennies right now. So yeah, not exactly what you want to see. Actually, it's 20 pennies. I'm seeing 23 on the bid, 42 on the ask. So just about that 20 penny area, but it is holding up at this level. Let's see if we can work our way in. No, we can't. So it's not letting me in, obviously, because of the spread. And there it goes, about like 50 pennies, a little bit higher. So let's see if we can get in a little bit on this one as it continues to go here. Is this the move here for EXAS? Do we get a nice little bounce up? Let's give it the old. Oh, it's not letting me in. It just keeps going up and up and up without me. So, oh, there we go. Now we're filled. We're got 80s long, and now it just comes down a little bit. Let's see if we can de-risk a little bit over here. I'd like to add if we can get into that 56 area again, because it did defend quite well at that 20 exponential. So we'll pack our patience to see if we can get something in and around a bit of a better price there to defend that 56 penny area and the 20 exponential, Adara.
I would love to say I've been doing something other than staring at Tesla for the past few minutes, but I haven't. And that's because Tesla's shaking me up for something, and I'm not letting this off the hook. I said I wanted to see what Tesla did at 224.50s. We get below 224.50s, then we don't drop more. You're not getting, I don't even know if you're getting 20 pennies if you take that 224.50 scalp, and I know as someone who tried to take it. But keeping an eye on that. But right now, as Tesla decides what it would like to be when it grows up, and believe me, we will have more words on that after. First, we're going to have some words for our sponsor, Stonks. Thank you so much to Stonks.com. Do you want a chance to win $1,000 every day? Wouldn't you? I would. Stonks.com is giving out $1,000 daily, and it's actually like super easy to enter. All you have to do is predict the stock price after the earnings report. So today we're looking at Apple. All it takes is 30 seconds to join. Just go to stonks.com, sign up, and hit the make prediction button, and you could potentially win $1,000. It is that simple, okay? Each day you get one free ticket to predict, and if you want more chances, all you got to do is share your referral link and get 5 extra tickets for each sign up. Go to stonks.com, don't miss out, and good luck, best of luck, bon chance there. You could be that little dude on the moon. You could be this little rocket man. Rocket man. All you have to do is just sign up for stonks.com. Tesla, as I was going to say, I thought Tesla was holding interestingly at that 224.30. We were kind of peeling up here towards that 224.50 in a way that reminded me of those like early Nvidia breakouts when we just post-split. So I was thinking it would be a long. Clearly we broke below 30, so I'm incorrect about that. If we come back to 30s retest, I'm taking it short, risking, depending on what I see in the book, and into 50s. But man, Tesla, oh my gosh, Tesla, you want to break 224s? I'll take you short 224s, Tesla. Is that what you want? Oh my God, Tesla, tell me what you want. Okay, we're going to short 224s, Tesla. I don't think I'm going to get filled here. I want to wait and come back for a retest. I thought I'd be able to get into that a little bit more expeditiously. Shout out to T.I. who uses that word so much. And he says it way better because he has a cool like Atlanta accent, and I don't. But yeah, I like this Tesla breakdown. Clearly, I'm not getting involved in it. Happy I didn't watch it though, because you do learn a little bit. Obviously, you learn more from being in the trade, but I think being able to watch the book, the price action, and the movements has been really helpful for me. So I guess I'm doing the Cole Kidman clap. But good luck there. I'm not going to get this short, so I'm going to let Tesla run and wait for what happens here next. Also, shout out here to Chelsea Ashley saying, do you guys have sort of a time limit on trades? I feel like there's sometimes just not enough time for the market to come back to your level. I'm so confused. Yeah, I think valid question. We all trade on different timelines. I don't know if you're asking the chat or us, but I'll answer. I am a scalper. For me, for the most part. Otherwise, I'll have like certain trades for levels that I wanted to hit. So if I'm trading like a CrowdStrike, a Netflix, something that is a little bit spreadier or that has a bit more of a defined trend, I'll give it as much time as it needs to get to those levels. And then if it doesn't, I get out. But generally, I'm a scalper. When I'm in a scalp, like say on Tesla or SPY, that is all I'm looking at. If I'm in two, I'm looking at both of them at the same time. I'm like, eyes on the back of my head and the side of my head. But I don't take my eye off it. My time frame is very contracted. But it really depends here on the type of trader you are, because I think we all do trade a little bit differently. That's my food for thought there. A couple things to nibble on there with that regard. How are you doing over here?
Good. I fat fingered on EXAS, but it may have been the best thing I did. I was trying to actually set up a beak wetter, and I actually got out of the entire position, but it ended up turning down on me, so I'm kind of happy that I did that. I'm not really happy with this position I took on Apple. I'm trying to take a 220 defend, but I've got the wrong idea because everything just keeps going down and to the right, and I don't know why I didn't get stopped out there, but there we go. Everything heading down. Nothing is spared at these levels. It's just short from wherever it touches a 10 exponential. And I just need to wrap my mind around that because nothing is finding a bid on these markets. So we're just going to go ahead and punch short here and basically look to add into these short positions because there's a whole bunch of weakness on this market. So look to add whenever we do get the opportunity into the pops. So we'll see exactly what we can get there on AAPL. I'm also keeping my eye on this Amazon trade because it is coming down quite aggressively. There does seem to be a bit of a bidder, though, at the 417 area on the soft one. So we'll keep tabs on that. I just wet my beak there on Apple a little bit, but I'm going to look to add at that 220 should we come back into 220 again. So much do I like that level that I'm going to go ahead and sit over here to help defend the shorts at that level. So we'll see if we get somewhere up there, look to get a bit of a bigger position. Right now. Lots of different levels getting breached. 500 incoming on Meta. We have exactly 500 right now on META. Not like, it's a new level or anything like that, but there is the possibility that it does find a bit of a bounce here. So spread is, very, obviously there's a lot of spread and right back up to 501 and a quarter, right into that 500 dip, right back into 501. So some buying coming in there. Someone could be a couple of bucks in the money here as this one really shot up. So keep your eye on META as it did get a nice little opportunity there, but we're still in the Apple short. Already wet my beak on some profits, but definitely looking for a little bit more. There does seem to be a buy around the $0.50 with that 51 area having been defended. I'm also seeing a hammer candle come in on Amazon and possibly Meta. Down goes Apple, making a new low of day 46, about 20 pennies in the money on this now. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 43s, was the low of the day. I'm just going to hold on to this one. Let's see if we can print on it a little bit more, but I would have definitely liked a little bit more size. Wow, that's 30 pennies there on Apple. We'll take that one out as that trade is done. Everything bleeding here, guys, except Amazon really finding a bit of a hammer candle off that 185. Sorry, I'm not showing it. Let me bring in the side chart real quick over here. AMZN did go into 185.01 in the same way that kind of Meta went into 500. Both got a little local bounce, but nothing sustained at the moment. Still red candles showing up on both charts, but both have a bit of bottoming tail. Apple continuing to bleed to the downside. Here comes 219. We took it out at 33s. Now it's at 22s. Look at this gnarly red candle. I was trying to defend 220. What was I thinking? Looking at that $10 level. Now that I think about it, obviously having lost on that initial trade, having thought about it, 220 was a level that came in a whole bunch of times recently. It's not like a new level or anything like that where there was going to be a whole bunch of buying. So mistake on my part there, not having been alive to that, but it's basically short anything that comes into the 10 exponential, at least on my look.
Yeah, Tesla was a little bit stronger here. I tried to short off that 293s, but my entry point was got short 220. 280, should have scalped it better, didn't. Ended up losing, getting out of 223.30s there, so losing 50 pennies. Not the vibe, but you know what is the vibe? Is getting back on the saddle, clip, and keeping riding if you see things you like. In this case, Tesla now having this chop and turn around 223s, I was like, maybe it's a long, and you know what? I actually should have waited to exit because look at this. I switched to the 1 minute candle so you guys can see I got out I got out that top we got there because I was looking for 30s. When we kind of had a bit of a bounce at 30s, I got out because, like I said, Tesla today and yesterday with that 30 penny level has been a bit spicy. If we keep rejecting those, these 223s, and every time we've gotten back to 223s since, we've had lower highs, I'm going to start building a position here because, I know that's not normally how I trade Tesla. I want to be cognizant. I want to be listening to that jazz song, see how those notes play out. But if we still seem kind of interesting here at 223s, I owe it to myself to get involved. I'm going to get involved 222.90s to feel good about this trade. We're going to scalp some out if we get to 70s, which has kind of been about. Well, I haven't even gotten in. I appreciate it. I would like to get, once I get in.
I think you're misunderstanding what my get it means.
What does get it mean?
Like,
just get it.
Yeah, not like get in the trade.
I wasn't trying to overdo it. Sorry, I just want to make sure I understood the language properly.
Yeah, there you go. Go get the goal. Exactly. I didn't mean get in the trade. Hurry up, Adair.
No, meant get it, like the profits. Yeah. I was like, because I was like, I can't get it yet. But no, thank you. I do. I know the get it is just a general understanding of woo. Okay, so there we go, Tesla. Yesla. Okay.
Get it.
I don't know. Now I know what it means. So thank you. We're gonna take some out of 81s. I know I said 70s. I don't think I'm gonna get 70s. We're gonna get 81s for part of this position. I am seeing though higher lows here, so I'm gonna probably just scalp out of everything. I know, wow, like a flat position, but I'm like, you know what, Adair, you owe it to yourself. If you see stuff you don't trust, got to get out of Dodge here. We cannot break below 90s. I took 12 pennies. I'll live with that. Does it make up for the hit we took on that first attempt? Not at all. I'm not going to be like it does. But I've learned, I've grown, and I'm happy I took that trade again because you do, when you fall, when the market punches you in the face, when you get shut down because you were not scalping yesterday, you get back up and you keep going and you keep climbing and you keep doing things with the market. And I'm happy I got it where it did because I'm still seeing higher lows in the book. I would not have wanted to be in that short. I would be shaking in my little boots. So happy I got out there. Also, I was eyeing the SPY. My eyes were on the SPY there for a short at 545. So I wasn't able to get failed there. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough. But yeah, I want to show Bears vs. Bulls who asked me in the chat today, like, are your eyes red? And I was kind of confused. I take everything literally. I was like, I don't know, maybe like my contacts have been having, I'm kind of tired. And the Bears vs. Bulls was like, oh no, it's because maybe you need SPY drops.
Oh,
so,
wow, you must have loved
BBB, who is awesome in many ways, and now I've learned can also pun. So shout out to you. And also, BVB has patience as well in the chat, like patience. So that's a good repeated one. CrowdStrike also I'm watching because as the market falls down, CrowdStrike kind of decent around 225. Do I want more confluence? Ooh boy, yes I do. I want to see the balance of the evidence.
Okay.
It's been a really Law and Order button day for me. But let's see what we do here at CrowdStrike. I would like, if we get to 225, I'm interested in around 227s. That might be too much. I would have to probably piece them out at 226s. But look at how CrowdStrike does not want to quit. This is weird. I like this. Crowd, I might be crowding into you for a long, potentially, if you hold 225 decently. Watch out for me. I'm coming. But yeah, what's everyone else looking at over here in the chat? Long Nvidia, let's go, says Isam. Yeah, let's see Nvidia here. Okay, you know what? 112, where the players have been known to dwell, as we've said, kind of coming into a bit of a bottoming tail candle here, and it's also supported by the future. You know what? Shout out to you, Isam. You're actually in the money if you got long here on Nvidia on that bounce. So good for you. You saw it was something you liked. You went for it. Speaking of things we like and going for them, Tesla now looking like it would like to bounce off 223 question mark. So I'm willing to scalp that into 30s. Okay, Tesla, let's go. We're going to be doing that. We're going to try to get some of that bread there or some of that Cybertruck beep beep. So that will be the goal on Tesla because, like I said, that 223 holding. I tried the short twice now, one successful, one not, and I want to see if we can now get this long here as we bounce off 223s. We're going to get the order set for 29s for half the position, then hold a piece for the dream because this is a plan. Right now, the jazz music is telling me we have a little bit of time in that trade as we whiffle and as we waffle. But as you guys know what I'm like. If I see something I don't like, I'll get out earlier. How are you doing as this market does crazy things?
Good. I'm looking at Pfizer. Neil sent me Pfizer. Nice V-shaped recovery there, breaching yesterday's closing print at 30.55. So I said, look, if it really moves up and comes back to test that level, I'm going to get in at that 30.55 level. It's at that right now. So I need proof that it's going to hold up here, and then we'll look to get in for a possible move back up. I could basically, look, in fact, I'm actually going to get in here for it, and I'm going to put the low below the low of this trough over here. So if it breaks 42s, we're gonzino on this trade, so we'll put that bad boy in there. Let me just load up my side. Okay, yeah, I have a lot of share size on Pfizer, so I'm going to have to get out. That was a mistake. That was obviously a fat finger there. That was about 10 times the size that I wanted to take. So we'll look to get out there and then get right back in. So here we go. Yes, I like this level. Let's go again into this, and then we'll look to get out if it breaches 41s. So that's what we'll do there, and then we'll put that in. Sorry, guys, I had to take you through that ride. So I'm looking to defend this level here on PFE. If it breaks this crest over, or sorry, trough over here, that's the end of the trade. I've also got a couple of different trades. You can't see them on, but I'm looking for a 57 break of EXAS. If it continues above that 57 area, it had a whole lot of trouble with it initially. It breached it, then it right back down. So if we get a breach of 57, I'm going to look to go long on EXAS. But now we are also making lower highs and lower lows. So I'm also looking short. This 55 and 70, sorry, 55, 75 also looks quite interesting to me at that area. So if we get a break of that level, I'll be very interested to get shorts. And it's not a pay for shorts type of situation here for EXAS. I was able to test to see I was able to get shorts there. So I'm ready for that one. But it looks as if Pfizer is doing the dance with the $0.50 for breaks below 41. That's going to be the end of my trade. Watching Meta move up $7 here off that 500 touch.
Wow.
And it literally did move up $7, and it literally did touch 500. There does seem to be resistance at this 508 level where we crested out last time. Doing a 507 touch right now and having issues with 507. So we'll see if this one can breach it, or does it reject a little bit lower than the previous high, which we know was 508. Right now, if I had to take my guess, just based on the Mag 7's price action, it seems like a bit of a short. And right now, it is zigging and zagging. Already $1 below that 507 is a breach, is 505. So all sorts of weakness, despite the fact that it's up 6.5%. Nothing really to say about that. Continuing to watch Pfizer. We're 2 pennies, out of the money. Continuing to watch EXAS. It's not choosing which direction it wants to go. It's not taking 57. It's not dropping below 55 3/4. So no trades on for me at the moment on this one as I wait for my levels to come in. Looking at the side chart, not seeing a whole lot here. To be honest with you, everything really down into the right of there.
Yeah, Tesla. We got our Tesla. Okay, I want to talk about this because this was very much a jazz piano type trade. So I actually said I know I don't normally like overstaying my welcome in these, but I've been watching this Tesla book for long enough that I felt okay with taking a little bit. I was okay with adding. So I initially got in here 223.04s, had enough where I was able to piece stuff out. I knew that going into it. I was going to take part in it at 223.30s. We didn't get there quickly enough for my taste. I got out at 223.22s. Cool. Took some profit. Fine, whatever. Then we got to 223.40s, which is higher than we got last time. Or at least, like I said, I've been using that 30 penny level, right? So I like that we got above there. We came back down, though, and then we held higher lows. I added to the position at 14s. And so I had the average price of 223.08s, and then we get below. And I said, Adara, if we bounce again at 223s, you get out with whatever bounce you have, and you run screaming for the hills. Took 10 pennies on the average position. Happy I got it where I did, though, because now Tesla's breaking new lows. That's what I mean by trusting yourself, trusting the book, trusting the tape, having confidence, having confidence. Shout out to Darwin for that one, which I just get a kick out of. But Tesla, I mean, man, Tesla, you think you're done with me? Like, if you come back to 222.50 and you reject, somebody is getting involved, and that somebody is the person you're looking at right now, Tesla and the audience. I like that wow sound. That being said, Tesla trying to come back here. We'll see what we do at 223s. Happy with this trade. I like this comment from Mark Knight. I don't understand trying to scalp pennies on long on a stock going down. I think that's valid, but I think you have to figure out what works best for you, right? And I think for myself, I found even yesterday, like I said, got shut down. My best trades yesterday were counter trend trades on Tesla. Like we were going up and I'd short it. And because it's like, if you're confident in the book, and I want to clarify, I'm not taking flyers. I don't feel like I'm taking flyers because I've been watching the book for long enough that I see stuff I like. Tesla did have some support at 223 in the book. I knew what I was getting into. I had the short I was looking at earlier too, right? So I think to each their own. I just wanted to address that comment because what I love about this community is it makes you think. You're like, oh, like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? But, like I said, there's stuff in the book I liked, and it's worked out for me. Like, honestly, my biggest L on Tesla was trying to take the, quote, trend trade, which was going short as we were going to the downside. So
isn't that interesting?
That's my take on, right? I think
and I don't really understand what the difference is if you take 10 shares and take $1, or you take 100 shares and you take 10 cents.
I took more shares with this, yeah.
I mean, isn't the money the same?
Yeah, it all spends the same.
I don't get
No,
it.
I'm not trying to be, I just saw that and I was like, I wanted to address that because I think it's interesting. And I think when you have the opportunity like we do to talk about why you're doing things, I think you learn more about your style. Also, Tesla's absolutely reversing, trying to hold on to 223 here, in my opinion. Look at these wicks down here. Then we come back to 223. If we can get decisively above 223.40s, which was our last issue we struggled with on the book, that'll be super, super interesting to me. I'm not getting involved yet, but I wanted to address that comment. I think it really depends on each person and each person's style. So, yeah, there we go. It worked out for me. I'm happy I took that trade. SPY trying to climb higher here, still rejecting the 90 EMA. We'll see if I need some SPY drops as we get to 545, which is a level I happen to enjoy. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm still in Pfizer, and I'm looking at getting into the soft one here as it weasels its way back up like many of the other Mag 7 names, but all of them, without exception, are below, well, Meta, the only exception, excuse me. I misspoke. They're all below the 10 exponential on the 5. And so that's good news for me as I'm looking for weakness. So we'll look to get in on the soft one over here and defend said level. So we're short, where are we short? 87s. So we'll look to defend up to 418.50. I'm going to put my beak wetters already. Let's set them up if we can. And I'll look to defend into around over here. So we'll put 418. Yeah, there we go. And we'll look to cover if it does weasel its way up into that level, but I will be looking to add at around 418. Let's go like that. So then we're set up there. Let's have a look at Pfizer, still at the $0.50. Not a whole lot going on with Pfizer at these levels, but defending that general $0.50. I've already got my stop in place on that one. So we'll keep tabs on that. Looking to see if I can get filled here on the softie around 33. We're going to look to defend that $0.50 level. A couple of topping tails went into the $0.50, but ultimately looking for the topping tails to come back down a little bit and reject the level. So keeping an eye on Microsoft. Microsoft's just like break even on the day, but it is at the break even level from yesterday. So I'm trying to use that level as resistance, even though, you know, it did show itself today as support, by the way, in the morning open. So it does dip into that 418 and a third and then reject. So we'll see if we can get something there. We got 08s now, so we'll look to wet our beak at around right over here, see if we can get something just a little bit below that 418 area, obviously with the ultimate stop above the $0.50. Let's see what else has happened. We're getting a 220 rejection here, it looks like, on Apple. Let's load up Apple super quick. We didn't definitely hold up on Apple at 220. We broke it quite aggressively, and now we're right back into that 220 area and putting more red candles here as we come to reject that level. So Apple reports after the bell tonight. So, you know, I was wondering why Apple was getting bought up so aggressively overnight yesterday and again this morning. And then, yeah, ended up selling off quite aggressively. Bang on softy. So now we're about 25 pennies in the money or so. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 417.50 is where I'm waiting for the next one. So that'd be about 75 pennies if we can wet our beak around there. But it's still doing the dance with no pants around 418.35 because that is the closing print. So we're getting a little bit of weakness here. Let's see if we can get some 70 prints. We're getting the low 80s there. We got some 70s. Now if we can weasel into the 50s, well, I'll just be pleased as punch. But we are not at the moment. So I'm going to have to pack my patience on said softy trade there. And bang, we took another piece there, Dara, for a 60 penny win. Let's see if we can get some more. Let's go, soft one. I'm still waiting over here. Yeah, punk. So we'll look to hang out Adara in the low 40s now that we de-risked in the 60s, excuse me, rather than the 50s. So we'll see if we can get something there, but it continuing to move up higher, nicely in the money on the soft one at the moment. Couple of topping tail candles showing up on Apple. You're seeing it on Softy. You're seeing it on Meta. You're seeing it come down, Softy. I'm waiting, baby. Come down through that $0.50. It was almost $1 there in the money. So I was pleased as punch about this one. It was a bigger position, mind you, because I got a couple of beak wetters and I still have some. So packing my patience on this one. Let's see if we can print a little bit more to the downside of there.
Yeah, so I'm just like cheering you on there.
Oh, I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't think you're egging me on or anything like that.
I'm like, go softy.
Yeah.
I really want to.
Don't think I forgot that you egged on Ram yesterday to put me on blast. I didn't forget about that, Adara.
I didn't. Okay, what happened was she had put you on blast, and then I said, go ahead, put him on blast.
Put that man on blast. You said. I heard you.
I did.
Yeah.
It was a post event egging on.
Fair.
Which
there.
Eggnog feels also very apt for
It is, yeah, because I'm always harassing Ram.
But also,
I
you're
just
always
didn't hear
eating eggs.
bang. Oh,
That's why, yeah.
There you go. All right, we just took everything out on Softy. I just took $1 on Softy, so that's my best trade of the week. I'm happy with that. What are you doing?
Okay, I mean, shout out. Yeah, that's tell back to follow there. I want to shout out Sharif's awesome trade.
You,
Okay,
Dara.
SPY. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, SPY. Okay, we're going to take out, if we get to 56, I'm going to take out part of this position. I take this trade with a bit of hesitance. I tried to go long here at the SPY, and I stand by that. I said I want to see what we did at 545s. We were actually kind of bouncing, making higher lows. I liked the way we were looking to curl up into the 90 MA. So I said, cool, let's try to take that long. The long did not work out. So I said, let's try to take the 545 short. I missed it. We get down here, and then we were trying to make lower highs. Now, that being said, we are holding this 81 level in a way that I'm like, we could bounce here too. I'm being cognizant of that. Like I said, 545 will still be the level I'm watching, what we do at that whole dollar level. Right now, though, I'm in this short still because I still like that coil to the downside. I'm not seeing a lot of strength. I think whatever bounce we did have is a skosh anemic. I will feel better once I take some profit. Like I said, I'm trying to go for 55s. But SPY, I mean, if you're not going to give me 55s, I got to play some jazz piano with you. I'll get out early. That is not a problem at all. Okay, we're out of 2/3 of the position. I know 10 pennies in the money. Like I know I'm getting excited about smaller wins here, but the whole point is process and it's progress.
Absolutely.
And I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be upset because profit was taken because I learned something. Do you know what I mean? So let's see here. SPY bouncing here off the 60s areas in a way don't like. Let's see if I can get filled and just get out at 67s. If not, I'll get out wherever I need to get out because that is the thing with these markets. Like I said, I have a general plan, but the real plan is going to come when I'm in the moment, when I see what's happening, when the spotlights are on, you've got your piano in front of you and you play. I'm going to keep using this analogy because I found it helpful. Got out flat for the rest of the position. We were clearly gliding higher and I didn't like it, but happy I took some profit there. And did I not get filled? Did I get filled? I can't tell. Yes, I did. Okay, we're all good there. Please just punch. I think I had I had to make sure I had my order canceled because I was like, I don't want to go long here.
Yeah, I don't really.
But great look. And right now, if you want an even better look at the markets and lessons and learning, we got Neil, and he's got a lesson of the day.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. Go short. I'm going to take this mic off. We're done.
It's on your
Here.
Microsoft.
No, actually, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I want to get at. But everything's about nuance, and you can have a lot of ideas that you like. I came in today. There were a lot of stocks that were down like over 10% that I felt like were breakdown trades, and we're going to give you some pretty good opportunities to the downside if you're with it. I'll get to Moderna, but the first one I was just talking about this. I was messaging back and forth with Obi about the nature of you can like a short the pop situation, but execution is everything. So I'm going to go over Teladoc. Why? Because it didn't work. I mean, Moderna ended up working. This one didn't. And I think the answer is an obvious why. You have seen this time and time again the last few weeks where if I see something I want to pop and fade and it is parabolic up, let me set the stage here. Okay, Teladoc bad earnings. Teladoc downward on the daily chart. So you kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, well, as long as we're underneath like $9 in that fresh bottom, I'm looking for the short. I do prefer it. So let's see what happens. At the open, you're breaking out, and I just sort of short level instead of short the trend break. If something is going counter trend, if something is super, super strong to the upside or downside if you're trying to catch a falling bid, you've got to have a more nuanced entry than just a round number, unless it's obvious. Like if I could have somehow picked this top at 875, fair. But doing it at 850 when it went this far, and I'm trying to do it off of that level, that doesn't make any sense. It gives me a good opportunity, great. Why am I reloading there? There's no reason to reload that. Why? Because at the moment I decided I wanted to reload the same short that worked, it had presented me with a trend that was clear. There is the opening range trend clear as all day, and I'm reloading it at the point that it's holding that trend line. I mean, come on. And look what happens when it breaks the trend line. Breaks the trend line right at $9, fails a 9 break, and pulls right back into VWAP. It's about being patient, everybody. That's the example. Have multiple ways to execute a trade. You can want to short a pop in a general sense in front of a general area, but execution matters. Sometimes on a parabolic mover, I want the trend break when established. Never re-enter if it's short, if it's holding the trend down. Only enter back in if it reverses the trend. Yes, we short the level there and it works. The second time through, it's got a trend break. The other one, I think, just has to do with being aggressive. Be aggressive. I wasn't aggressive enough with Moderna. I loved Moderna probably more than all of the other shorts because of that $100 level. Just to lay of the land, oh my goodness, that smells so good. Sean is here with the brisket. First of all, the extended lesson of the day is how ridiculously good this smells right now. I'm not even playing around. Like, are you kidding me?
It's kind of raining too. No.
Wow. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. Oh yeah, we don't know.
Dara's got the mac and cheese.
Starting to rain, but I think it might have been worth it. There we go.
Barbecue sauce and everything.
It's like $20 for a thing of meat like this, so hopefully it's good. Put it on top of the salad.
Hopefully it's good.
Are you doing your lesson of the day?
Yeah, this lesson of the day.
Oops.
No, we'll get back to it in a second. No, dude, all I could do was smell how great this is. No, I stopped it anyways. I want everyone to see this. Hold on a second. No, hold on, everybody. There you go.
You owe me a service fee now, bro.
Look at this. You got the sauce. We got everything going on here. I'm gonna probably need like a plate and fork. I didn't realize. Yeah. So
I didn't expect you to open it, man. I was just bringing it. I wasn't even.
What? Gotta show everybody. What are we gonna do here? We gotta keep it real. We gotta show everybody what's going on. Okay. Where was I? Oh yeah, Moderna. Stay aggressive. Sorry guys. I mean, you have no idea how good it smells. Trust me. If you were here, you would have stopped.
How good that looks.
Dude, you would have stopped too. I'm just saying. Like, you're gonna lose your focus when ish smells that good. Okay, so Moderna, stay aggressive. It was a great short, underneath 100, all that good stuff. Then we observed something pretty obvious, and this is where you got to clue in. At $95 here, yeah, now you're just going to keep doing this. There was an all-world buyer at 95. So I got out of the original short. Then this happened. There was a forever buyer at 101. And when I see this and I like the short, I'm only thinking about one thing. Sometimes you want to go long. Thanks, Patrick. Patrick just hears that we're asking for a fork and a plate, and then he just goes and gets it for both of us. Like, that's how nice a guy Patrick is. Trust me, when we tell you how great Big Patty Ice is, believe me, super, super awesome guy. Like, it's just, and Yannick, all the guys in the back, they're so really thoughtful, man. When this broke 100 on support, I knew I was going to short it because I'm favoring shorts. I got stopped out the first time, it broke the bottom, did not hold. And then the second time through, I just did not stay aggressive enough with it. I probably could have continued to try to grab this in through 100. I don't get it to 99. When we finished the morning show, I had to go to the bathroom. I got up from my desk. And then, of course, it goes right back into VWAP. But when you talk about being aggressive, I needed this fill. I needed to be in that short. This is the first short that I wanted.
Yeah,
it's the short I like the most. And when it was at its absolute best, I kind of gave up on it till it gave me the VWAP. Right, that's the next trade. This was that first opportunity. And I'm going to give you just one more example for this as well. Here, what does that look like? So remember I talked about when something broke trend? Now this is different because it was a flat bottom. But this is now losing the trend line into that break. If you give it a tighter trend, I mean, obviously you could also go with a trend line like this, which also gives you a pretty good entry point. But I like the second one where you have both points off of the open. And if you're talking about something which is going to be SSR, just get rid of that line for you, which is going to be SSR and which is bouncing up, if you like the short, be willing to wait for confirmation, not pick a top, be involved when it loses the trend. Why? Because anybody going long in here, they don't want to be still in this when it loses the second time. Not when it's lost the trend. It's not breaking out the top. Yeah, it's a bull flag and all that good stuff, but it's still this stock. It's still this stock, right? So at the end of the day, people that are long are looking for places to take that profit. Join the move. Be willing to join the move, not be the one that has to turn it all the way around. And I could apply all of that to trying to pick up a bottom. It just so happens today that it was the shorts that I wasn't quite aggressive enough with and missed a couple of entry points on. So there's your lesson of the day. You can like the direction all you want, but if it's popping up into a short area, you've got to have multiple execution plans. And if it's stronger than expected, then you've got to be able to pivot to a different execution. For anyone watching, I basically have a tight trail on Moderna into this. See this chop? It breaks up, I'm out, it breaks down, I'm looking low of the day. Now we got plates, we got the brisket. Yeah, let's move back to the midday so I can eat. Thanks, Sean. This looks so good.
Aw. All right, well, I didn't get a brisket. I didn't get any ice cream. I didn't get anything, so it's all good there. Yeah, we did a couple of good trades while we were away. So this one over here on EXAS took the bigger portion out A nice, like about 40 penny, not 40 penny, about 30 penny move. Goss stopped out for a 15 penny loser on the way down on the remaining amount, which was less than the initial amount. So finally got in a trade on this one. But to be honest with you, I'm really kind of not happy with how I fumbled it because I ended up getting stopped out bottom freaking wick. So that's damn annoying. I would have wanted to have that $half print, but that's just the way that one goes. So no crying in trading, like there's no crying in baseball. Do you ever watch League of Their Own?
No, but I've seen
very good movie. Very good movie. I'm not really a big fan of the remake, but neither. I'm not really a fan of. Yeah.
You're in the majority there.
Yeah, the original one was good with like Madonna and all those people.
Yeah.
350, 3050 is where I'm looking right now. Still on Pfizer, nothing doing there. Really holding the $0.50. I'm not getting stopped out, nor am I taking profit. So not a whole lot to report to you on that one. But I'm not going to get out of the trade because the trade is still not invalid. The dead one is coming back down again, and the dead one is as dead as it can be today from I guess a negative perspective because it just keeps rejecting 220 over and over and over. I think we stay very sell focused, very bear focused on Apple until earnings. I did read a little bit about the expectations. Analysts are waiting for this. Apparently, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but what's being written right now amongst the analysts is that Apple beats expectations as a result of the cuts that they made to their iPhones in China, boosting sales despite the fact that they are no longer top 5 or top 6 or something like that. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, basically guessing right now as to what it is. Jay Lee, it is time to go long stocks. Is it time to go long stocks, Elliot, or are we going to recover after hours again like last time? Yeah, that was a hell of a recovery yesterday, Jay. That was insane. I was at home watching that on my on the desk and at work at the desk, and it just kept going up and up and up, and I had no idea what was going on. I even told the Katina man when I came into it, I'm like, I watched this thing go up to 19.7, and right now we're about 500 points below that. Zigging and zagging is the NQ. Anyway, let's have a look at semis. See what it's a foot right now in semi world. These are a chart of all the semis right here on my list. Nvidia, AMD, TSM, Intel, Micron, AMAT, SMC. I'll change some of these. These are older, but you can still see a decided trend with all these names down and to the right. Some of them coming into key areas, key moving averages, excuse me. Some of them are not even close. So we'll keep an eye on these ones, but I'm not going to go long on the semis just quite yet. Oh, CrowdStrike's at VWAP. Okay, that's interesting. So now I have
that too.
Yeah, good call, Adara. I need to look at that. So let's pull up CRWD on the NQ and see what's good over here. So the deal is we're at 227.5 to a third. Okay, and we're at the volume weighted average price. 228 is the high there. Here we go. We're right back into that 227.5, 227 2/3. You're going to have to give this like $1, I feel. If you get in here, maybe above 228, actually. So like 50 cents or thereabouts. What do we do here on Crowd? What do we do on Crowd? Yeah.
How do you solve a problem like
Maria?
CrowdStrike? I just know you know that musical, and I was like, wow.
Love it. I'm short, Crowd. What do you do when I have to put in my my stops?
Shout out to you. I am back in the SPY. I had some SPY moments while we were off camera. I literally said to Sharif, I was like, I wanted to go to the washroom, but then SPY did SPY things, so I did. Well, eventually did. Not the point. So I had this long here, took 50 pennies on the final third of the position, 15 with the first 2/3, but I don't love this first long I took here off the 40s. I think my entry point, I should have waited to see what we did at 45s, or 45.20s. We bounced those, so I liked it. I said, whatever, go long, stay long. Then, though, I tried to go long again here, and I will say I waited for the retest of 546, so I'm okay with that. Then we kind of dipped decisively below 546. I got it. So I think my entry point, ironically, was better in the losing trade than it was in the winning trade. Now we're time for this trade where we're almost 50 pennies in the money with the final third. I did want to add here, if we bounced off 70s, I don't think we're going to get that bounce, but man, I'm willing to just chill here with you, SPY. SPY, if you go back up and you bounce again 546, I'm going to stay in this trade. I have no qualms. I have some qualms as a SPY. I'm mostly qualmless here, 60 pennies in the money in the S&P 500. I took this trade because, like I said, I liked that 545.30 level. That to me was a decision point. I tried to take it a couple different directions, a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag. Then I noticed that we were kind of bouncing off, and initially I was like, oh, Adara, your entry point should have been 540. 530s, but it's like, no, Adara, now you can risk into 540, 530s, knowing that that's the area. If we break below, you don't want to be there anymore. So it ended up working out. Currently trying to get 70 pennies here on that S&P 500. I am really proud of this trade. I'm proud of myself for sticking with it. If we cannot decisively break above 546.20s, things might get dicey, but this is a really small position. I'm willing to let it ride here because, you know, like Neil said, you want to have small positions go against you, but this isn't the money. Until I see something in the book I don't like, I'm going to chill in this buy. I cannot believe I'm saying these words. Good times. Kazra OW saying Tesla short, Adara short Tesla right now. Let's take a look here at T to the SLA. Like I said, Tesla, I'm always going to take short base in the book. Kazra. I see what you mean in that we're at 224. That was a clear area of support earlier. Could be resistance. If I see something in the book that suggests a short, I'll get short there. Right now, 90 pennies on the SPY. Let's see if we can get to 546.50s. I don't think I need to stay and please this punch, but I am. We're curling back a little bit here now, though, so I'm going to take 83 pennies on the SPY. Really happy with that trade. I think I might still be down on that name because, like I said, that was a smaller position because I pieced some of it out, but really happy with how that went. And if you have any tickers you're looking at that you're excited about,
we forgot to do
don't
that.
get rinsed. Right. Don't do that. Wet beak. That's still the wrong animation, Adara. There we go. 3 times the charm. If you have any tickers you're looking at, exclamation point, join space, dollar sign, whatever ticker you're interested in. Maybe it's CrowdStrike. Maybe it's the SPY. Maybe it's EWIM. Maybe you want to hear about what Starbucks did on day 2 earnings. I don't know why I said that. Actually, I have a Starbucks next. That's probably why. But whatever ticker it is, get involved, guys. Shout out to Kazrao, though. Shout out to Chelsea. Ashley, looks like you're also short here in Tesla. I would like to see what we do here as we get below the 90 EMA. And with the book, happy to go to the SPY where I did too, because it cannot. It's struggling a little bit here with 546.30s. How are you doing?
Good. I just wet my beak on some profits on Pfizer, so that stopped lulling me to sleep. Happy that I didn't take this one out. So good trade right now on Pfizer, but the CrowdStrike back in the money on this one. All right, let's see if it can dip down. It's zigging and zagging. We were just in the money. Now we're out of the money again. My stop is where it is. I'm just, I want to put it a little bit higher. I just don't want to get rinsed. That's the thing. It's requiring me to put it higher based on previous areas of technical resistance, but that technical resistance doesn't jive with my risk. So we're gonna let this trade unfold and see what we get, and we will not get upset. So I'm just watching it. The reason I'm in CrowdStrike, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, it's at VWAP. It's rejected VWAP multiple times. Doesn't mean it's going to reject it again. So we could absolutely get rinsed on this one. So we'll see. We're nicely in the money here on PFE as it continues to move up. Not really, it's not parabolic by any nature. I'm looking to see whether it can breach that 68 penny area because that's where it topped out there last time. So all eyes on that. Apple, though, was a really interesting short off 220. It did give you that breach into 220.20, but that was in an even better area because look where the area of technical support was. Flips to resistance, that 220.20. So even though that 220 in itself obviously is the area a lot of people are looking at, the $10 area, the whole dollar area, yada, yada, yada. The actual price area support, now resistance, was 220.20. So whoever took that, good on you. I didn't have eyes on that and probably lamenting that now. Still in PFE, still in this crowd short as it continues to kind of hold up at these areas, still lower highs, to be quite honest. So here we go. Let's see if we can move down a little bit. We're showing 25s on the bid. I'm short 36s. If we can drop a little bit over here, I'm looking to wet my beak into 27s or thereabouts. But, the movement on CrowdStrike is just going to have to pack your patience. Elon, hi, Sharif. I'm still in PFE, $30 long in my long-term portfolio, happy trading by the dip. Elon, my man, I yapped about this not all of yesterday. I am a fan of Pfizer. My father is a pharmacist, okay, and we've been in the pharmacy game for many, many years. I've been around this manufacturer for as long as I can remember, and every time you think they're out, they come with something. All right, whether it's Cithromax, whether it's Lipitor, or whether it's Viagra, whatever, they seem to be able to have a good product pipeline, so I'm not betting as bang on CrowdStrike. We take 40 pennies right there, baby.
You struck it.
Let's go down, CrowdStrike. Get your rear end lower. I want more money, right? So let's go. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm yelling.
I like that.
All right, so we rejected the volume weighted average price, guys. That was the reason I got into CrowdStrike. It's not a secret. Now we're at almost $1 in the money, Adara, on the striked one. Let's go down a little bit. We're printing 57s. I've got 36s. If we can drop a little bit more, I'm going to hit flatten. Oh, baby, it's Thursday, but it doesn't feel like it.
It really doesn't, and you look stricken with joy, might I say, on your trade. So I'm pleased as punch for you. I am in Apple. I'm short Apple. Apple's not a stock that I trade a lot, just because it's what I feel like I struggle to have a read on sometimes. But I did get involved here because I was... I'm just going to get my, there, okay. So I got involved because look at all these topping tail candles here. We're below the 90 EMA. We're near that 220 area. I said, yeah, sure, let's get short. Now, I had a bit of a larger position in this, and this is, I think, something that's got me in the past with Apple. I give it a little bit too much size because I got used to it being a dead one where you could just kind of like scalp it and out. It's not that child anymore. It's a very different individual. It has grown up. But I took that short. Basically was almost immediately able to get 15 pennies in the money here. I took that area because I like where we had all these wicks down into. I think if we break below that, thought it was a good look. We got as low as 30 pennies in the money. I should have scalped out some more there, but I was like, and I didn't see anything in the book to tell me like leave immediately. So I decided to add it. I'm going to continue piecing this in and out unless I see a distinct change in the trend. I know I said I was looking less for like whole dollar levels on these Mag 7 stocks, but this is one that I have a plan for, and I'm still scalping it, so I feel better about it. It wasn't like yesterday with Amazon where I was waiting for levels that honestly were probably never going to come, and when they did come, I wasn't scalping. So you have to scalp. You have to trust yourself. If you see yourself as a scalper, this is one thing Neil and I were talking about yesterday in the market recap that I want to shout him out about. It's like if you're a scalper, scalp. If you like those like longer like station to station moves, as Neil was saying, that's the type of trader he is. You got to do those. I took some other money there on Apple, so pleased as dang punch. Woo! If we can't break decisively below 50s, I might just get out here, guys. Like I said, still a scalper at heart. Let's see the Qs are poised to break lower. Okay. I'm cool staying with you, Apple. I'm not going to add into this. I have no reason to now. I have a decent enough size that I could have a couple pieces here, but I'd rather just take everything out. You know what? We're going back to 50s. Let's get out 20 pennies in the money. I can live with that. Okay. Thank you. I'm pleased as punch. Let's go. Adham Abu Sahel, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Sharif, my man. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to you.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know. I didn't see that. Okay. Fubo. Yes, absolutely. We'll have a look at that for you. No problem. Thank you, Edhem. He says, Sharif, my man, can you give us a quick look at Fubo? I listened to the show in the background at work. Shout out to you. I can tell you that they take my money from August until May. And then after May, they don't see my money until August. Why, you ask? Because of the Prem. Anybody who knows anything about the Prem knows. All right, Fabian, we're going to show them Fubo. All right, we're going to start off on the daily to see what the sitch is. All right, so it's not a good look. Look, I got to tell you, Edhem, Fubo in Canada has exclusive rights to the Prem. So anybody who wants to watch the Prem in Canada either has to get IPTV illegally or they got to get Fubo. So you're going to have to take your pick. But it's only Canada that they have that exclusivity. And I got to tell you, Adam, from a user perspective, I don't like it. I'm not saying it's not a good stock. I'm just saying from a user's perspective, I don't like it. Why? Because they're throwing all these channels at me that I don't want. There's all this bloatware with Fubo. It's like all I want is like kind of like the necessities that you get with DAZN. They're giving me like channels that I can get on my cable. Anyway, I just personally don't like it. I'm forced to use it because of the Prem. Now, chart-wise, it doesn't look that much better, Adam. I mean, like, look at this. Let's zoom in a little bit and figure out what the situation is. So the low here, local low, it's been defending $1, fantastic. So if you're gonna buy this, near $1 would be great. It defended the dollar back in March and April of last year. This time around, it didn't quite make it down into $1 lately, but very much around there, $1.10, $1.15. It's still south of $2 and has been, Adam, since when was that? Basically March of this year, the last time it was above $2. So moving in here, look, we just took the 50 exponential on the 5. Prior to that, we had been rejecting the 50. That March rejection is telling that May rejection as well. Then we got another one mid-May. And now we're above the 50 and holding the 50 now as support. I like that. So what the area of previous technical resistance, let's call it $1.33 here on the daily, has now flipped to support. So I guess that's step one for the recovery. But there's all sorts of selling at them at that $1.50. You can see that given the umpteen amount of topping tail candles that go through a $1.50 with not one closing print in this particular area over here of cluster of candles that closes above $1.50. Even this one, the outlier over here, the closing print was, you guessed it, $1.49. So there's all sorts of pressure keeping this one below $1.50. It's held $1. Then it was rejecting $1.33. Now we're $1.50. So I like seeing that. That's good. But when you look at the overall major trend, it's not very good. So what I'd say to you is look for that $1.50 hold. That break above $1.50, it closes there and it defends it the next day in the same way that it closed here above $1.33 and then defended it every single time on a closing basis. Look for that $1.50 break and take, and let me know how it goes. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the platform, and I've personally used it, so I can spit up a storm on this, Adair.
Thank you for dropping that hotline. Yeah. I did get here. Sorry, my brain. I got 22 pennies out of Tesla there to get to that new low of day. I still have a piece for the dream. My plan for this trade was basically, I want to shout out Kazrao because he did call that 224 short, and I said, well, you know, I kind of want to wait and see what happens. It wasn't one that I wanted to get involved in, just the way that I trade, at least until I had levels I liked in the book. But look at that, like I said at the time too, this 224 was gorgeous because it was a clear resistance support flip. We got that resistance. It came in hot and it came in heavy. I saw us get here to that previous area of support there, that 220, 250. I watched what we did in the book. We got a little bit below, 10 pennies below 50s. We couldn't hold it. We dropped back below. I got short. I took out half the position at just above that previous low of day. The low of the day at the time was 220, 227. I got out 220, 229. I'm not adding to this position right now. I'm just going to let this ride if we continue to push to the downside. But it's been a fun little day for these shorts. What I love too about being here, about being in this community, about being able to speak in front of it. Because I feel like when you're trying to speak and understand why you're taking the trades, when you're speaking it out loud, I actually think it helps me understand the position and my impetus better, because you have to essentially be able to, if not justify, explain. Like, this is why I'm doing this. This is where I'm doing this. Sean does it with his sticky note. And Sean and Neil do it every single day when they speak in front of you. And I feel like when you have to speak about it in some ways, when you say it out loud, you're really like confirming it in your brain. You're hearing it. You're understanding it being said. And I think you understand it a little bit deeper on a cognitive level. Also, make sure you get in that chat. Vote for whatever tickers you're looking for. Maybe you want to hear about Amazon, which I know Sean was short on. Maybe you want to hear about, still short. Shout out to Sean, still short Amazon. Meta, maybe you want to hear about Meta and that awesome, over $10, $12 trade on Meta. So whatever ticker you're interested in, get in that chat, guys. Make sure your voice is heard. Tesla grinding, trying to grind lower here. If we reject off 30s, I'm cool staying in this trade. And yes, we did get that rejection off 30s. I would love to see a 222 break, but I'm not going to ignore signs just to get that 222 break, because that'd be kind of weird. If I see stuff I don't like, I will just leave here. But please just punch happy. I stuck with this trade a little bit. Still, I would argue scalpy to some extent, but a bit of a different strategy for me as we break lower on these here markets. I'm also watching the SPY back at that 545 level that I've been waxing poetic about. Like I said, I've noticed the SPY at whole dollar levels has been really fun to play with. Currently at 544.70. So if we get to 545, have a chop, have a churn, and have a drop, I'm very interested in that. Tesla, I don't like us being unable to break out there. So I got out there 42 pennies in the money. Of course, we could break below 222, but I'd rather start that as a fresh trade and take the profit from that first trade. What's the news in this fall, says Lasmel Melendez. We were not 100% sure. We did see some news again coming earlier today. Also happy I got out of Tesla where I did, because what a bounce at 222s. But also, we did have that news earlier today. Axios reporting that Netanyahu is set to talk with Biden about escalating tension in the Middle East. We had the leader of Hezbollah saying that Israel has unwittingly had entered a new phase of the battle, and they crossed red lines when they struck Tehran and Beirut. So basically, again, just to clarify, some ongoing Middle Eastern tensions heating up there with Hezbollah and Israel. That was the news, but that came out a little bit before that drop. Also, Tesla, massive bounce here at 222. Market, big bounce here. Bit of a trampoline action for this market. Oh, Qs. I wasn't even looking at you, Qs, but Qs. Do you want to come to the area of support here? 463. If you want to reject 463, somebody shortened the Qs, the TQs, not the Qs. But also, oh my gosh, SPY's up 545. Do I want to take two futures for the price of one? Do I? Do I really, Sharif? I don't know. Okay, I do. I'm definitely taking my SPY, because the SPY is coming into my area. That is for darn sure. We're going to try to get 95s. Heck yeah, let's see what we do here on these Qs. Sorry guys, I'm just so excited because this market has been so exciting, and this has been an awesome time. Kaz saying, Adara calling it now. Tesla price at end of day 113.64. Do you mean 213.64? I'd be guessing.
hope so.
Yeah, I want to say though, Drew and I both noticed some weird resistance there with Tesla at the 220. Or sorry, support for Tesla at 220. Last time it broke down, it bounced right at 220. So be aware of that. In the money a little bit here on my SPY. Going to take some profits out at 75s if we come back to that area and we whiffle and we waffle. Please, Des Punch, this has been a fun little day for shorting those pops. Tesla back at 222, so if that comes into rejection, I'm going to short that. What a fun day. I hope you guys have been having as much fun of these markets as we have, because this has been so exciting. I want to shout out again your CrowdStrike short, because you called the levels on that perfectly. That thing made higher. It's technically still trying to make higher lows, but you got that short off VWAP beautifully.
Appreciate
so I want to shout you out.
Appreciate you, man. All right, let's get to the lesson of the day. Sorry, guys, I'm missing one slide, so the last slide I'm going to have to use my notes. We are talking about gap filling. Yesterday, we talked about measuring gaps and what they could tell us about the subsequent price action and support and resistance. Today, we're going to talk about the filling of gaps after they actually manifest on the chart. So traders, today we delve into the phenomenon, something like a phenomenon. Do you know that one by Lady Lover Cool J?
No, I don't know Cool J, but I don't know that song.
She doesn't know phenomenon. Well, Adara always punching outside her weight class. I'm sure she'll know all about it by the end of the week. While not every gap gets filled, understanding the concept is crucial for effective technical analysis. So let's talk essentially what is gap filling first and foremost. So gap filling occurs when the price of a security retraces to fill the void created by that previous gap. I'll show you what I mean in a second. It's essentially the market correcting an imbalance and restoring equilibrium between buyers and sellers. And that's essentially what's happening when the gap gets filled. And here it is. So we're zigging, we're zagging, all of a sudden, overnight, let's just say, let's just pretend this is Snapchat, all right? All of a sudden, Meta reports that they printed about $15 billion in profit. Oh yeah, they did. And then all of a sudden, Snapchat gaps up overnight in sympathy with Meta. A snap gap. Thank you, Adara. Fantastic. All of a sudden, we have a snap gap coming up, but it wasn't Snap that actually received the headline. It was Meta. So even though there was initial buyer exuberance, all of a sudden, a few days later, we weasel our way down and the trade is over and the gap gets filled. And this is what we call a common gap because it's not breaking out above a key area of resistance or support, and it's not in the middle of a trend. This is a consolidative move. And so that's kind of what the gap fill looks like. I don't know what's going on with this thing today. And here is... this is basically a downtrend switching to an uptrend. Why did I show you this? Because here we have the breakaway gap. Let's just reinforce everything we've learned already in gaps. We have the breakaway gap because we're gapping below a key area of technical support. So it's a down move. So the breakaway gap initiates that big first move. Then we have the runaway gap or the continuation gap or the measuring gap, whatever you want to talk about, which happens in the trend. And then the exhaustion gap comes because it gets filled a short time later. And then the actual gap that fills the exhaustion gap actually is a breakaway gap in and of itself because it's breaking out through a key area of technical resistance, which is this area over here. So I just want to show you that so we can kind of get an idea of where these gaps are going to occur. And by the way, this is a bullish island reversal. Remember the island gaps?
Island gap.
Yeah, there you go, yeah. After I found out about them, I stopped singing.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
For me to ruin them for you.
Yeah. Well, Ram sent me quite the
story.
We'll leave that Katina man off right now. Okay, so I will, Paula. Remind me, Paula, once I'm done the lesson, remind me to talk about that Nvidia gap. I will, but I just got to finish the lesson for now. So the types of gaps, let's talk about those. Common gaps, we did an entire day on this. We know them to be the most likely gap to get filled. They often, basically represent temporary buy imbalance differences, okay? So basically, they're I don't want to say that they don't create areas of technical support and resistance, but they're not as usable as some of the other ones. The breakaway gap, this is less likely to get filled because it's usually breaking out of a key area of technical resistance or support. So they can partially fill sometimes, and that partial fill ends up being the new area of support. So say, for example, we gap up above 200 on Apple. We go from 200 to 220. That's the top of the gap candle, all right? And then we retrace back down to 210. We don't come back down to 200, though. We come back into 210. I submit to you the new area of support is the 210 area, not 200. That's what this lesson is trying to tell you. And last but not least, exhaustion gaps. These ones usually do get filled because they happen at the end of a trend. So unless you consolidate sideways forever and ever, you're typically going to come back down usually and fill that gap. So exhaustion gaps more likely to be filled than the breakaway / runaway gaps or the continuation gaps. These ones less likely than common, but still more likely than the others. So reasons for gap filling. Several factors can contribute to gap filling. The first and foremost is a market correction. So after a rapid price movement, the price often undergoes a correction to rebalance that supply and demand. But there's also profit taking that can be had here. Traders, for example, who enter into positions after the gap might take profits as it comes back into fill. So when you end up selling, when it's already filling and coming back down, you get more selling and then you end up getting the gap getting filled. But there's also the issue of institutional rebalancing. How many times have we seen this? We get an earnings play. Meta obviously printed up a storm yesterday. I wonder how many hedge funds are going to be looking to weasel into Meta now that they, the buying committees are going to meet subsequent to earnings. They make the decisions. That's communicated to their traders, and then their traders get on board, and then they start buying up the stock. So all sorts of institutional level rebalancing can have the effect of definitely filling some of these gaps, right? Identifying these areas of potential gap fills can be quite profitable if you're able to weasel into the trade. So while not every gap will fill, certain indicators can suggest to you a higher probability of that gap getting filled. And the first and foremost is going to be gap size. I'm going to submit to you that the smaller the gap, the more likelihood that it gets filled. It's not a hard and fast rule, but one to have on your checklist there to see if it fits the profile. Volume, also a key indicator here. Lower trading volume during gap formation can increase the likelihood of the fill. So you got to have one eye on the gap and one eye on the volume. You're going to be cross-eyed, looking different ways, right? And then you got to look at trend strength, right? A weakening trend, if you were aggressively making higher highs and higher lows, now you found yourself in a bit of a consolidative area or not really moving up, or if you're moving up, it's more anemic. A weakening trend can signal to you the increasing probability that the gap may get filled and the trend is coming to an end. And last but not least, I like this one the most. If you gap into, not above, but into a key area of support or resistance, and you don't breach it, you have a higher likelihood of getting filled. So for example, if we're at 190 on Apple, before it broke 200, we gap up from 190, we gap up into 195, all right? We trend up a bit a couple of days later. All of a sudden, we're hitting that 200. We haven't gapped above 200. All of a sudden, we come all the way back down to that 190. What would have been way more bullish is if we had gapped above 200 and held it as a key area of support. So keep in mind, gaps that coincide with strong support or resistance levels are more likely to be filled. Keep that in mind. And so I told you guys I forgot to do the last slide, so I'm going to read off my notes over here. Trading gap fills, this can be important as well. Trading gap fills can be profitable, but it also carries risk. You can look to buy the dips, for example, for up gaps. Buying near the lower gap boundary can be a potential strategy. You can also look to sell the rally. Downward gaps near the upper gap boundary can be considered. You can look to short the pop there. Stop loss orders go without saying. I would put the stop loss order for a long below the gap fill and for a short above the gap fill, because if you fill the gap, your trade is no longer valid from a gap trading perspective. It could be valid from a different perspective, but not that one. And false signals, they do and will occur. So I was waxing poetic using a Dara-ism about, looking to break that 200 level on Apple. Well, you could break that 200 level on Apple on the gap fill, and then it could get filled. There's nothing preventing it from doing that. The market sentiment can change, and you can absolutely get rinsed. So you always got to make sure you're employing sound risk management skills and make sure that you're using those stops. And that's basically it, Adair.
Yeah, thank you for waxing poetic about that. No, seriously though, thank you so much to Shreve putting together the lesson every day. Markets break lower, okay, we're like 25 pennies of the money here in Tesla. So I want to clarify too, I actually was initially, and this might be like, you might be like, oh, when I say this, I was looking at Tesla as a long at 222, and I say that as someone who took many shorts into the 222, because that Tesla 222 did not want to budge. it would not move. We'd like wick above it, wick below it. But we still have resistance. Like I said, Tesla will randomly choose penny levels to be weird with. All day today and yesterday, it's been funky at every price level around 221.30. Or whatever, 30 cent level, right? Whatever it is. So here we get to 222.30 and we reject. We waffle for a bit. And then we come right back up. And so with that in mind, I have to get out of this because every time I think Tesla's going to finally have that beautiful breakdown, Tesla kind of like, has a little bit of a moment. It might like push down lower, to be clear, and it could looks like now we're trying to break now into that 221.70s. But the point is, for my scalping purposes, I'm just going to keep taking it as it gets to 222 and breaks down. I was watching it for a long, so we were holding that 222 beautifully with an ability to break decisively at the time below 221.90s. Didn't end up working out. Happy I took the short though, where I did profit on both of those outs. So good times. And yeah, again, to clarify, everyone's going to have different styles and different reasons they have impetus for the trade, right? This chart as well helped me because the book was making me a little bit unsure, but the chart, we had a big old topping tail candle. So I said, hey, Adara, that looks a little bearish. I ended up going short. Also, with regards to how I read the book, we have someone named Crap Stock in the chat saying, hey, one time could we do a lesson where you talk about what you see in the book and how is that the impetus for entries, exit? I would love to talk. I mean, I talk about that pretty frequently, and I apologize. I know I'm not always the best at describing what I see, but I think it's hard to because a lot of it you're seeing in the moment, and it's patterns. And sometimes you don't notice you're seeing something until you've seen it a couple times. So I'm definitely willing to try to kind of formulate some sort of formal talk about it. That's for sure. So I appreciate you saying that there. Crap stock, hopefully the stocks have not been treating you the way that your name has them. Hopefully they've been treating you very nicely. Chelsea Ashley saying, host, do y'all set stop losses and take profits while you're scalping? I usually will just be using hotkeys while I'm scalping. I find I like to get more in and out because when I scalp, I want to be like, I want to be very like flippant, quite literally. I want to be flipping in and flipping out, and I want to be in the stocks pretty briefly. But it really depends on your style. It depends on your definition of scalp too, because different people can have different scalp time frames. There'll be times where I'll be like, I remember one time in the sim, I was in and out Nvidia, 1 minute candle, like taking out like $2.50. That was again in the sim. I wish it was in the live. But the point I'm trying to make is it really depends on your style of trade and what you're trading, I think, as well for scalp. But yeah, mRNA, crash it. Says Eric here, Eric Natividad. So let's take a look here at this
nice
mRNA. Yeah, Moderna getting a shot there in the arm, but like not a nice, like fun vaccine to make it happy. It looks like it got some kind of bad vaccine there. I like this 98 level, just above 98. I know Neil was looking at this one earlier. We did have that support. Then we had a massive candle of resistance. We wick up into VWAP. Can we hold VWAP? No, we can't. We fly to the downside, trying to reject that 90 MA here as well. Let's wait and see. But crowd, do you want a range? CrowdStrike. Look at this. CrowdStrike holding 225. I was saying earlier, CrowdStrike, as the market fell, held up really well. Sharif had his awesome short there on CrowdStrike, taking that VWAP rejection. So I think that's a good look here for C to the R to the W to the D. Tesla, let's see what we do here. We come back up into 222s, 222, 22, 22. Great pizza at a great price. I'm thinking this is, I think, a slogan only in Winnipeg. But yeah, Tesla trying to bounce at 221.50s. Let's see what we get here on La Marquettes. What else is going on here? What else are we looking at?
Can I just mention something?
Please do, yeah.
Because I told Paula Beckford I would look at the gap on Nvidia. And then Joshua, I believe Dixon wanted that as well. So I've got to do it for both. So here we go. But before I do that, Fabian, are we ready for the ad read? One? Okay, sounds good. All right, so here's the look, guys. This is, let me put the ticker in so everybody can follow along, NVDA, because this is interesting here. So I removed pre-market price action. So I didn't mention this. I should have mentioned this probably right at the beginning on the first day of gaps. If you're going to include pre and aftermarket price action, it's going to visibly distort your gap analysis on the daily, on the weekly, etc., even on the 4-hour possibly, because some people chart longer term on the 4-hour. Why? Because it's going to show you, like, here's my point. So keep your eye on this area over here, and this gap. This is a downward gap over here. I think this is what the guys are talking about, this gap over here. Now, let me add in my pre-market data, and then you're going to see how fundamentally I can't see the gaps anymore. So we're going to show data outside of regular trading hours. Lo and behold, the gaps are gone. So you're really going to need to, keep in mind that you're going to have multiple different, I guess, setups for your charts, ones that you analyze gaps off and ones you don't, because I like to have pre and after market price action for my intraday trading analysis. I don't necessarily like it for my long term. So here we go. So we got a couple of gaps over here that are up gaps, and these happen in May, and there was all sorts of strength in May, right? Nvidia reported again. All the hyperscalers were buying. So we got a couple of up gaps here, but I got to tell you, these are continuation gaps. And why are they continuation gaps? Because you're seeing them in the middle of the trend. We were up and to the right in Nvidia a year and a half before these gaps manifested, and they didn't get closed right away. You could look at them as continuation, or you could take a little bit of a different one and say, well, Sharif, this one manifested in May and it got filled in July. Well, that's 2 months worth of price action. To me, that's not really what we're talking about in terms of an exhaustion gap. It should be getting filled a little bit quicker than that. So I'm going to go ahead and say these are continuation gaps, but this one over here is the one I have my eye on. This one on July 17th, we gapped down quite aggressively. We opened up that day at $128, $128 That's obviously post-split. And we dropped to 118. So that would have been a $100 drop pre-split. That would have been quite bearish. And then look what we did subsequent to that. Lower highs, lower lows, not breaking that trend. We haven't filled, though, this particular gap over here. This gap remains unfilled, the one on May 23rd. So that still hasn't come into fruition. Now, remember what we also said about spotting these exhaustion gaps. Are there any chart patterns that happen around the exhaustion gap area that could be reversal-ish? I see a double top here, possibly on NVDA at around $140, $145. And it's also coinciding with this, I would say, possible initiation gap. It's not a breakaway gap because it doesn't break below a key area of technical support. I would say that would have to be quite a bit lower. But that's my look. I'm seeing an initiation gap on the way down. It's making lower highs and lower lows. It's filled one of the two gaps that happened in the spring, and it's got a gnarly double top on the top of it. All that I can check on my list for possible bearish reasons for Nvidia, and then at the end of the day, the market can flip me off and tell me, well, we're going to go higher. So I can do my best to analyze it, and that's just how I see it for you guys. But at the end of the day, Nvidia could just blow earnings out of the water again and, you know, make all this completely irrelevant. But I also want to talk about something. Please do. And you and I talked about this, and I even said to you, Adara, who the hell is Apple buying the GPUs from? I said this to you before we found out the TPUs, right? And now, all of a sudden, the monster, or the dead one, obviously one of the biggest company in the world right now, is not buying from Nvidia. Does that start a new trend where some of these other non-hyperscalers start buying from Google's GPUs because they can't get their hands on GPUs from Nvidia?
That's a good point.
And AMD can't make them because Nvidia is taking all of TSMC's supply.
That's true too.
So many different questions to be asked here. I mean, some of them technical, some of them more fundamental. But if you can't talk about them on the midday, when really can you?
Right, shout out to that.
Thank you.
Also, I want to say too, I really appreciate, because Sharif, you know, is involved. He's involved in Apple, and you have a lot of knowledge as well about that company and what they're doing. So I appreciate the, you know, the insight you bring to that. So I want to shout you out on that. I've been staring at Tesla 221.50s. I'm going to say something kind of shocking. I think we could be flipping long here on these markets. And as I say that, Tesla's probably going to make a new low. But the reason I say that is because I was looking at the SPY, and I was actually short Tesla while I was considering going long the SPY, which felt kind of weird. But I got short Tesla initially, 221.50s. We tested it in the book, then broke lower, retested it. I got short. We popped up kind of viciously into 221.70s. Didn't like it, lost 20 pennies, yada, yada. But then Tesla was really bouncing off that 221.50s. Now we're trying to curl a little bit lower, so I think that Tesla's turned me into a little bit of a liar. That's cool, Tesla. I put up with a lot from you, so I can put up with that. But the SPY here is really why I think, okay, now it looks kind of topping taily, but we had a bit of support here forming, and we pushed up into that 544 area. I was kind of considering getting long 543.70s, missed that opportunity because I was busy hanging out with that cyber beast, as Sharif sometimes calls it. But if the SPY continues to make these higher lows, this topping tail candle notwithstanding, because as Sharif says, you don't want to put all your stock in one candle. Sometimes the price movement matters too. I think we could be seeing a bit of an upturn, and I think the TQs reflect that a little bit as well, or the Qs. Let's just pull up the TQs because that would be the way I would be trading the NASDAQ. But let's take a look here at okay, so the TQs, I think we're trying to form a bit of support is what I'm trying to say. Low, all these wicks here to the downside. Tesla, as it tries to break down, still can't really get decisively below those 30 levels. And you guys know I like those 30-cent levels at every level in Tesla. 221.30 has not broken yet. Though as I'm speaking, it looks like it's going to try to probably prove me wrong and break. But yeah, I think we could be curling here. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'll be continuing to play things on, based on the book and not based on anything other than that. We did get another drop down here in the market. So, yeah, I've been having fun. Like my style of trading, I've just been scalping, chilling out with those scalps. Moderna rejecting off the 9 EMA. Should have maybe had more eyes on Moderna. 20-cent spread, which is not the vibe, but I love this really clean 9 EMA rejection here at 95s. Interesting look here for mRNA. CrowdStrike as well, continuing to be a little interesting. Like I said, I still think we're weirdly strong on CrowdStrike, especially compared to the rest of the market. But now we're kind of struggling a little bit more here. If we can get above the 9 EMA and hold that 226, I'd take it long into 227s. But we have to wait and see what we do on that name. Pfizer's still giving you an injection of happiness and profit?
I wet my beak once, Adara, and now we're weaseling into 60s. I'd love a 60 break here, guys. Maybe wet my beak at 65s. It's been holding 46, 45s really well. You know I had my stop below this area trough over here. So shout out to Neil for giving me this trade. It's not printing the biggest money, but it's profitable, and that's all that matters. So let's talk quickly here about HIMS, because I see you guys in the chat yelling about how it's tanking. And here is the look. I'm trying to load it up. There it is. Let's flip to the one. Let's see. Oh, look at that big boy move. 21.25. We closed out yesterday, and then Huadunk went the dang dynamite at about a quarter to 1 on this 12.43 candle. The selling came in fast and it came in furious. We did hold up at exactly 18.74, so 18.75 holds. We're weaseling up into that 19 area. Allow me to load this up, please, on my side chart, because it won't update the price for whatever reason unless it's on a watch list. Do better, IBKR. It's coming back into 19. It looks like it was a short to pop kind of sitch as it came into the 10 exponential on the 1 and then rejected. $19 coming in right now. Here comes, and there goes $19. So a lot of weakness. Now, I don't know what the hell's going on with this because... Go.
Darwin putting this in the chat. I want to confirm this, but apparently the Eli Lilly CEO, shout out to my man, Ricks. Yeah.
I saw that, but I didn't think it had anything to do with him.
That the weight loss drug is, because they have a weight loss drug too, right?
I know, but isn't this good?
You would think, but maybe it's like, their weight loss drug shortage, and so people are going to go to Lilly. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, shout out. Thank you for letting us know about that, Darwin, for sure.
The Katina Man is short Meta as it broke 500. So I was telling the Katina Man that there was 500 level that came in twice. Shout out to him. I hope he prints up a storm on that Meta short there. 500 double bottom, guys, on Meta. Keep your eye out on that. But yes, thank you, Darwin. I did see this. I didn't make the connection, but thank you, Adara, for making that connection. Lilly CEO sees weight loss drug shortage ending, quote, very soon. No details given. Obviously, we'll keep tabs on that. Lilly reported yesterday?
No, they report next week. All my weight loss boys report next week. We got Novo on Wednesday. We got Lil's on Thursday. And then also VKTX is at some conference. So if you are a GLP-1 trader, if you're a GLP trader like myself, you're going to have a pretty fun week next week.
I love it. Yeah, and Wall Street expects a year-over-year increase in earnings on higher revenues when Eli Lilly reports results for the quarter ending June 24th. Adara letting you know exactly when that's going to happen. So the street, at least, looking positive here on what may come next week in terms of earnings. So we'll keep an eye on that. But HIMS, guys, continues to bleed. It's coming into 8.75 again. It's about 10 pennies away. Lots of buying at 8.75. It behooves us to load upset stock on a trading screen so we can weasel in and out of a trade should one be required. Is it on the NASDAQ? We'll find out. No, it's not. So it is on the NY. HIMS trades on the NYSE, in case you do not know, like me. So keeping an eye on this one. Lots of buying, as I said, 8.75. But I'm going to wait for that bottom to either give way or $19 to hold. Let's figure out exactly what this bad boy wants to do. It's down 10.5% on that headline. Ooh, big move down here, Dare.
Yeah, I mean, wealth has happened there. I tried to take a Tesla short. I should have known better. I said I thought Tesla was the first thing. We get to 221, we drop a bit below. I tried to take the short, took it with arguably too many shares, was not able to get out where I wanted to. Boo to me for that trade. But But does that mean everything's over? No, because as Obi always says, where's the next trade? And honestly, now I think it's long Tesla. That was my thesis anyway. It's like, girl, why are you going short? So as long as we can stay above 30s, I'm actually going to take this. I want to take a bit of a smaller position here because choices. So we're going to try to get involved here. If we can get to like, I don't know if we're going to get 51s. Let's try to get 55s. And I'm going to start that position. As long as I see stuff I like in the book and we stay nicely above that 30s area, I'm cool with sticking with this trade. Let's see Tesla push higher because, you know, sometimes as 50 Cent and Kanye have said, go ahead, switch the style up. If they hate, let them hate. Watch the money pile up. In this case, it won't be that much money. It's a smaller position. But you can't let setbacks set you back. You have to let them set you forward. I got shut down yesterday, like I said, and I'm really open to talk about that because as Sean is always saying, you want to be about honesty, accountability, openness. I wasn't proud of that, but I saw that as an opportunity. It was an opportunity to be like, what went wrong with my trading yesterday? I wasn't scalping enough. I wasn't trusting myself enough. Today, we have to have trust in yourself, and this trade didn't work out well because I was taking a low of day short. I mean, sure, I might have had levels, but it was more or less, I think, arguably for the heck of it, not with the levels I really should have had on it. So a little disappointed in myself for that. But you know what that means? You just got to keep on going. No more Tesla appointment, that's for sure. I want to get out 77s.
You want me to take over?
No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm good. I want to see what we do here. 221.77s. If we can come back here and get to that level. I can't believe it's already almost 1 p.m., Sharif. What a fun, insane day we've had in these markets. And I have a feeling tomorrow, even though it's a Friday, is going to be even crazier because we've got Apple, or Big Mama, as Ryan Faluna called it from Benzinga. And I was like, oh, do you mean like Granny Smith? And then that was, I guess, was not really registered. But good look there for Apple tomorrow. We got Amazon, so I'm sure Obi will be saying, oh boy, potentially to that report. But yeah, interesting look here. Tesla bouncing beautifully. Like I said, I have an unfortunate tendency of getting long at areas that end up being resistance and short at areas that end up being support. That was not the case here. We keep bouncing off my entry level here in the book, so I'm good with this. Let's see if we can get to 77s. I would like to take out a piece before I add anything to this position. Seeing slightly lower highs here in the book, but now we're trying to grind into 70s. I know I feel a bit like an auctioneer or a stocktioneer, as someone once said in the chat, but sometimes you do that. Okay, Tesla, I just was canceled my order. I was about to actually move it a little bit lower, and Tesla's like, oh, Adara, did you want, like, I can give you 80s if you want. I'm like, Tesla, yes, I would love 80s. Yes, La. So I still have a third of this position in. I'm going to keep a piece of the dream, but it looks like we're really struggling with this 90 MA. So you know what? My dream's over. My dream's dead. That sounded depressing. I'm actually really happy here, guys. You have a bad trade. It doesn't work out your way. You got to keep going. Keep pushing forward. RQBO saying we're going to bleed more. I don't disagree. That's why I wanted to take that long pop and dip out. But also, if you want to learn how to trade, and if you want to, have, not me yelling at you, I apologize. There's other ways to learn. Shout out to Real Trading.
There is. It's with the best dang prop firm in the world. Attention, Canadian traders. The Real Trading. Oh, it's not time yet? Oh, okay, Fabian. I thought I was all ready.
Guys, okay. Canadian traders don't come to attention yet. Just
all right, let's get back. All right, we got a couple of minutes for that. And I'm keeping an eye on HIMS, though, because that was a big move that it dropped down there into 1820, getting bought up, zigging and zagging. The volume is really picking up on HIMS since that Lilly headline came in at around 1:15. We've been 15 minutes deep in the sell-off. Really bewildering to me because I don't understand. I thought they offered Lilly's products. I guess they don't. Maybe they offer competitors. And, well, maybe now that their Lilly's products is available, their competitor will get it. I have no idea. All we can do is trade the price action. It seems to now have resistance at 19. It's weaseled its way into 19 a couple of times after making the low of 18 3/4, and now it's rejected off 19. Now it's coming down 18.5, zigging and zagging a little bit here. Let's bring in the side chart to see where the MACD and everything is, because I'm going to basically consider this a small cap gapper because it's trading like one, and as a result I need to see what the sitch is. Okay, so great. We still have the MACD line well below the signal line, and if you're looking to trade these ones on a 1 minute chart, this is kind of how I'm looking at basically trying to employ MACD in my small cap gapper trading. It's going to be likely on a smaller time frame, and it's going to be super simple based upon the signal and the MACD line. More to come on that. Maybe we'll do a week on it or whatever. Yeah, but basically watching right now as it's holding up at around 8.5, 812 LOD, but I like this 19 look, $19 look here. As you can kind of see, we were defending 19 bucks, give or take, in that high 18 areas, and then boom, we tried to reclaim it with another high, and then that was the fake out breakout, and we got sent right back down. So we'll see if this one can curl right now, or it's going to be a kind of short the pop type of situation where you try to get in on the 10 exponential on the 5, guys. All right, let's get to it. Attention, Canadian traders. Now you can listen. The Real Trading Campus program is back. Are you ready to elevate your game? Our exclusive program is designed to transform you into a real trader. Dive deep into the market microstructure, explore diverse marketplaces, and master professional execution techniques. We'll focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully curated stock list to optimize your learning. As you progress, you'll gain access to an expanded range of symbols. That's pretty cool. From order types to venue exploration, we've got you covered. This isn't about chasing high flyers. It's about building a solid foundation for long-term success. Don't miss this opportunity to join our upcoming cohort and take your trading to the next level. And I will never forget when I showed up here the first day, I sent Neil a message in the chat like the day prior. I was like, Neil, I'm starting the next day. He probably doesn't remember this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Yeah. Neil, I'm starting the next day. Do you have any advice for me? And he said one thing. Listen to what Greg says. And Greg, in case you guys don't know, he used to be the floor manager before Brenkels took over and Wayne took over Brenkels' job. And basically that was... What's wrong with that? Greg's all right, man. Come on. I miss that guy. Shout out to Mr. McEwen. Out there in MTL now doing his thing.
Oh, Montreal.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah.
So let's get back into trading here. Thanks, obviously. Shout out to Real Trading, basically the best prop firm around. And if you are in Canada, give that one a look. And I saw you guys in the chat this morning with the VPN talk. I saw that. I have nothing to say about it, but I did see it. And I chuckled a little bit. Say that again, Fabian? Ready when you are. About with what? I don't know what
I'm confused.
I don't know what you're talking about, Fabian. I did the... Oh! All right. This is... You guys may know her as Ram Ram. And, you know, sometimes she comes into work. She's a little bit tired. And, you know... I told you the video was going on today. And when I saw the Chilean Nightmare on the 1s and 2s, I was like, yes! Perfect. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Ha! Ha!
You know what?
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys.
Yes.
I got it short.
You're short. I think she's in the same position as you, and you guys are printing up a storm. Get it, Adara.
I only got part filled, so this is actually not as exciting as it needs to be P&L-wise, but I don't really care. I'm so proud of this position. I want to shout out a new view in the chat saying netted out breaking 500. I saw basically what I was seeing with some lower highs here and some, with a bit of a flat bottom, so I decided I want to get in that flat bottom break. I do want to shout out a new view in the chat, giving me a new view on Meta. If we can get back to that $4.99, I will take $1 on this. Again, not like a massive position because I only got part filled, but sometimes you get your part fill and you got to be pleased as punch. You got to feel fulfilled by the part fill. There we go. Let's see if we get filled here on Meta.
Okay.
If not, I can just take my $4.99s. I'm cool with that. But man, that was a fun trade to be a part of. Sometimes you got to see these types of trades. I would love to be in that dollar club with you, Sean. We'll see if Meta can give me my little fill. Let's see what happens as we get into 500. Sorry, guys, for getting so excited, but these markets are so exciting, and I do feel energized by being able to be a part of them, being able to be with this awesome community every single darn day. Jeez. Again, not a huge trade profit-wise because of just the part fill situation, but that doesn't even matter. It's like about the process. It's about I saw it, I wanted it, I got in, I made the effort to get in, and so I do want to shout out this whole community and also shout out to Sean, who is also hanging out in Mark Zuckerberg's DMs right now. Let's see what we do here. I don't know if Meta's going to give me my $4.99s, but I'm going to be patient because I'm not seeing anything to make me run for the hills in this trade again. I want to shout out, once again, a new view in the chat. I love their community. Has so many different... you know what I mean? People who are looking at different stocks.
Sure, yeah.
And again, apologies for yelling there. Thank you, Meta. Appreciate you, Meta.
Down it goes. Nice, Adara. I see that is about to fill there. Print up a storm on the Zuck train. We could not be happier for you. Speaking for myself, obviously, and for everybody cheering for you there in the chat, as well as the people behind us smashing that desk. I'm talking about you, BPI. Big Patty Ice. Love talking to that guy, by the way. More to come on that. But here we go. I'm keeping an eye now on a new... What's going on, Meta? Well, all right. Well, let's have a look at the Meta. Oh, wow, Meta. Meta is...
getting $1.50. Because I thought I had 499.01s. It turns out I actually had 498.01s. Then I was like, oh, okay, well, let's get 498.50. So I did that. I'm happy with that trade. Sorry for interrupting.
You should be, because that's a hell of a trade there. Shout out to the Katina Man and Adara printing up a storm on the Zuck train, as it is now it's $30 off the high. 527 HOD, 497 now. The Katina Man said that trade is too easy. And like, look, I yelled out to him, I'm like, double bottom on 500. I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't have traded this way. Full disclosure, I would have been looking to go long. Shows you that how much I know, right? I was looking double bottom, like, oh yeah, look, it's defending 500. Not really thinking that 500 level was just, a few weeks ago. It's a rinse and repeat level. It's not like it's a brand new level. So shout out to the two of them, printing up a storm on that. I didn't take it, but if I took it, I would have been in some trouble right now. So that's the truth. Now I'm looking at TWG, because this one just showed up on my scanner and it's all sorts of ziggy and zaggy. The range per candle is wild, but you can see there's a whole bunch of respect here for whatever reason with the volume weighted average price. This one started its life at around 87 pennies and now it's weaseling its way into $1.20. Let me tell you about this company, Top Wealth Group Holding. They are engaged in the supply of caviar. Okay, cool. $35 million market cap, 9.1 million share float. Let's find out if there's a short float there. Yeah, I know. Caviar? Where? I want some caviar. No short float there. Meta is apparently tanking as I look at my side chart. 497 just went. Oh, baby. Nvidia as well, 110 on Nvidia. 110 incoming on Nvidia. The Katina Man is still short 115er on Nvidia, so he's like $5 on the money.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. $3 in the money on Meta as that one continues to flush, breaking down through 497. See that on the side chart. But I'm going to be looking to look. Yeah, I'll be looking to look, Adara. I'll be looking to look. I haven't done it before, but I'm going to start doing it now. I'm going to put an order for a dip trade. Let's see at 110, Adara. What are you looking at?
Yeah, this has been so much fun. I just really want to shout out, everybody here in the chat. Like I said, Anuvu for mentioning this and having, inspired me to look at this side chart. And I want to say to you, I actually had a different strategy for how to trade this. Obviously, it ended up being different because I ended up getting filled for a fifth of the position that I wanted, and so I wasn't able to get part fills. Oh. But basically, the initial plan here was I wanted to kind of piece in and out, have a bit more of a more sustained position, ended up getting out $1.50 in the money. So really happy with this. Again, it's not about the size of the share. Bang. It's about the intention of the trade and trying to get involved. And yeah, that's why I ended up getting out of the short there. It's just because I didn't have enough shares for me to really be able to lock in some profit. So I said, just take the profit now and leave. If there's another, let's say rejection of that, 499 was kind of interesting. Maybe I'll consider it, but I don't want to rush into another trade here. I also want to shout out Bears versus Bulls. SPY, your favorite? Yeah, I do love the SPY. I had fun trading the SPY today. The SPY coming back to a new whole dollar level, so I have to keep an eye on that. Also saying, when's the last time you traded STRSLA? I just tried to get it on STRSLA and then ended up not getting filled. Happy I didn't, because 221 can do something for STRSLA. It's holding it right now. Now trying to reject a little bit, but right now, I'm going to take a deep breath, let these markets do their wild thing, 21, and I am going to take a look here at our fabulous lesson on gap filling. But as Fabian said in my ear, no one ever asks how the gaps are feeling. So how are you feeling, gaps in the market? Meta Gap, how are you feeling? Because you've been a little bit smaller than you were initially this morning. I think the Meta Gap is like a sweater you put in the wash too many times. Get a little shrunk there. But weird puns notwithstanding, let's talk about this lesson. So what is gap filling? It occurs when the price of a security has retraced to fill the void created by a previous gap. And it's basically like if the market is correcting an imbalance and restoring equilibrium. It's bringing peace and prosperity. It's like the Avengers when they take on Thanos. They're trying to, I haven't even seen those movies, but you want to bring the world back to a whole. That's what's happening there. So here's one example of a common gap fill. You had a gap, had a common gap, came to a random level, we gap up. Oh.
The Katina Man's done with his meta trade. Just wanted to update. Yep. Okay, well, he's still got 20%.
80% done. Yeah.
Sorry.
I want to shout him out. Yeah, shout out to Sean for that trade.
Get it, Katina Man.
Yeah, so we have a common gap here. We gap up. Oh, that's cool. Make a lower high. Oh, is it new trend? No, we just continue to chop and churn. So that's an example of a common gap fill for the Nifty. So that is a nifty 50. So let's talk as well about this exhaustion gap fill, because we have so many different types of gaps. What happens when they fill? We had an exhaustion gap, the trend running out of steam going, trying to have a bit of a yawn there. Then we have a bullish island reversal, and we fill this gap here. We have the breakaway gap, and we fill the gap. So interesting look there. But how do we talk now about these types of gaps and gap filling? So common gaps are the most likely to fill because they do often represent temporary imbalances. Breakaway gaps are less likely to fill completely because it is a sign of a whole brand new trend, but they can partially. They can partially fill, but they can also partially fill. And that can help them create a new support or resistance levels. Exhaustion gaps are worth noting as well because these gaps are often followed by a price move in the opposite direction, which can potentially, of course, lead you to a fill of their gap. Let's talk about some of the reasons for gap filling, though, because there are different factors that can contribute, including market corrections. So you've got a rapid price move, the market's running like up a storm, and then you've got the market undergoing a correction to rebalance supply and demand. AMD yesterday on earnings. What about volume, profit taking? So you've got a trader, they've entered positions after the gap, and now they want to take the profits as the price retraces. They're like, I don't want to lose my profit, gotta go, gotta run. So interesting look there. What as well, though, about institutional rebalancing, right? So we've got these large institutional investors, the hedge funds, what have you, potentially rebalancing their positions, and that can lead to price movements that fill gaps because they have a little bit more moolah in the game there. So let's talk as well about IDing potential gap fills because not every gap will fill, but however, there are certain indicators that can suggest a potential probability or a higher probability there of a gap fill. So one example is a gap size. A smaller gap is more likely to fill than a larger one. You also have to keep in mind volume because low trading volume during the gap formation can increase the likelihood of a gap fill. Why? Because it means there weren't that many people trying to buy up that gap. There wasn't that enthusiasm with that gap. It just means like couple people here, couple people there. It wasn't like I remember one time we looked at Eli Lilly's volume on gaps, and its largest gap there was on an earnings win because there was like a lot of volume there as well. So interesting look there. Of course, I'm mentioning volatility, but shout out to them. They're having a good day as well. I can pull up that chart after. But trend strength is also worth noting because a weakening trend can increase the probability of a gap fill. Why? Because the intensity with which the gap was created has now petered out a little bit. So now there's a potential for that here gap to fill. Let's talk as well about support and resistance levels because gaps that coincide with strong support or resistance are more likely to be filled because there's already some levels going on there previously. Let's talk about okay. So here, how do you trade gap fills? They can be profitable, but they carry risk. So a couple of different strategies include buying the dip. For upward gaps, you might want to buy near the lower gap boundary. That could be a potential strategy, but there's also selling the rally. So in downward gaps, you might want to sell near the upper gap and get involved there. Also, those stop loss orders are worth noting. You might want to place stop loss orders to manage risk and beware of false signals, fake out breakouts or fake out gap fills. I don't know, fake fill, but not all gaps will fill. So be prepared for potential losses that can, of course, losses can always transpire. I want to quickly look at my girl Lily before I pass over to Sharif here because I had eyes on this one and then forgot to take a look at it. It's LLY, I think it was IK in the chat saying Lily pumping. Yeah, we did have CEO David Ricks, shout out to D Ricks, being like, we think that weight loss shortage is drug shortage is gonna end soon. Look at the support bounce. Look at this, like D Ricks is giving his stock a nice little love there. Look at this bounce here off 822.50s. Oof. That was such a level of support. Spread here is disgusting. It's over $1.50, or it's about $1.50. But interesting look there on L to the L to the Y. I'm not involved in anything right now, guys. I'm sorry. SPY coming back to a whole dollar level, so I might get involved in that. Shout out to Ricky Peters saying I'm a SPY shark. Yeah, I'm trying to smell that blood in the water and then get involved. So I love analogies. Shout out to you there, Mr. Ricky Peters. Hope you're having a great day. Hope everyone in the chat's having a great day. I am short the SPY. We'll see how this comes to fruition. But what are you looking at right now? How's Pfizer going?
I'm looking at HIMS. Well, Pfizer's okay.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah, it's not bad. We're not out of the money or anything, but it's kind of, how Pfizer trades.
Yeah.
1880. I missed this. I was trying to get in here. It's a little spready for an $18 name. It's about 5 pennies or so. I'm talking about HIMS selling off aggressively midday as a result of some Lilly headline that apparently is negative for the company. Don't really get that, but doesn't really matter if I get it or not. There's a double top there at 1880, and it was an obvious level of price action support there. Price action support in and around that level, and then we come back into that 1818 and we reject. So I was trying to get short there. There was this obvious area that we rejected earlier. We're weaseling our way up now. I'm keeping my eye on this level. If we break above 1818, we could easily retrace into the 10 exponential or VWAP, which is at 1950. But I'm still looking short on this name. HIMS is the one that I'm looking at. Very disappointed with myself. I was not able to get that entry there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. What I'm going to be looking for is a new candle will make a new low because we're in no man's land here. We're not at the key area of technical resistance. We're not at support at 18. We're in the middle of nowhere. So I don't know how this zigs and zags. So either we come into 1880, break it, or reject it, or we come back into 18 now that I've lost my trade at 1880. So keeping an eye on that one. We are curling, though, guys, a little bit here. I'm not calling. This could be the umbrella pattern that Adara calls it. I'm not saying that it's going to be one, but these big moves down, we hook up, and then we short the pop. So I'm looking for a possible retracement of this one. If it breaks 1880 on a closing basis, I'm going to be looking 19.25, 19.5, either the 10 or the 10 exponential on the 5 or the volume weighted average price at around 19.5. So pack in my patience with this one, but I like this midday move, HIMS. And by the way, if you're with Real Trading, it's a free shorts type of sitch here.
Really?
Yeah. You don't need to go get your you don't need a floor manager to get you shorts, although the Katina man and the Neil always hook me up, and I could not be more grateful. But keeping my eye on this one as it weasels its way up. Chill vibes. Can you tell the triple Q is trying to fill the gap from yesterday on the down side? It looks like it is, my man. I didn't actually look at that. Maybe we'll have a look now. I've got to remove, obviously, pre-market and aftermarket trading. I don't need, thank you, Neil. You don't need shorts for him. Yeah, I was just mentioning. Yeah, that is a gnarly looking candle. Was still above yesterday's low, and we made a higher high. So even though this is a really ugly day, we still made a higher high, and we still have a higher low from yesterday. So looking at it on the daily candle really puts it into perspective, even though there's all sorts of selling. Let's remove the pre-market and aftermarket price action, have a look at this gap that's being talked about. Here we go. Okay. So interesting look there. Yeah, definitely filling that bad boy up, but still, it's curling up a little bit here. Not making a call in the future. That's what I see. I see higher highs and higher lows from yesterday, even though it's a very, very red-looking day here. So not much I can do with that on an intraday basis anyway, but yeah, keep your eye out. Though I should probably mention the low from yesterday because we could find support here if we continue to make it down. So obviously 19,000 is in focus now because we're 19,019 as the low. But if 19 gives way, this is the low from yesterday, which I definitely will have eyes on, 18,802. That is the low of yesterday's green candle before we popped up bigly in the aftermarket and in the afternoon yesterday. So good luck there. All right, keeping an eye on the future. Let's flip back to HIMS here, see what the sitch is. All right, we're continuing to reject off 1880. If this rejects again, I'm going short here. I don't have to wait for the 10 exponential or VWAP because there is a seller here, and I don't see it on the book. So it's clearly an iceberg. There's no size here. There's no size whatsoever. You're going to have to look at the tape to see what kind of big boy size is coming through on the print because you're not going to get it there on the book. So I'm watching it over here to see if we do reject this 1880, 18 4/5, and weasel our way up into 19 and change, or we give way here, Dare. So I'm packing my patience. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not in any trades right now. I'm waiting and watching. I had that short on the SPY. I was pleased as punch. Got out, I think I took like just over 30 pennies with the first 2/3 of the position, got the rest out about just over 40 pennies in the money. But I got out because I was noticing we were about to get 50s. Now, I'm actually looking now for a long on the SPY, if you could believe that. And that's because we've tested the 50s. I've seen us test it now 3 times on the book. First time we broke below, got back above. That's when I left the trade. Then we came up again, bounced. Now we've bounced again, and we're making higher highs every time we're bouncing. I don't want to rush into this trade because the market can do market things, but every time we kind of weasel our head below, we come right back up and bounce. This could, of course, be, this could be a false bounce. This could be actually still reversing, but I'm happy I got out of the trade where I did because I wouldn't have wanted to stay with that. I think this is, there's something brewing on the SPY here, and that's why I'm not rushing into any trades on any names. I want to wait until I feel confident, comfortable, confident, whatever in my trade. But also, like, imagine you have a name you're looking at, and you're like, I wonder what the big kahunas, Sean and Neil, would have to say about it. There's a way you could find that out. Maybe. If you vote, you could be one of the lucky 5 tickers to have your stock looked at there on the afternoon show in our new audience segment, which is brought to you by our lovely sponsor, Real Trading. Get in the chat, ! join, space, $, whatever ticker you're looking for. Maybe it's Amazon, I don't know. Maybe it's Nvidia. Maybe you want to hear about HIMS and Meta. Whatever ticker you're interested in, get in that chat. Get your voice heard, vote. We believe in a democratic system over here at Trader TV Live, and as long as you subscribe, you can be voting. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for making sure everybody gets their votes in there, doing a great job, killing it every day. The SPY now coming back to, this is our previous low of day here is 37s. We're kind of wicking above 37s now. I'm kind of intrigued by the SPY, but I don't have a direction yet, so I want to wait. Nvidia losing 110. Thank you to Chill Vibes for pointing this out to me. I was just looking at Nvidia here. I thought it was getting a little spicy. Oh, NVDA, look at these 9 EMA rejections. I have no words. I am speechless. I know, right? I'm speechless. But no, this market is just giving you some wild moves here, and you have to be really prepared to be able to catch them. The one I've been looking at, other than the SPY, which believe me, I have eyes on. If we get to that 542, you guys know I like those whole dollar levels. But also, coming into an interesting level is Tesla. I was talking about Tesla 220, because Tesla 220 was a level from whence we bounced a couple days ago. And Sharif and I were both talking about it, like, hey, did you see how Tesla couldn't get below 220? We both did. That being said, I don't want to hop into a Tesla long here because yikes. But if we break below that 220, I think that could be spicy, and I want to see what we do. As I've said, Tesla has certain cent levels that get interesting. Today and yesterday, it's been the 30-cent level. Every time we get whatever, like 220 30s, some kind of bounce or chop and turn. 221 30s, bounce or chop and turn. I'm not going to go through every price level of Tesla, but rest assured, that has been the pattern. So I want to keep an eye on Tesla here. We're trying to bounce off 30s. If we come back to 50s, reject 30s, I'm kind of interested in this here. I have my eyes on Tesla, I have my eyes on the SPY. Definitely needed SPY drops today. I want to shout out again there. 2 Bears versus Bulls for that fabulous pun. But yeah, I apologize not being in any trades right now. Trying to be a little bit more alert, aware, awake. You know, as Drake says, scheming, plotting, scheming, getting money.
Yeah, this is a hell of an awake third hour you've got, eh? Usually you're
usually I'm like zonked by this hour. Yeah, I find the less sleep I get, the more awake I am for reasons I don't know. But this market keeping you awake too.
Clearly, right?
Yeah.
Market's up.
It's because my brain thinks it needs 15 hours. That's why, because I see Neil doing the hand on chin. Yeah, because my brain thinks it needs 15 hours. Any hour is fine for it. How are you doing?
Good, fantastic. I'm pleased. Keeping an eye on 1880. I'm just watching this level like a hawk, Fabian, because 1880 keeps coming in and keeps rejecting. So I'm very happy with this level if we continue to reject. This is kind of like the umbrella pattern, except it's not. Yeah, I know. I shouted you out. I shouted you out. Yeah. I was looking for a deeper retracement. Truth be told, that level, I was looking either for the 10 exponential, maybe 1910. Give or take, at least get me to 19, but it doesn't want to. So it looks like it's going to print a new low. If we make a new candle to make a new low below this one over here, I'm going to take the short below the 50 level. Let's go ahead and put that in. I might regret this, not having gotten a better level, but here we go. On this name, we're looking short 50s if we break that 50. So let's go maybe like that, and then like this. Okay, well, we put that in there. So if it does get in below 50, we'll get short. I just don't want to make a mistake because this one's putting in higher lows. That's my concern. But I'm very interested on him. The volume's still holding up a little bit. And there's a key area of technical resistance. I really like this area. Could have printed on it if I had gotten short about 30 pennies, but I don't think that's the move here. I think the move is to try to get down at least into low of day because it's not able to pop up. There isn't the bid, at least for the moment. Here we go. Coming into 50s again. I've got an order, a resting order to go short below 50 because that would be a new candle, make a new low. And here we go again. Zigging and zagging. Looks like there might be a buyer, an iceberg at around 50. They're right now 53s. I'm seeing big boy prints coming at 55s. They're on multiple different gateways. You can disregard the ones with D. Those are D prints. Here we go. Here comes. So there's some buying still at 50. My only concern is this dips. All right, here we are. So I don't know what the hell that just. So I guess I typed it in wrong because it triggered, but it triggered at $180 something. So I think I put 118, not 18. So my mistake there. Keeping an eye on this one as it zigs and zags a little bit between 50, 1850. That is. Sorry, I'm just packing my patience here. I don't know exactly how this resolves, so I'm going to continue to watch a little bit. Okay, we're still holding up at 50, but did we make a new low? Yeah, so this one would have to be, this would be a 30 penny risk if I was to get in here, because I'd give it to 1880. It couldn't hold. If it couldn't hold that 1880 short, I'd have to get out. This was a better entry, though. I'm just thinking out loud, guys, and I'm sorry I'm taking you through this whole thing. But it's now broken down below that low. Or did it? No, it didn't. It didn't, actually. What's the low of this candle? Sorry, now we have a third candle that I have to deal with here, and here it comes back to the high side again. All right, so gonna take out the order on that one. Let's check how Pfizer's doing. All right, we're doing really well here on the Pfizer one. Okay, so we're at 65. How much do we have left on this one? All right, so if I take it, this is my last out on Pfizer. I'm gonna take it out here. So nice. So we just took like about 15 pennies. We waited about 2 hours for that, but that's how Pfizer trades. You should have known that. I should have known that, I guess. So we'll take it out at 64s. Not much doing there. We're done with that trade. Still keeping an eye on HIMS here. I'm still very interested in this level. I'm just unsure how to trade it. Okay, so I'm seeing a bunch of topping tail candles with 1880 as definite resistance, previously support on that way down, but it's not really curling with any aggression. If I get short here, I'll have to give it to 1880. So yeah, I'm gonna maybe wait for a little bit of a pop. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I had a SPY short, got out of said SPY short because it wasn't its time yet in the sun. I still don't know if it is its time. SPY trying to hold on to 542 with its teeth. It's like, low of day right now, 541.98. So that's what I mean. Like, we'll wick into it and then we can't hold it. I liked it. Didn't work out, lost 8 pennies on it. Happy I got it where I did, though, because it's like if you don't feel good about it, you don't feel good about it. Now the SPY is dropping. I am not there for it, but it's fine. I didn't feel good about the trade. I can live with that. CrowdStrike, though, I'm trying to get short on, and I want to explain why. This 90 MA rejection, right? We're rejecting 224s. Am I getting filled? Almost definitely no. I am not, but that's okay. If we come back to 224s reject, I'm going to get back, or not back. I haven't been involved. I want to get involved because I think with this, we have the lower highs, we have the topping tail candles. I would give this into 224.50 because that was that previous area of support. I think that's a fair risk level, but I don't want to get involved at a price I don't like. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not. Unless we get to I'd get involved in 224s and or 223.75s. I was trying to get involved in 223.75s, or I guess 85s, and CrowdStrike was like, nope. Nope, the strike isn't right. I'm like, okay, chill, guys. But also, I would like to shout out here, who's this in the chat? There is someone in the chat tagging, and I can not, where did this chat go? Charlie Taff was asking about 220, I believe Tesla for a swing. I think that was him. Tesla just broke below the 220 here on the daily chart. Let's take a look at the swing. Okay, I actually might want to be shorting Tesla while I take a look at this, so I'm going to pop into this. Let's see, I want to see one more little loop-a-doop. Yeah, okay, we'll get involved. So there we go. Tesla, though, here, well, look at all of the fills I've had today. On the daily chart, let's zoom out here to get a look at the Tesla one before I take a page from Sharif's book. I don't mind this Tesla 220 level. Like I said, I found Tesla, though, to be a little interesting about around 226 because that has been, for whatever reason, a gap level a couple times there. And when we eventually did break below 226 when we had a breakdown recently, but we fought for that 226 to hold it. So I don't know, that 226 to me a little bit more interesting, but 220 as well, clearly holding a support. I tried to get short on that rejection, and Tesla was like, no. So yeah, right now we're like 20 pennies out of the money, like more like 10, 15. I want to wait and see what we do in the book. There's nothing screaming at me to get out of this yet. I want to see us curl back below the 220 and get involved. Wow, the SPY, though, back at 542. That does not want to give up this level. Maybe I should be rethinking some of these shorts here. I'm going to get out of Tesla here, out of the stressful one. As I'm noticing, we're clinging on to 220. Happy I tried it. Happy I managed it appropriately. Where's the next trade? As Obi says, CrowdStrike, you ready for me? Okay, CrowdStrike's well above. Yeah, I don't know if you have any different opinions because I feel like I'm not always as good at reading swing stuff. But I think, yeah, for 220 could be interesting for Tesla. We're clearly holding it as support. But I like 226 in the daily as well.
For Tesla?
Yeah, I think that was Charlie Taff was asking about that because I don't feel like as good about swing reads.
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, so Charlie Taff, he said he is in Tesla just below 220 for a swing. Yeah, I mean that level like held on the intraday for sure. I think I'm seeing like we talked about that as well recently. So yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look at. Sorry about this. I don't know why it's not letting me out. Okay. I'm just trying to remove the pivot point so that you can see the chart undisturbed. There we go. Now we got it. Good stuff, Sharif. You can do it. Not a boy. All right, here we go. So number one, I need to show you this because this is Neil's downward channel on Tesla. And I very, very much a believer in this downward trend line. You do have these outlying events like the one that happened over here in late 2022, early 2023, and you have the one that just popped up now when we got the robo-taxi news, and then we ended up flushing right back down. But here's a look. Let's extend this trend line over here. Let's remove this horizontal one, and let's extend this bad boy because we need to see where said trend line is hanging. We are right at that trend line, Charlie. We did breach it over here, but holding at the 50. And again, you know, with these trend lines, especially when they move over a period of years, like this trend line starts in mid-2021, there's zones, not prices, right? We got to always keep that in mind. And you're going to have these outliers that are going to get you in trouble, like the one over here and the one over here. And forget about this one. This one didn't actually breach. This is a split. That's that 3-to-1 split that they put back in August of 2022. So you didn't actually get a breach in and around here. But anyway, point is, this trend line is really kind of jiving with that 220, which is why you had a whole bunch of buying out there. Now, my only concern is you got a rounded top, and we know the rounded top, eek, ugly. Shout out to the NOS boss. And then you got another area crest here lower than the previous area crest. So my concern is that this like flushes aggressively. So I like your look. I know that we're above this trend line for now. What I would look for here personally, yeah, this is a tough one because I would basically say look for a break of this 210 area on a closing basis, but you give up so much that way. I like your short. I think, you know, Tesla probably bleeds a little bit here as we zig and zag in the summer. I personally don't think we make a new high on the NQ or these markets maybe until the fall post-election. It's not really election specific. If you go and have a look at what we did last year, we tanked in July and we didn't reclaim those highs, until the fall, until November. We did very similar things the year prior, but keep in mind the 2 years prior, there was a lot of that stimmy money, right? So the stimmy money had a different effect on the market. So I like your short, Charlie. I hope you print up a storm. With respect to beak wetting, let's talk about where you could wet your beak on some profits here. Personally, if you were to get short here, the first level I'm looking at is at 210 because you have an area trough there. You could find support. And then below that 210 area, I'm looking definitely at that 205 and change. You have all these topping tail candles there. Reject 205. So $5 areas, but I think that should be quite good. So I hope you absolutely print on it. Let me know how that all works out for you. My man T Money, moment of silence for Nvidia, please.
Be very solemn.
Not been a good day for Nvidia there.
No.
6 1/3 in negatory land, but this monster was up 15 some odd %. We're still above yesterday's lows, guys, and that's what I want to really say to you. I mean, oh, hold on. We're getting into yesterday. We're at yesterday's low. What is this? That's the institutional print at 8 a.m. And we're right there. So this 108 level, 108 2/3, this was the 8 a.m. print, the institutional print right at 8 a.m. and we hold there exactly. Wow, that's interesting. Didn't notice that. But yeah, that's a gnarly retracement, kind of a double top when you view it a bit zoomed out there with the highs from yesterday's aftermarket and this morning's pre-market being awfully close to one another. Let's see what everybody else is saying. Freddie, the friendly guy, another green candle on Nvidia on the 3-minute bottom in question mark. Oh, baby. Well, look, I just finished saying it. I mean, there is obviously some support over here, given that we're holding up at the 8 a.m. print at 108 2/3. Let's zoom in on that 8 a.m. print and find out exactly what the sitch was. There it is. Is that the one? No, what level is this? 109. Okay, so there it is. Where's my 8 a.m. print from 109 from yesterday? There it is. All right, so right here, the low of this candle is exactly 108.63. The low today, 108.43. So interesting. Now, do we curl up from here? Still not above the 10. Still not above the 20. No new highs. No higher lows. So I'm going to go ahead and say, no, you haven't even reclaimed the 10. Right? And you're not even above 110, the $10 level. So, you know, if I had to guess, I'm going to say no, but that's all that it is, a guess. Nick Dub, could you look at Roku? I thought it had a good support here, or it had good support, excuse me. Let's have a look. Oh, dang. There goes HIMS, eh? Yeah.
So there's another way you guys could look at stocks if you want
how?
To see how. with in the afternoon. There's another way you can get people.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you, Adara. We didn't do that all day because we're trading up a storm. Get into the chat. Sorry, Adara.
It's okay.
Into the chat right now and have your say. The big kahunas are going to be locked and loaded at the big desk, and they're going to be ready to look at the tickers as decided by you guys. So if you don't know, you can vote every day from 11 until about 1:50 for the tickers that you want talked about by Neil, by Sean. I get up on that big screen. I gesticulate wildly, as Adair likes to say, and and then I throw it over to the big kahunas, who then look at the trade for you. So if you want that looked at by Neil and Sean, get into the chat right now and have your say. Let's look at Roku for Big Nick Dub. Let's go ROKU. Let's see what the situation is on this one. So Nick's like, yo, I thought there was a good area of support here. Let's zoom out a bit. Let's see what Nick's talking about. Okay, so I'm already seeing what you're seeing, Nick. There, back on the 24th and 25th, we had a bit of a support area at 55 1/3, but it looks like we already broke that, Nick, because the low of this bad boy over here is, well, we're about to break 55, or it looks like here. Let me just load up Roku on the side chart over here because it doesn't update the price for whatever reason. There we go. So now we're breaking through 55, Nick, and that's not what you want to see because that support level was supposed to be made for 55. So let's zoom out a little bit more, find out what the deal is here hourly. All right, Nick, so the last time we were below 55, well, the area, 55 is an important level, man. Because 55 was basically the neckline of this inverse head and shoulders that we saw manifest between June 12th and June 26th. We got basically 55 was a neckline. We couldn't break that key area of technical resistance. And then look over here, Nick Dub, we come into 55 again. So this is a very important area. I wouldn't be so quick to assume we give up 55 here, because it's been holding up for a long time. So I'd look for a possible retracement. You're not going to see me with resting orders, though, at that level. It's going to have to prove to me that it wants to hold up above 55, but I like how you're thinking. There's umpteen amount of interactions with 55 over here, all over here, again over here, and then today we also interacted with it previously in the spring around end of April. So you let me know, wow, Roku's been consolidated for that long. The whole year, Adara, essentially from February onwards, has been holding 60, let's say 5 to the high side, and then 55 to the low side. $10 worth of consolidation on ROKU for the better part of 6 months.
That's pretty wild. Yeah, we had that move down in the market. I have $1 in the money on CrowdStrike right now as a result of that. I took profit out probably could have given it more room. I think it took like 30 pennies in the money in this first out, took it out at the bottom of that. Oh my gosh, CrowdStrike, break lower, CrowdStrike. Basically, yeah, so I caught myself off there as CrowdStrike broke lower. I got involved here because, like I said, I like the 9 EMA breakdown. We got into 224.20s, and I was going to risk till 50s. We couldn't even get above 20s, and why I like that 20s level is because we kept wicking into that earlier. I said, okay, Dara, chill, breathe, stay in the trade. Took profit out at 60s. That was planned because that was the bottom of that range previously. I was willing to add, but CrowdStrike really didn't give you the opportunity. We come and we break lower. I don't like this little bounce we're getting here in these markets. We're going to try to get around, like, let's say 74s. I'm okay with that. But pleased as punch here with this CrowdStrike trade. Was able to get more than $1 on this trade. And this is a larger position for me for CrowdStrike as well.
Nice.
Not like a massive position, but it was one that with a spreadier name like CrowdStrike, I'm not usually comfortable taking. But, as Sean says, scared trader is a deficient trader. Scared money don't make money, and so I wanted to make some money. He said, Adara, what happened? Worst case scenario, you risk, it doesn't work out. Best case scenario, you risk and it does. So that's what I did there. Let's see if I can get my 74 fill here in my random specific area here on CrowdStrike. If not, I'm willing to get out at a different level. Also, I tried to take that SPY 542 breakdown. Once again, was not able to get it, and then we got the breakdown. So, okay, out of CrowdStrike. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's been such a fun day of trading, and I want to shout out as well against Refrain, that awesome CrowdStrike trade off that VWAP projection. So good look there. SPY breaking lower. Look at this. This is called an L. I tried to go short 542 breakdown. I'm like, oh, it's not going to work. I get out. I'm like, focus on CrowdStrike. Then CrowdStrike drops. I'm like, oh, what did the SPY do here? SPY dropped. Sometimes that happens, and you got to laugh about it. Obviously, am I proud of it? No. But will I aggressively journal about it and learn? Yes, I will. And sometimes that's got to be the goal. Tesla, I haven't even paying any attention to you because I've been stricken with CrowdStrike. But Tesla here.
What happened, Katina, man?
Quadunk. Let's see what we do here. 218.50s, chopping, churning, living, learning. Let's see if we get our 30 bounce here in Tesla. Do we get the 30 bounce? We get the 30 bounce. Like I said, Tesla's been having that weird 30 cent area. I didn't go long said 30 bounce, but if we break below said 30, okay, now Tesla, you want me to give the 30s? I'm going to have to keep an eye on you over here. Sorry for the excitement, guys, but this market has just been so wild. If there's any tickers that you have your eye on during this wild west, you've got only 10 minutes left to get in that chat and to vote for them. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Also, as Tesla chips and chops here around these 30s, I'm very tempted to take a short. I have the order ready. Let's see if my trigger finger gets tempted here and we get to break below here as Tesla whiffles and it waffles. How are you doing? What are you
Good. I just shorted the dead one on Apple. Took that at 20s. We took about 40 pennies there as it dips down well below 18s. Well, I took it out too early, obviously, because we're about to break the low of day. Here it comes. And we just did break the low of day, Katina, man. 217.53. This thing is on the way down. Tesla's on the way down. The soft one's on the way down. Meta's on the way down. Everything is bleeding up a storm right now. And I believe we did break 19,000. Excuse me, but my thing is not updating. Oh, we broke 19,000, all right. 18,916 LOD at the moment. And there is not a bid to be had on the futures. Mag 7, I was going to say or otherwise, but I haven't looked at every single stock in the market. But this is the look on the futures. We haven't touched the 20 exponential once today on the NQ September contract on the 5-minute chart. That to me has got to be some sort of record. I don't think I've seen something like this. 2.87 to the negative side. And believe it or not, we still haven't gotten, let me just zoom out here, 30-minute. I wanted to look at yesterday's price action on the NQ. Here it is. We are still above yesterday's low, believe it or not. If you want to use 18.8 as your level there because there's a double bottom at 18.8, go ahead and use it. But this candle over here, right at I believe 15, is basically 4 o'clock. Because Central Time, we dipped into 18.723. I'm going to say 18.8 looks like a better level to me as a key area of support, but we could easily be there because given the amount that we've retraced already, we're 800 points lower than we were at the high this morning. 19,717 HOD, 18,916 LOD. That's a hell of a U-shaped retracement. I would say Christmas tree, but it has too much of a nice little rounded top. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette, who just messaged me. He's like, dude, if people don't think the winds of change are come on this market, what are they thinking? And Big Spile, you might absolutely be right on that. Again, I'm thinking a little bit differently here, more of like a micro rather than a macro, looking at how my stocks perform. Completely, I don't really care about the entire market. I'm not in the indexes at all in my long-term portfolio, just specific names. So to me, bleeding on a name more important than bleeding on the market. So we'll see how Apple can do today after said earnings. And it has been definitely a tough time for them in China. I think that's going to be the make or break factor. We'll see if that ends up being anything. All right, let's flip back and look at some of the names we've been trading. HIMS catching a bit of a bounce here at 8 and a fifth. Looking to get back into that 8.5 with that gnarly resistance level at 1880. I said 8, I meant 18. I apologize. 1880 is where we're going to look to get short again. There was a lot of selling in and around there. What are you guys looking at, though, in the chat? We have about 15 minutes left on the show. Let's see what people are talking about. Jonathan Greenwald says Nvidia to 106 looking likely. You're not wrong, John, because we have a 107.41 LOD. So likely you might be right there. What do we got? Virgo says TMUS high a day. Not you, T-Mobile. No way. Let's find out what
They're day 2 earnings, I think.
That makes sense, Adara. That makes sense. Let's have a look at TMUS. Yes, very much at that high of day, guys. Good look for them. Let's wait for this bad boy to load up. And, There it is. There we go. Yeah, 185.25. Great look. And then you can see that big earnings spike yesterday in the pre-market, gapping up quite aggressively there. I didn't have eyes on this, but yeah, shout out to you, Virgo. Good look for T-Mobile US. Bob's looking at Nvidia as well. And Fonzie, well, he's trying to duel you up, Big Spile. So get him. Benton C says Snow, 52-week low. Not you, Snow. Why? What happened to Snow? Did they get breached? Did they get hacked? 121.60. Yeah, wow. Did not see that. Let's look at this daily chart. Ooh, that level gave way quite aggressively. There was a $120 defend there that had been in place essentially since May of 2022. So yeah, that's given way. Yeah, good call, Benton. Did not have eyes on that. What a retracement from Snow. From the highs that we put in March, how much lower are we now from that? Yeah, we're about 47% and change lower. Let's see how Pandub's doing on the day. That I get rinsed on that one? Let's see. Yeah, that lost about $11.63 off the high. So that Pandub not faring much better, as everything really in trouble today. Cloud computing, IT security, everything really in Redsville. Let's bring in the watch list, see what's not red right now. Start from the top. As you can see, everything is red. Carvana's still up on the day. Let's move down the list over here. Yeah, everything's still very, very negative. There's pharma and biotech saving except for Moderna in Greensville. What else? How about solar? A couple of mixed names. Nova's up 17.5%. All right, that's interesting there. They might have been an earnings winner. I know you guys were talking about Sunrun in the chat today, and I did see a couple of headlines on Sunrun.
Did Sunrun? Did it run?
It did. Well, it's up on the day a little bit here, up 1.14%. Certainly nothing like Nova. It's up 16 2/3 right now. So interesting look for Solaire stock. Shout out to the OP. He is the one. He is the Canobadare. What are you looking at?
If there's any solar stocks or otherwise you want to look at, get in that chat and make your voice heard. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's Sunrun, maybe it's Nova. I don't know, guys. Get involved. Get in that chat. We love audience participation here at Trader TV Live. Just make sure your voice is heard and make sure your vote is shared. This segment is brought to you by our lovely sponsors at Real Trading. Also, Tesla, I took that short there, 218. Like I said, when we rejected the 30 level, I liked it. Got 30 pennies in the money, 2/3 of the position, ended up getting out the final third when we broke back above 50, so it's all good there. Tesla trying to curl higher, though. I should have been involved in this because I saw us going from resistance to support at the 218.30s, and I was like, no, Dara, wait. But I don't know. We're trying to curl back up here on the SPY and the Qs, and certainly here on T to the S, the L to the A. If I see another 219 test and bounce, I will be interested in that. SPY, I'm just going to have to stay away from for the rest of the day because I feel like I had some good reason that earlier. I did have that 85 penny cent trade on SPY. That was fun earlier, but I'm red on it now. Again, I usually do hide my P&L just because I feel like I make better trading decisions when I'm not looking at it, but I just looked at it now at the end of the day. I am red on the SPY, red on Tesla, but I'm green on Meta, CrowdStrike, Amazon, and Apple. But anyways, the reason I bring this up is because I think with the SPY, I was getting a little too reliant on my whole dollar levels. And instead of getting the breakdown, getting it as a breakdown, a retest, I was getting it as it already retested here, right? So it's like at this point, I'm getting involved when we formed a bottoming tail candle. So basically, I need to think about my strategy. Again, aggressive journaling is in fact to be had as always. Shout out to Freddie, the friendly guy, who's getting excited there about Nvidia and its little bounce there. I saw, here we go, come on Nvidia, one more candle, get above the 9 SMA. I've got the 9 EMA here, so we can pull this up. We're trying. I will say though that is a pretty nasty, little bottoming wick or topping tail candle here at 109s, coming into confluence with not only the 9 EMA but also that previous level of support. Got to say, this does not look optimal for Nvidia right now, so we're gonna have to wait and see what this one does. I know I said I'd stay away from the SPY, but now it's giving me the whole dollar level I like. We'll be cautious, we'll be patient. If I do get involved, I'll be taking small size, but it's interesting as the rest of this market continues to fall lower. Tesla's like, what do you mean we're falling back down? I'm still bouncing off my 218.30s, and I'm like, I'm happy for you, Tesla. I appreciate it. I respect that bounce. And if you want to keep bouncing, I will go long. That being said, if you break below 219, I will short you. So it's up to you, TSLA. I'll take you whatever direction you'll have me. I'd be pleased as punch. Meta, which again, I had the one trade on and then did not get my whole position filled, is still below the 9 EMA. I don't want to rush into a trade on this. I had the trade earlier that went well, that I felt really good about. And I want to shout out again a new view. Thank you very much again for shouting this stock out in this Meta 500. But now Meta continuing to curl at the 9 EMA. We do have bottoming tail candles though and decent looking support on around that 493 level on the 5 minutes. So I'll be cautious, but it's on my mind. Let's see what this market does. What a fun day we've had here, Sharif. Oh, yeah. These markets have been crazy. The market's been wild. You have 1 minute left to vote for your ticker. Oh, yeah. Exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you like. Moderna, are you trying to curl up now too? Down a cool 20%? And your spread's only 2 cents now, Moderna? Winter, if you give me something I like, I will go long. I will take you off that 90 EMA bounce because you are SSR. So I will stop talking now. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at AMWL. Just showed up on my scanner. Looks like a small cap gapper. I'm just going to put the ticker in for you guys. Let me give you the deets on this one super quick. Here it is. $170 million market cap. The shares traded on the day. Quite suspicious, about 566,000. Be careful with this one. The profile, the float is large, 240 million shares. Let's bring down trade ideas and find out AMWL, what the short float is there, AMWL. 3.68%, not huge, but this one did get really going there right at 9:30. It's been up and to the right. Really, it's a bit, this one is a harder one to trade because it's not respecting the moving averages. So for me to get in on a retracement would be tough because there's no specific area. Let's look at the 1 minute, see if there's more respect there. Yeah, no. When you look at the 1 minute, this is not tradable. Sorry, I mentioned this because it looks a lot better on the 5 minute, but the 1 minute showing how sparsely it's being traded. The levels are good in the sense that you're putting in higher highs and higher lows, but when you see candle distribution like this, you should know that that's a light trade there. And yeah, that's not really the look. So keep an eye. I would say on the Mag 7, that's where all the bleeding is and a lot of the price action is. Let's have a look at the soft one because this one is continuing to bleed down. We were short softy at 418 and change there. Sorry, 418 and a third. We covered there at 417 and a third. But look at this. That was nothing, Adara, because it gave us the 413.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, $4 lower than where it was at the time. All sorts of weakness right now on MSFT coming into that 413. That is the low of today right now, 413.09. Not a bit to be had on any of them. We're at 18.9 now on the future. Do we defend that level? We know we talked about this. 18.7, an important area to keep your eye on based on yesterday's price action. Bleed more, says Mr. Jonathan. He wants more blood. Give the man more blood. He is vampiring up a storm today. Shout out to him. Bryce, look for ES at 54.32. Let's have a look at and see what Bryce is talking about there. The ES at 50, I believe he said 432. Let's load up the ES September contract and look at that. Here we go. Let's load up the September contract. 53.42. We got to zoom out definitely to get a better look at that. Here's the 4 hour, 53.40. Whoa, we got to breach 54.25. I need to breach this level first, but 53.42. This will be around right here. What are you seeing there, Bryce? Nice consolidation area here, I guess, but it did breach that level. Yeah, let me know what you're looking at there because it doesn't really stand out to me as a level. But yeah, we're still at the 200, and we keep bouncing off the 200 on the 4 hour here on the ES. That's interesting, and that's been in place since basically the 24th. The 24th and 25th, we bounce off the 200 on the 4. Again, on the 30th, and it looks like we're doing it again today. So interesting. ES finding support at the 200 exponential moving average on the 4 hour time frame. Not one that I typically use anyway. Keep an eye on that. Softy finding support at 413. Lucky number 13 coming in well here for Softy as it moves up about $1.50. But if you ask me, this is likely a dead cat bounce, as all these bounces today on the Mag 7 name, without exception, have all been dead cat bounces because they all printed lower lows and lower highs somewhere in the day. Apple's right back at that 10 exponential. You're getting Tesla right back at that 10 exponential. So is Nvidia. But there is not a newer high to be had. Adara, tell us all about that trade.
I took that Tesla 219.50 bounce. Why did I take that Tesla 219.50 bounce? You guys know how I've been talking about those 30 penny levels on Tesla. I see 219.30 come in. I say, Adara, if we get a bounce off 219.50 that you trust, that you like, you risk it into the book. You see what we do at 1930. If we're breaking it to 1930, you get out. To me, risking 20 pennies, it made sense as a trade. I get involved here. We get to the 1930 a couple times. We bounce every time. I say, Dara, chill. Stay in this trade. I had a pretty small position, and I wasn't even planning on adding here, honestly. The plan for this trade initially was to see what we did as we get to 220s. But you guys know, today I'm embracing the jazz piano type vibe to my trading, where you have a roots plan, but you're ready, if the music changes. If someone decides to, get a little bit of a bongo in there, a different drum, a horn, you have to be able to trade with that song as that tune changes. And for me, the tune on Tesla was showing massive support at that 219.50. So I added 219.50 1963s, took out half the position at 88s,
Nice.
took the rest of the position out just above 220s. Now we're at 220.50 on Tesla. Happy I still was able to use the scalping and be a little bit more confident with my trade. I love this market. Thank you so much, Charlie Taff. I appreciate the shout out there. Really, I'm just trying to learn every single day. Today, I feel like I've been a lot more confident, even though this market's giving you a lot of wild, woolly action. Maybe even because this market's giving you wild, woolly action. Shout out to Sean. Hi, Sean. But I think, yesterday I got shut down, but I did not get shut out of these markets. You got to go prove yourself every single day.
Bang.
5 minutes left. Wow, guys, this has been such a day. Thank you, Elon. I appreciate the kind words in this chat. Chill Vibe saying not trusting the long right now. Yeah. I don't blame you because some things are coming into key areas here. We have Tesla gone above that 220 now, a little bit skittish. Nvidia. I know Freddie the Friendly Guy was looking at this. We get to the 9 EMA, but now we're rejecting. And as I said earlier, we have massive confluence, in my opinion, with this 9 EMA. We're now kind of chopping and turning. We also had a couple rejection wicks there earlier. So we're going to have to wait and see what we do here at Nvidia. Will support and resistance flip and flop? We're going to have to find out. But I think we're at some key areas. Apple, shout out to you, Apple. You were fun earlier. Apple above the 9 EMA, to be fair, but still legally lower highs, lower lows. So let's see what goes on there. Yeah, I mean, legally. I didn't even realize I said that. I've been told I say legally a little bit liberally, but why not? But I see you also think that Apple could be weak here.
Well, I just wet my beak on it for a small amount. I'm going to look to get out if it breaks 40. If we get that new high, besides I got to be off the desk in like 2 minutes here, so it's probably right that I get out if we dip down. And now we're break even. Actually, now we're in the money, so I'm just going to take it out here because I got to get up off the desk. So we'll take that for a 3-penny winner. Yes, so we're going to give the Katina Man more material to mock us with on the big desk there. So shout out to him. Yeah, we're just joking there, Sean. Yeah, exactly. So that's the look there. But in case you guys don't know, that new segment that we have, make sure to vote every day. It's too late now, but every day get your vote in. Around this time, Adair and I go on basically from 11 to 2 every day, and that's when you have your opportunity to vote. Or when the big kahunas come on, because then they're going to be able to look at the trades as you want to talk about them. And the Katina Man says, here we go. I see another 10 exponential rejection on the NQ, and that usually means more lower lows and lower highs. 18.9 still holding, but for how long on the future? You see the red there. Oh, baby, everyone's calling dead cat bounces. I couldn't disagree. It's been a dead cat bounce kind of day, Adara. What a day it's been. Tomorrow's Friday, obviously. I will not be here. It's going to be the...
Oh, you will
he
not?
is the one.
Oh, my God.
He is the Canoe.
Adobe reunion tour
I just have
tomorrow.
to make sure that it's okay with Brando. I haven't checked out with him, but Obi is ready to go.
Guys, we
for
get
tomorrow.
Obi on Amazon earnings day. What, did you just realize what you get, guys?
There you go.
Boy.
So that I'm definitely not
boy.
coming tomorrow.
Yeah,
Right? So I will see everybody, hopefully, fantastic on Monday. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. Print up a storm. It's giving you a lot of opportunities to the short side.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sharif. Congrats on your trades. It's so nice to sit next to you here every single day. He will be gesticulating wildly on the green screen and talking there. But shout out to you. A couple of comments in the chat just making me laugh and making me happy because I love this community. So shout out to Freddie, the Friendly Guy, saying, thank you for a memorable, momentous day here. Great job. This will be one of those. Do you remember that day where everything crashed? Yeah, I don't disagree there. Shout out to you, Freddie, the Friendly Guy, being friendly. Casey saying day trading is like a box of chocolates. I do agree. You really never know what you're going to get. And that's, in my opinion, one of the things that I love the most about this this market. Urso saying that they're confident today. I'm really happy you were confident, confidera, whatever you were. I hope it worked out for you. Apple trying to bounce off 218s. We got Tesla trying to bounce off 220s, but I would say the Apple bounce a little bit better looking for me than Tesla, though they're both around this 9 EMA. What an exciting day, guys. Is there anything else you want me to look at here as we head into this these last kind of few minutes before we get those green screen segments? What else are we looking at? Daniel Melendez needs a Dara clap. I'll give you a clap. There we go. Not in a trade right now, but I can clap. I like that. Thank you guys so much for this community. I really appreciate this. I know I have been like so, high energy today, but it's because the market's been fun. Happy to say I'm up on the day, 0 loss from top. So this is, I'm really happy. Yesterday was a setback, but I'm happy when things go down, you got to get back on that saddle, keep on pushing, keep on grinding. What else do you have going on? SPY trying to climb back up here. Shout out to Darwin in the chat saying that, generally it just looks like a bit of a pullback for the SPY and the Qs on the daily charts. Wow, SPY. Oh my gosh. Look at this bottoming tail candle just whizzing up here above that 9 EMA. AMA. Yeah, thank you, Darwin. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words there. I think, like Sean said, you have to be honest when you're having a bad day. I told everybody about, I got shut down live in front of you guys in that SPY trade. But today you come back, and that's what's great. Like KC said, day trading is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get, but hopefully that flavor is going to be pretty sweet. And if you're here with Trader TV Live, we can give you that flavor as we get those new chocolates in the market every day. And as this analogy goes downhill, we're going to see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Sharif, green screen. Let's get it.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the names as decided by you. So make sure to join Adair and I on How to Trade the Midday Show and get your vote in there in the chat. Yeah, the triple Qs. Let's talk about that. It was a bit of a very interesting move yesterday. We really had an interesting day start, and then we ran aggressively in the aftermarket, making that 19,700 touch on the NQ September contract. But as quickly as we were able to make it up, we made it right back down. As you can see, it's been a short to pop kind of day today. Lots of negative in the market, whether you're in the Mag 7 or otherwise. Let's start with the name as decided by you guys, though. NVDA, no surprise there. It also had a very aggressive move into the aftermarket yesterday. I saw this one almost up 20% at around 738 yesterday. Didn't quite make it up there, but as quickly as it got up there, guys, as quickly as it finds itself right back down.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we're long right now. We just punched long on that. Hey, welcome back, everybody, as we just get all set up here for you to get back into some trading. All right, wow. Nvidia is not going to be my number one stock. There's more to come on that one. And on the list, of course, is not Meta. That makes a lot of sense, but I'll talk about that at some point anyways, as we're now sitting in some couple winners here. We really nailed that Meta trade. We really nailed Nvidia today as well. I mean, this is the one that I've been tweeting out. It was P&L number one pretty much every day this week. And we just put it back there today again. So, I mean, it's pretty simple. We were long early. It lost that level. Then we tried again at 115, 116. Then we just flipped up our mind and we went short. The short really, really paid. We were still short all the way down here. We covered. Then we started to go more short at the 50-period moving average. When that failed, we decided, nah, let's go long. So now we have the long in Nvidia, and we just took $1 and change on the long there. That's a 400. That's a 109.93 fill, and we're long at 109.21. Sorry, so 75 cents there, as we do not get above 110. So yeah, another horrible day for Nvidia. Yesterday was fantastic. And then this morning, we were all really happy about it being at 120. And then since then, it's straight to the downside.
It's true.
So it's pretty bad. And then the name that I want to look at here, if you want to get some relative strength going through, you pick SOXL on a day like yesterday. But then when a day like today happens, you are down 20% right now on the 3 times ETF for the sector. So yeah, man. Oh, SOXL's actually on the list. Okay, so we'll talk about that when it gets there. But at the end,
snuck it in.
They snuck it in. But at the end of the day, yeah, not good.
TLT.
Not good.
I mean, the yield's been moving around as well.
Yeah, we gotta get some more votes on that.
Yeah, not good for most of anything. I mean, what are we supposed to? I can't say anything positive about the majority of the market. It is what it is. Like the chip name that I like today for the short ended up being ARM after their report. It wasn't Nvidia, but the best you can do is get out of the way of it. We were long off of VWAP early on Nvidia. The one I stunk was probably not reversing at 17. I took a scalp trade at 114.5 here, got out of it, went over to ARM because ARM is what was working for me a little bit better. But on the higher time frame, like you actually end up bouncing. And again, I wasn't really looking for longs. I drew this a couple of days ago at 108, and it ends up being a bounce spot. But I'm not going to pretend that I was looking for longs in that moment on Nvidia. So it is what it is. Like for now, it's holding that line on the chart. As we're talking about the chips, ARM. There you go. I need to get that new version. I'm supposed to do that over the middle of the day. But ARM, bit of a pop now, down 16%. So it's an SSR bounce because it's down more than 10%. But I've stayed short this one. If it gets back into 123, that's the next level. I think if we get into that price, I definitely want to be short, maybe even the 122 zone. So you're getting the first major bounce here in several tech names. The only things I'm in right now are Pfizer and Tesla. Pfizer long. Pfizer's actually a strong stock today. Not everything is really bad. I think there's some tech names that are doing pretty good. Trust me, bro. Not everything is looking very good today.
I just commented here. The man, the myth, the legend is in the building right now. What's up to Mr. Andrew Rader? He'll be joining me tomorrow, right there with the Hyundai there,
right,
dropping it down. So thank you so much for that. And yeah, he's been talking. I mean, we all we looked at that. Some seasonal changes. I mean, Andrew did talk about this on our show, which is why, we're bringing you guests like that, which is why I personally invited him to the recap show on Friday. So he's going to be joining us tomorrow night, and we'll go over some Trust Me Bro situations. But yeah, the NASDAQ has been going to the downside. Thank you, Andrew, for that super chat. Means a lot to us as well. We're $5 in the money on Meta. You want to talk about a Trust Me Bro moment right here. Trust me, man. We went long 515 to 525. That's on the board. And then we went short 500 all the way down here to 492. Let's see if this one can keep going a little bit lower. But yeah, congratulations to anybody that's on that NASDAQ short. And I know Andrew was talking about it. Some other plays there. Starbucks was a good one. He's going to remember that call. We'll talk about that tomorrow night. And there it is. There's another one. There's another one. Thank you so much for that. We'll spin it, and then I'll show it on the show. Bro, you better drop some of this for the recap show tomorrow as well. You know what I'm saying? All right. Doctor said he's sick because his money's blue. All right. Yeah, I mean, if your money's blue here in Canada, those are $5 bills. So I got you on that one. See you all tomorrow, he says. Thank you again, Mr. Andrew Rader, coming through again from, I don't know, he never really pumps his websites. We can go find Rader.
From the mean streets.
Yeah, from the mean streets of Ohio.
Big Ten country.
What's
that's that down in Ohio. Yeah, that stuff that kids do these days.
Do that? I don't even know that.
My daughter doesn't shut up about that.
Yeah, my kids say Skibbity Ohio or something.
Oh
like that.
God, the Skibbity.
Yeah, so they say stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, we're on that Skibbity stuff too.
Or they go, Dad, you're so Sigma. I feel like that's probably a good one.
Those are three things in my daughter's karate camp. They're like, the teacher or the sensei, whatever you call him, he's like, I don't want to hear Sigma, I don't want to hear Skippity-doo, and I don't want to hear Ohio.
Skippity-doo-dah?
Yeah, whatever
it is. Yeah.
He's like, no, but you know what? And I actually agree with that. Because when you're doing karate, it's a discipline thing, right? It's what it's down to. If you're just at a normal fun camp, say what you want and have your fun, but it's discipline. Not that I have any idea what any of those things are, but let's get on and talk about the SPY, which are doing this.
Neil, you're too old.
You're old.
We don't want those blue bills on this side of the border. We want those brown bills. If you're from this side of the border, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right, the SPY. Yeah, it's taking a hit. It's taking a big hit. 1 2/3 down right now, whether it's the ES, whether it's the SPY, whether it's the Dow. There's weakness in all areas of the market. Here we go. Weak economic data. We got the US ISM data points coming in at around 9:45 today. Some of them missing, some of them beating. But yeah, that was a big retracement, guys, on the SPY. Take it over.
Market be down.
So the good news for the SPY is you've still got the double bottom in play. So it's not all bad, it's just really bad, right? So no, that's what? You gotta look for silver linings everywhere. If you can't find the silver lining in every situation, A, there's no red candle, so shorts have been good. B, yeah, double bottom here. This is a couple of days ago, and then like a week ago, you've got 54.30. Remember we were talking about the thirds, Sharif? You know this. The 54.33 level on the ES. But when you look at the SPY, that's going to be like $538. So I suppose if we see $538 maybe look bounce this afternoon, that's not unreasonable. Another quadunk to the downside here. That looks like it's been in play. But if you talk about short the pop event, that's what you're getting. So, I mean, everyone in the chat's been saying the same thing this morning or this afternoon, and throughout lunchtime, short the pops. I'm only in Tesla right now. And if you're wondering, like, why are you long Pfizer? I'll just get this one out of the way. Everything else, every chart that you've seen us pull up since we came back on the show, and then Pfizer. So for reasons that are Pfizer's reasons, I don't know, you had that bad news for HIMSS. I don't think it had anything to do with that. I think Pfizer just found the $30 bid, and there's a bit of a rotation going on. So some of these names look good. That's in an upward channel. Yada yada yada. Needs to break out the high on Pfizer. Can't seem to do it just yet. But when it does, we'll look for the 3080 level for the high of the day. Everything else has been short the pops.
The fact that we had this genius idea early of playing a bounce on the TQQs that actually worked is pretty incredible. I have no idea how we're still up. I know how we're up. We left it alone. We got in, we got out, we hit it real quick, man. It was off. I think it was off this 50 period right here, 67.50, yeah. So it just came into some pre-market levels, and we were able to quickly get in and out of the queues there. So yeah, that's like my sort of story today. It's not an overly sexy one or anything like that, but we were in and out of that right away, man. Now down 8%. I take pride in actually trading the futures, so you know, we've done really well on it. Now it's a new month. It was my #1 stock last month, followed by Nvidia, followed by AMD, and a lot of that was because the damage we did yesterday. But at the end of the day here, I don't think it's worth hitting a bounce yet. I would still let this follow down, man. It's still following the 50 period moving out. I know we're talking about the SPY, but this is the NASDAQ, so kind of thing, same thing.
Market's a market.
As you can go here, today the NASDAQ's down 3%, so this keeps following the 50 period moving average. I'd say stay short until you get at least back up here to 64 and change when you're near the 200 period. So we're still, I don't know why Meta's not on here, but Meta on earnings today has dropped now $30 from its highs. So we are in the money there, made all of our money here, tried to get at 510, then hammered the short through there at 500. So bang, that was a good trade, man. That was $4. And right now we're still in a $4 winner. As we hold 20%, we're still in 20% of this. We thought we were big time down here when we were 7 in the money, but we already made 12 in the money early on Meta. Let's see if it really wants to go and break these lows, 493. I do have another trade idea for Nvidia, but we gotta roll through this first. So let's do that, and then we'll go back over into some Nvidia trades.
Yeah, Apple next. This report's after the bell, so make sure to catch that with, I don't know which one of the guys is doing it with Adara on the market recap show, but here it is. They're expected to post about $84.33 billion in revenue and print about $1.33 in EPS. We'll have to see how they do. Big sell-off for Apple today, down 1 1/3, faring a little bit better than the overall market, but that could change, guys, after the bell.
Absolutely could change it. But it'll be myself, it'll be Chris Brecher, it'll be Dara, and I just remembered that I'm not on Friday, which is fine. We kind of switch off.
You were on last Friday.
Well, also, you're not here, like, you're off in London next week anyway, so it would have to be, you know, it is what it is. But the other thing you can do here is check out that QR code right there at stonks.com to predict Apple's price at 4:30 after said earnings. You have a chance to win up to $1,000. It is absolutely free to enter. I'm not going to guess 472.67. It's for some reason just giving Meta prices from yesterday. So I'm going to do I think I already did 224.69.
400 after.
No, I don't think that's possible. So I'm going to do 214.69.
Go for it.
Boom. Submit that prediction. I won $6 yesterday. That's a latte. Not that I drink lattes. I drink my coffee black. And I'm going to leave it at that and not say anything else about it. Apple, I haven't traded Apple today, and thank goodness we didn't like a long in Apple. Because there was a hot moment, I promise you this. When we finished the morning show, Apple double bottomed at $220. And I was really thinking, hey man, Apple, the market sometimes likes to bounce, double bottom at 220, let's go long. No. And we went over, I shorted ARM because ARM is doing ARM things. The only good thing for Apple, I shouldn't say the only good thing. Apple has a lot of good things going for them. But the good thing going for it right now is this trend line since it broke out in June. So there's your June break, first pullback, and then now it's riding this trend line. If it gaps under tomorrow, I'm thinking short into the 50 period along those lines. If you do end up holding that trend, it would be just above this low at 216. So the trend line bottoms like 216.15. I would suppose if you get to that level, you're also getting to that bottom on the SPY that just happened a couple of days ago. So those are likely to coincide with each other. I'm not really trading it. Tesla just hit 218, so we're out of that one. Market is red. Next available pop, we will go for that again. So Tesla 220. A couple times had the breakdown, then had a couple of shorts in here off the 220. It seems to be bouncing off 218, but everything is still heading into the downside. At least most things are heading to the downside.
All right. Yeah, so my worst stock of the day here is going to be, it's pretty much my only red one. We'll talk, I have Oracle that we'll talk about in a minute as well. But I'm really happy to show you guys when we lose, because we already talked about this honesty about what we're trying to do here. And I was trying to go long off these bottoms, pretty much exactly what Neil was talking about there. 222 and change, it came right into 221. I thought that would have been a trade into these pre-market lows, and yesterday once we closed into 222, it did not hold, man. It did not hold, and so we just got hit there. So we We did not go short. Normally purple would be short. That's probably either just marked wrong or I had too many offers out. We tried it at 222, gave it up. We tried it again there and gave it up at 221.50. So it's a red name for us. Probably the biggest hit we have on this is probably 50 cents at most, I would think, on Apple. But yeah, it's coming up to, again, areas that you might want to look for some support, right? I mean, we've already been down here before, 217 to, wow, here we go, man. We are now, I mean, I know if Raider, you're still in the chat, man, but next time you're in Toronto, I'll take you to the club. You just got to promise that it's going to be at least the $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 club right there now on Meta. So that's what we're doing. Again, it's that same trade that I mentioned to Sharif on the midday show. We're still in that Meta short from 500, but Apple's coming up to support. So, you know, long story short, I think you wait for earnings at this point. And if the market continues to fall down, I'd look other places rather than Apple, because you're 2 hours away, right, from a big report. So I would wait on that. I don't think the report's going to be overly huge, the report itself, but it's going to definitely move. As we'll hear what they're expected, hopefully, as they, I mean, I don't even think they should guide, but, you know, we'll hear what their guide is. I don't know how they're going to predict how many phones they're going to sell with this AI thing, so.
They're late, too.
We'll just wait.
They're out until 4:30.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're always a really late one at 4:30.
Meta continues, man. Meta now just breaking through 495 and looking for a low of day break here on META. So there's the trade right there. And I actually tweeted this out. This is why you have to have it, and I know Derek kind of talks about this. Now we're $6 in the money, by the way. And that is that you see this short right here? Many men, and I know Trump's coming out to that song, which is crazy because the guy got shot. Many men would have dumped this here, but we held this, you know, we held this that's about $1.50 against us right there. And we just had some confidence in this trade, breaking through 500, give it a second, give it a second, give it a second, boom. So right now, Meta is probably 10 times the next stock, P&L wise, and I told Neil, I said, that's the way it's supposed to be. You know, you go long here at 515, that's what we had written down right here. And then the 500 break, we also had written down here for 500. So when that came into play and two of your ideas hit, it's supposed to be a big stock, and that's what it is. So yeah, so far so good here today on those couple names. Let's go back over to the screen and talk about the amazing and exciting Treasury name.
And the 20-year, too.
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Yeah.
No sarcasm there at all. But yeah, there's a TLT 1.1 1/3 right now, guys. And this is an outlier because the yields are decidedly down. This is the 20-year, as the guys mentioned, but the 2-year and the 10-year are aggressively down. The 2-year, I believe, is almost 4% in the negative. The 10-year faring a bit better, but the 10-year did give way to that 4% mark today in the high threes, 3.973 as I see it on the TV here. That didn't really affect the 20-year though. Up nice 1/3.
Yeah, I was about, well, okay, you already said it. I was going to point out the 10-year on the bottom. I had the chart up and everything. No, it doesn't. It's fine. There's the 10-year, obviously not doing too well. I see yields pushing. Now, TLT, what's interesting is I'm going to fully expect TLT is going to have an imbalance. The last couple of days, there's actually been an imbalance on the 20-year on the NASDAQ, and that's going to come out at 350. Sometimes you get an early look on it. But this is trend up. You can trade this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I've ever traded TLT. I've traded some ETFs. We've traded crypto. We traded some gold. I've traded gold in the past. Never actually traded this. However, maybe look to see what happens if you do get like a wick top. That can be if you get a reversal in yields in the Treasury. Sometimes you get a reversal in the market. It can happen. So I would be watching this for those reasons. Some people look at the VIX, like the only thing, I have a quote board up where the only thing that is green is UVXY today. Actually, that might not actually be true. Here, let's do the experiment on my quote board. What is positive? Oh, that's right. Let me sort it by since the open, because obviously Meta's still up. Yeah, TLT. PayPal is exactly flat. So all the things that I watch, you got VIX, TLT, and PayPal is flat. Good for you, PayPal. Good for you, PayPal. I had no idea PayPal was doing okay today, but yeah, TLT probably not a trade, but I'd watch that high just in case you get a bit of a market reversal when this potentially reverses that top. We'll see. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, this is the right time to trade TLT. I mean, obviously you're going to be looking at yields and rates, and as there's the rate story, this continues to break higher. So yeah, man, I mean, we always talk about trying to be diversified, and this would be one of the ways to get that, right? So yeah, good movement on here. I don't know enough to think about, like, if this kind of a top to bottom move is something that we could see again. Right now, $82 up to 100. Still not going to move the same as some of these other big names out there, but a great way to get diversified as you start to play that interest rate game. So, yeah, it looks like we are going to have that cut come September, and TLT seems to like that as Treasury yields get a little bit better. So we'll wait to see here as we go back up to the upside.
Randall question.
Yeah.
You ever? I mean, I've never hedged with like the VIX or anything like that. You ever done that? No.
I'm
just curious.
I've never written an option or anything like that. I don't do.
I was just kind of curious. Where you just mentioned, I know some people will do that instead of selling things. Like you might buy protection, as they say. But yeah, sometimes you do it, sometimes you don't. I think you can look at these on days like after the Fed, extreme days. Those are good opportunities to trade a wealth of it can be equity, instruments, it doesn't really matter, especially the one on the board, which really led the way for us yesterday. And my goodness, did Soxell take it on the chin.
Yeah.
Like Buster Douglas. That's
Right.
old school.
Knocked out.
Yeah, knocked out.
Where's Tyson at?
Yeah, Buster Douglas didn't come into shape after that Tyson fight. That's why he lost pretty handily there. But he came into that fight in Tokyo very, very in shape. All right, ARM reporting yesterday. This is obviously not Soxell, but this is really the only microchip that had a headline. ARM and Qualcomm both reporting. Qualcomm, a bit of a mixed bag. ARM beat on everything, but it was really the guide. But the overall market sentiment, chips or otherwise, has been negative, and you see down and to the right on that Soxell, breaking the lows, might I add, guys, that we put in yesterday.
Look, I'm glad you mentioned Qualcomm, because if there was a hint this morning at what might come today, I think like the canary in the coal mine, that's the term, might have been Qualcomm. Because it did the old, you saw us in the aftermarket show, we're recapping right at the end. These are the things that were strong. Meta's leading us to the upside, the Fed, Qualcomm, and we talked about the things that were kind of trash after earnings. It was ARM, it was Teladoc, and Moderna was this morning. But look, Qualcomm gave it all back this morning, and then it really tried at the open. It gave it the old college try, as Sharif likes to say. But the problem with that is it failed miserably. And when this turned, everything turned. And it just, whatever you were looking to be short, get out of your longs when that happened, if you were long any chip names, and look to be short. If I have regrets today, and there's always going to be regrets on days like today, it was AMD. First thing, I actually had this long on, sorry, this is ARM. I meant to type AMD and I typed ARM. Anyways, I did have this long in ARM. We shorted ARM on pops ever since it got that breakdown. Then I had one long in an SSR bounce and did not reshort it here. Have not reshorted 121s. I think that'll be the next story. And then AMD, if you're looking at the chip names, was getting out and not getting back in at 138. When it held the 138, I was fixated on ARM because that was the one I had a plan for all day. But my goodness, you could have just shorted anything. And Qualcomm gave us the hint that it was going to be a bad day. When Qualcomm rolled over, I mean, everything just started to go. And you see the spike in Qualcomm was much bigger than everything else at the open. Like it really tried to bounce back to the upside. And when it gave it up, I mean, you guys can see when you have a short the pop kind of day, this isn't even parabolic down. Like the biggest candle on Soxell was at 10 o'clock to the downside. And at that, it's got bigger up candles, yet it's in a downward trend. That is a smooth, linear sell, sell, sell kind of situation.
I mean, today's chip names brought to you by Real Trading, because this is about as real trading as you can get right here. AMD falls down, makes a base. At 141, we take it. Then it breaks 140, and we take that as well. And then it just tanks down in, man. We took 250 on the trade, and now it's $9 in the money. This just keeps going, man. It keeps going to the downside. So we've talked about how bad AMD's been, and this is a monster trade. This is your P&L number 2 name on the day. And P&L number 1 is going to be Meta. P&L 3 is Nvidia. And it's just these trades, right? We were long, made money, then we were short, made money. Then into here, we were just long. We tried that long. Remember, we were in this long when we came back to the show. Then we got out right there when it broke the 50-period moving average. So that's just a good little trade there to end. So again, if you're looking for the big trades, I think you found them, right? I mean, we've had big, this is why I tell you about the P&Ls and everything like that. So AMD is going to be PL number 2 today. Meta's going to be P&L. And Meta is P&L number 1, but it's because we switched here and then switched there. So we went long and then short. So we have the double your pleasure, double your fun on that one. And then Nvidia is the same way, longs into shorts and now paying off. But let's forget about that. That's in the past. Judge us for the trades that we put on, but as well maybe for the ideas that hopefully we give you moving forward. I mean, I'm looking for a break rate here of 132. I mean, I'm hoping that AMD can get that level. You've been riding this 50 period all the way down. I think this is a decent area to think about a break. We're now $6 in the money on Meta, and that just keeps on going to the downside. Oh, so I did put on just right now a little bit of a starter position. I do want to get more shares. I forgot to talk about this. I should have just went on 2 minutes ago. So I'm trying to play the TQs here. So we just put on 10% of what we want here. Just in case it goes, we can have a piece and pay for a coffee. But right down here, we'll try to get a little bit more in the 20s. So we're falling back into this. If this gives it up right now, the bottom of the day, then we'll get out. This move was nice, right? Like if you could take this last move here, maybe I can zoom in a little bit. If you take this level and you think about the same kind of logic, okay, we're basing out now, maybe we can find something. This move goes from 62.20 all the way to 63.20. That's $1. I don't think you have to give it that much room. So this is why, not that I think about this. I mean, like I just said, we're 6 in the money on the short the other way on Meta right now, and I'm looking to break short on AMD, but there's a chance here that these TQs possibly hold. So, but it's not going to hold. But here we go, coming right back in right now. We'll try it, and we are getting ready to dump out here on AMD as well. Oh boy, maybe I need to dump these TQs and just play on the short. But here it is. We're in this name right now and looking. I mean, Meta's still going. AMD is now excited into that short. So get that water and coffee out of my damn way. We got to start managing a position right now. We're short AMD into this level. Let me look at some charts and think about where we're going to get out if we're wrong.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So ARM is still short sell restricted, which by the way means I've already gone over this. It's a little bit trickier to get this one on the way back down, but that was the plan of action at the 120 level. That's what I did the first time here. Like it broke a high and then I shorted on the way back in, able to hit the bid. Don't get it this time. You guys can see that. But I'm going to sit here, see if I can't get picked up in front of 120 with a 120, just over 10s, I guess, will be the stop. The idea being, until it stops working, try to find some short the pop situations on the weak names that have worked for you. With one exception, this morning I was on Moderna. I'm not on Moderna this afternoon. I just feel like it caught a triple bottom in here. It's down that 20%. The 95 level is a pretty decent, like it was a big chop zone. Outside of that, it's got like 85 on the daily. So I'm really just on the chips. Moderna will oddly enough be, it was my best stock this morning, but I used it as a lesson of the day because I wasn't quite aggressive enough on the best possible entry from Moderna. I actually went 1 for 3, taking a $2 hit on Moderna, and taking the same trade that it just lost would have been fantastic on Moderna. But you can see when that 121 buyer was brick walling it and it finally broke after a half an hour, I didn't get the short and I wasn't aggressive enough chasing. I didn't get the short because it was SSR and the spread opened up, but I could have chased it a little bit and been willing to pay down like a $0.50 or so on that breakdown. I think I crossed 25 cents, which, I mean, sometimes you get wrapped up in numbers like that. Like, yeah, he breaks, crosses 25 cents, hope to get the fill. If I was a little more aggressive, I'd probably get the short, and I'm not getting the short $1.25 later for a re-entry on that stock. But I'm not thinking the short down here on mRNA. Going to keep it with the chips. And just one more thing here for Pfizer. The plan of action, it's trying to break the high. If we fail break the opening range top at 30.80, I'm getting out of it. So if it gets to 30.80, fails the break and gets back down here, I'm just going to cover the trade. Pfizer also up today. It's not on my quote board. That's why I said only UVXY and PayPal were up. Don't really track Pfizer usually.
I'm not sure there's a world where I can win on both of these trades. So we're about to get stopped out right now. We're now $8 in the money on Meta. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to withstand this TQQ trade right now. You know, we thought we would try this long there, and it looks like it does want to break. So, you know, if we do get a little bit of a bounce, we can maybe get out of it. But for right now, we just covered some AMDs in the 70s right there, as was getting a little bit nervous. Like I said, I don't know why I would be holding short tech, but long market right now. So that's, that doesn't make any sense. I was just looking for AMD to be, relatively weak no matter what the market did right now. Okay, so we'll take some out for flat right there on the TQs and see if it can get back up to the upside right now. Meanwhile, Meta is still singing, man. I mean, this name is still downside, and it just broke the low of the day. So that was an $8 winner there if we sat on the bid. Still feel pretty good about it. Looking to maybe get out. I don't know, man. I don't just want to get out where we were 4 or 5 minutes ago. That level right there is 495.50. That's actually, we're at 496.50. Let's go to 495.50. I mean, that's the 50-period moving average. We've been using that for a while. So 495.51. We'll slap that out right there. So if that comes out, we'll get out of that one. And it'll just be a $4.50 winner, Neil, so it's not too bad there. But we are still waiting here to see if the TQs can go. We already got a little piece out of that Meta when it went down there. That was only 15%, of AMD when it broke. We just sat there at 75. It was actually at 77. You guys know we'll go station to station on the quarters. So that was a play there. All right. Well, we just reviewed all 3 positions that we have.
The only new position I have is I just mentioned ARM 120, so I got 88s there. Whoops, Carvana on the New York. Carvana's not tanking. Carvana's at VWAP and just bounced $7 off the bottom. Well, Carvana's up 10% today, despite all this bad stuff. This is interesting because it's still 18% short float. Hey, you got to find strength sometimes in weird places or different places on days like today.
Yeah, man.
This doesn't look that bad. I mean, you've got once,
if you want to.
Twice, thrice here, like 148.5. Yeah, this doesn't look that bad. I mean, obviously, Carvana is also above the previous 52-week high. I mean, today now it's a 52-week high. But the previous 52-week high, it's still above that 147. If this can break out through VWAP, you might have a little something there. I just heard something about Virgin Galactic, and I'm like, please tell me.
I heard something. I heard something about it. Who knows? We'll find out about it. Yeah. I mean, there's AMD right there. We reloaded it at 30. There it is. It's a 40-cent winner. It is.
Another one.
And then hopefully we'll give you.
Another one.
And then maybe even.
Another one.
I mean, right now it is a downside move. I mean, there's AMD starting to get lower and lower. We're short at 132.21 on advanced micro devices. I'll take another piece now at 95, please and thank you. If we are able, and we are able. So there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside. And then, of course, we will flush ourselves down the toilet. And this trade didn't make much sense the minute that we got into that AMD trade. So that's okay. We'll lose there, but... to lose that much and then to make what position pending. I mean, we're out of half now of this trade, but I still like it. Still like this AMD trade to the short side. It's starting to go. I think we built that pretty good for you. And like I said, I learned by watching the show. And I think that was something that was really important when I was watching it there on Monday or a couple Mondays ago, whatever it was, when I had the day off. Maybe it was Friday. I think it was Friday. And I was just like, okay, what I'd like to see more of, and I just thought about for myself, everyone will host the way they host, but I just thought more, clear entries, clear explanations of the ins and the outs. And so I was thinking to myself that I wanted to do that, not only for myself, but also for you guys. And celebrate, when there's wins, and also obviously explain to you when we're out, because I don't know what trades you guys are in with me or not. So I have to tell you sort of what my train of thought was, and not that you guys could copy trade, but at least you would be able to say, okay, this is what he's looking at, or this is what she's looking at, or whatever the situation is. And then, once it works out, you'll be able to see, okay, that works out there. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. But there goes AMD. We just took another piece out. I do not have any more bids. My next bid is 131.60, which is the low of the day, which is coming in, Neil, right now. Speak it into truths. And there it is, man. It's a banger of a trade right there for AMD. Flat bottom break. Okay. Maybe that is what that was, but there it goes. It's a huge move down there to the downside for advanced micro devices. It's more the average in where we're getting paid in right now, and that goes to being confident in your trades, right, and having the right move. So short arm must be cash at this.
Oh no, it's the flat bottom break was arm just broke a flat bottom. No, they both did, and the market I could have applied that to probably 50 things at the same time. Let's be real. The NASDAQ made a fresh low. The ES made a fresh low. ARM made a local break. AMD made a local break. Nvidia also broke these are the charts that I have up. Nvidia also broke the bottom. So it is what it is. Like everything in that same moment flushed into the downside. And again, like short the pops, we wanted the 120, got 119.88 just in here. We scalped to the bottom of the range, and now we're going to look for a little bit more. Pfizer's still trying to creep up, and I didn't really finish the thought on Carvana. Like I'm not at the point that I'm just going to punch long Carvana. And if it seemed like, oh, Neil's just going to go long Carvana if it busts through 148.5. The thing is, if it breaks 148, I'll get an opportunity to observe what happens in here. Because if it breaks 148, snaps 148.5, and then immediately rejects it back in, that's still that resistance holding up. So I'd like to see it hold above VWAP, hold the 148 level before jumping to any conclusions about Carvana. Because it's still, while up 10%, double top, lower highs, and into like the flat bottom. The market overall is down. Like you don't want to get trapped buying that kind of a move, and then Carvana decides to dump. That is $7-8 it's got to the low of the day there. I need confirmation that some people want to buy this sucker above the 148 level, but I'm going to have it up there. Nothing like a good squeeze in the afternoon potentially. And there was a question about there was a question about HIMS. So someone was saying they were going short HIMS. So I wasn't here when the story hit. Yada yada yada. Bad news for HIMS. 1885 to 19 looks really really good. You have a bit of a double bottom here. That could be worth it, but I'd be careful in this case. It breaks back above 19. Down 13%. It's SSR. You can see the thing got trounced. The news hit here, at $21. This one got absolutely smoked and still trending into the downside. So I have CVNA on the radar. It's trying to go right now. So if it breaks 148, hey, we get a chance to see. Does this one hold a bit above 148? Is it worth that 148.5 breakout to the upside? Shout out to everyone in the chat. If you got any symbols that you're interested in, let us know. And right now I'm in ARM, still in Pfizer, and looking for potential breakout here on Carvana.
All right, and it just goes to, make sure you're trading the right names. I mean, look at these chip names, right? I mean, AMD just went $1 into the money on that break, right? And so you got to make sure you're trading the right ones. And yeah, we'll wind up taking. We got out there at 495.50 on Meta. So just want to talk about that. We talked about that's where our out was. And again, remember what I was saying, about just the integrity of trading. And it's like, I told you I'm going to be getting out on this break of the 50 period. So we get out of that one. We're short here at 500, out there at 495.50, 495.70. I can tell you the price. So that's about a 450 winner or so on that one. Hey, look, man, I mean, we had this down here at 492. Could have got a little less greedy and taken 493s, I think would have been worth it. We'll sacrifice that 250 for what I thought, really did have a good chance of going there. So, yeah. And then now we still have 30% or so of AMD left. A bunch of outs on the downside. Our best out is that low of the day, like we talked about, 131.50. So we have that fill. We'll see if that comes back in, and still looking for more shares and more things to do right now. I talked about that Apple break that I thought was more of a support level. Looks like it's come in and supported it now 3 times down here at 217, but I don't want to take it because of earnings, and I'd rather just let that one settle down.
Go into something else. What about Google? Have you looked at Amazon today?
I've looked at Amazon. Yeah, I've actually traded Amazon.
I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at Amazon once today. Not once.
Yeah.
Not a single time. But just quickly for 1 second.
Go ahead, yeah.
ARM, we got the 119.50 down here, and then it broke out the 120. So, 120 change. And it broke out, so I'm not still in it. You're going to see me get out when it breaks this range. Maybe 121, play it by ear. It's still SSR. It's kind of like a reverse head and shoulders going on. So I don't know how eager I am to just stand in front of it. I want to see it do something like this. Show me a level, show me a rejection, and then get in. If it can do that, like this kind of a round, then I would look for a short opportunity in ARM. Wow, we have like a good look there. Enlightened Bear. MSTR down 7%. I will tell you this. I wrote down, because I know we have a bunch of earnings after market.
Yeah.
And there's so many of them, it's going to be like, we'll as fast as we can. Obviously, we're going to focus on the biggies, but as fast as we can, we're going to try to get to most of them. MSTR lost 1,500 today and down that 7%. And if you're wondering why does 1,500 matter other than the fact that it's a big number and a round number, this looks nasty underneath 1,500. And look, Bitcoin is not doing the craziest moves. I think we're only at 63 or something like that. Yeah. 63. I just checked it on Sean's chart. But with MSTR down this much, I think there's a lot of risk of not necessarily the 200-period moving average, but this 1250 area where it had a big rejection. That seems a long ways away. But a lot of things seemed a long ways away today. And you know what? A lot of them got there. That's the thing. Like never underestimate how far things can move. I think I did that myself with AMD, 100%. I kept trying to get back into ARM. I kind of believed ARM could go down as far as it wants to, but I didn't believe that about advanced micro devices, and that was a bit of a miss. You're right, Mark Knight. Coin also reports.
Oh man, look at ARM.
That's going to be a while. That was probably a really good out on ARM. I'm not going to get my stink bid. That's the other thing.
Man, that was a move there on ARM right back.
Wow, look at that. It just bounced $1. You got to get out. When it breaks a level, the other thing, ARM is down 10%, so it's SSR. So when it does catch a bid, you see big moves when it breaks a level out. Like when it held 118, it's at 119 quick. When it broke 120 here, it was at 21 quick. When it broke 120 here, it's at 21 quick. So if it's, if you're looking to try to short pops in, then you have to have yourself a stop every single time. There's going to be some crazy moves out there. I just want to get back to Carvana because it's doing its best. CVNA here.
I don't want to be caught. I'll put in a bid here at 18 just to take a piece out, or 15s to take 20 cents on AMD because we've already taken, so now we only have 20% left. We've already taken a lot of this out. We're coming up to the 50-period moving average, 132.50. That's our out. So we haven't had to change this at all. Our out has always been here. So it was always 20 cents worth of risk, and we made $1. So well worth it there. Let's take another piece out. We just have a small piece left. I'd think about reloading this right now. And I feel like we were pretty right about this TQQ trade other than the fact that it bounced at $62 right there. We might be trying to find a bottom here in the market, which is fine. All right, try one more time. And again, it's just at the same price. We'll take some, there we go, we'll take some 31s. If it breaks through 50s, we'll get out right there. But let's put some bids a little bit lower now to see if we can get something out to get 1-to-1. So that would be fine with us if we can get out. How many shares did I put? A third. If I can get out a third down here again at 132, then we should probably do that. So that's what we're going to look to do right now, get out of a third. We just reloaded this at 30s. Our stop is 50s. That's 20 cents. So if we can get out somewhere low teens, that would be 1-to-1 because I feel like it's getting ramped up right now. Too bad that we did get out of that Qs trade. We didn't put on that much risk because we were still trying to go short. When we went long the NASDAQ, we were still short Meta and AMD. So yeah, good out looks like on Meta right now. So we've saved ourselves about $1.30 on that out.
That was a good spot.
Yeah, it looks like a good spot. It's the 50-period moving average. So that
double bottom too.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking at for ARM, about thinking about maybe going long now. Try and take that level out right there. Yeah, that brisket was pretty good, man. Not bad.
I smell it on my
It's a 121.21. I don't know. A name that's down 16%, I can't wrap my head around going long right now. On some of these names. So
it's not easy.
I mean, there's AMD, guys. We just did it again. So hit this. We just went 1-to-1, right? So 1-to-1 on the short. 1-to-1. Hello. Now we're really starting to go. This is why you rock with the best. You know you guys know what we're doing here. There's the short for AMD. Just came in right there. So boom. We'll take that out at 92. Just another piece again. There's the move back down in. Look. And again, just talking about it, right? If you're with Real Trading, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying. And it's just like that's the trade that you want to put on when you're on a prop floor. Comes right back in. You're able to reload it. And then boom goes a dynamite. So right now, the trade that we just put in is a 2-to-1 winner right now, period. And that's over the last 3 minutes. So if you're not putting on risk to reward when you're sort of on a run like this, then maybe it's not the right thing. So, all right, here we go. Nice move down in. Let's take another bid here at 75. That's the best we got last time, and we just got it again. We got a 77 there, I believe. It was on that flash. 76s. We get 131.76 there, and now it's tanking. So here we go. Nice trade right there, man. Neil, we just put on a 4-to-1 in front of everybody. So that didn't take that long. Let's see if we can get back going here to the downside as this market has no love.
It's got absolutely no love. Mad love for the shorts. That's for sure. Good one there. I said I'll wait for another wick and just jump into the short again. So I had 120 short or underneath 120. Then this wick happened, which is similar but more extreme than some of the other ones. And when it came back underneath 121, I'm short giving it to 121. Pretty simple plan. I am still, okay, so Carvana, I am now on the break of Carvana. So I'm going to do this because I'm on ARM and in ARM. But this is not an offer. That's a breakout. Let's take a limit buy order. So you are holding the 148 level and now holding 147. So it's a nice tight consolidation. I feel like this might have got some shorts in Carvana. And the idea of going long Carvana to me means I want people short the stock. Otherwise, why is it going to go up? It's a squeeze name.
Oh,
so
wow.
I want people shorting it. But we're in ARM right now. And ARM just came right back in, just got the 1-to-1. I still think if it holds the same bottom, I probably need to get out of this. You see how long this held a consolidation at 119.50? If it does it again, I'll get out, take the $1.25, and then move on from there. Because like that's a long hold. While I look at other things that kind of made fresh lows. Markets making fresh lows, this would be making a higher low. So I want to go station to station.
All right, Neil putting dollars on the board. AMD on the reload. Dollar again on that one. I mean, this has been, I like it. This has been such a awesome opportunity to trade these markets. You know, you come in bullish, you just flip the script. You flip, give it to us. Give it to us. We're sitting right here at 131.31. You know that would be that dollar, and there it is, man. We get that level, 131.31. Just came in and we just shorted this, like just like that ARM trade over there. Big time movement to the downside right now.
Wow, Kerry short. Did you short TLT? Kerry in the chart? Someone actually traded TLT. Good luck.
I mean, that's probably the person that was asking about it.
No, yeah, it might be, and congratulations if you got it. I mean, everything coming back in. I was thinking maybe you catch a bounce if this happened, but the shorts are definitely paying off. So if you did short this at the high, I guess it doesn't matter. Not that that makes all the logical sense in the world. I would have thought it would be the other way around, but it is what it is. Great look on that short. I think Carvana is going to lose a bit as well. So about that Carvana break, that's all out the window if it loses the bid here. I'm just going to flat out cancel the order 100%. It is, you just can't seem to go. I know you got out of Meta, and we didn't really go over Amazon when I asked if you had traded it. The finish loading. There we go. But Amazon also made a fresh low. And there's a lot of, I've seen so many questions. Like someone just asked me, I think it was Paula asking in the chat, shout out to our community, where do you think the foreseeable bottom in Nvidia is? That's something I'll be thinking about on the car ride home. I don't have an obvious level. Something like in Amazon with a report tonight, 200 period moving average, $170. This is where I'd be shooting for a potential bounce play. I think you keep it as simple as possible with these things. But as far as like in Nvidia, I mean, so if you lose here, if you think I'm going to say an answer other than $100, I don't have one. Because you got a gap from here to $100. So if this isn't the bottom, technically speaking, 100 would be the next stop in on Nvidia, where I think there's going to be some buyers. If we see 100 tomorrow, I'm pretty sure there's going to be buyers on the bid. Whether they win or not, there's going to be a bunch of them.
All right, guys. We're still that dollar in the money. You can see these shorts that we have on right now. I think you just got to trade the right names, man. We nailed AMD yesterday on that 148 break. It was 148 break yesterday. We nailed AMD right here. Boom. Fell down into 142. Again, today, 141s short. 141s, $10. And then we just finally got involved here. You know, whatever, man. We're enjoying brisket. We're going for walks. We're calling the wife. We're making sure everything's all good, man. We're talking to our daughter. Well, actually, we didn't talk to her. I talked to my son today. She's, again,
What's he saying?
at hockey camp. Oh, he went to that Banksy thing yesterday. He was really liking that one, so we talked a little bit about that. He took the dog out for a walk. He asked, we don't have a pool, obviously, but there's a community one by our house, so he was telling me that he's going there with some of his friends.
Hot as mud today.
It's hot. He tried to go there the other day and it poured on him, so I felt bad. But he's going there back today. And our game got canceled yesterday. I raked the whole field. I got there. And it rained and poured. But you know what? It was actually a really good workout. So we had the rake, and it's a huge field. And I was just pulling it because I get there early because I go right from here. So I was about an hour early, and I raked it, and I lined the field. You know what I felt like? Field of dreams, man. It was like I lined the field. It felt wicked. You know when you see like a final project, no matter what you're working on. Kind of like I saw you with the Lego and stuff. It's like it looks like a huge mess, but then when you're finally putting it together, like, holy crap, that looks real cool and stuff like that. And so that was the first time that I basically did the whole diamond by myself. And
I like to feel in high school.
And then, yeah, at 6 o'clock, it just poured.
I don't know if you know this.
That was it.
You played rugby.
Yeah.
So we went to the same high school together, so everyone didn't watch. Sean was on a rugby team, and I don't know if it was you guys, but there was a tournament that we held at our school for sevens, and they needed volunteers in the athletic council to line the field, and so I ended up like lining the rugby field.
Yeah, and you're just putting like,
It
out
was
of bounds?
it was so bad.
Yeah.
Like I looked back, I really thought it was. I thought it was straight, man. It looked so straight. When I was done, Mr. Jenkins, one of our coaches, was like, he just did one of these to me, and he's like,
"Are you good?"
I appreciate. He appreciated that I volunteered. He didn't appreciate that. I was a good athlete. I didn't have a good eye for things. My brother probably should have done it. My goodness.
It's a straight line, bro. I mean, you should be okay with it, but yeah.
No,
I
it's
get
not.
You, I get you.
Shout out to Raider Trader.
He's back?
I just saw it. Did I just see Raider talking about the IWM? No, it was Michael P.
Nah, it's because he had a call on
saying to
IWM.
Raider, saying,
wrong way.
IMP talking about IWM getting killed.
Yeah.
That said, we were talking about this.
Way killed.
But IWM still isn't at the place that I think a lot of people were anticipating the dip by was down here. I thought like the 50.
that is
It was the
getting
50
killed,
period moving average. 208 resistance, resistance, resistance. I'm fairly certain that's the area. I mean, I don't know. Like I know we were talking about this for a potential dip by resistance turning into support, down 4%. Okay, maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's not. I have no idea. That's where I'd be looking for it anyways. I know we talked about that with several guests, but good luck with IWM. This is an everything fall down kind of day. You know, like you can't, finding bottoms on a day like today can be absolutely nasty, especially if you're stubborn about it. It's okay to try to catch a bid or attempt to catch a bid, but if it's not working, you've got to be able to get the you-know-what out of Dodge. I've had some longs today. So Pfizer failed the high. I think lower high being put in right now. This would be the time to exit the trade if I can go on the midpoint and just see if we can't get a midpoint in here. So Pfizer, I think this should be obvious. I'm pretty sure Sharif was looking at this trade too. So this is Pfizer liquidity grab. It broke out this level, 30, 45 or so, then held it on a dip. Once it held it on the dip with a higher low, just started longing off that level, failed the top, no breakout of the high. I'm going to jump out of that trade and move on to the next. Just want to find things that are moving. Carvana still has a chance to break out. It just doesn't seem to want to go yet. But it's a nice consolidation. It's still holding on to that support for the potential breakout, that $0.50. Let's go up to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
All right, I want to also, get that Benzinga.pro. What's up to Ryan Faluna and company over there? We do like them. And I just tagged Raider Trader in the chat if you wanted to mention anything about your thoughts on the IWM as people talk about it. Let us
Get him to make a bet on this.
Put it in the chat. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. So I was going to talk about this. Oh, yeah, we've got this guy wearing glasses right here. Make sure you visit stonks.com. And, hey, man, give us the love right now. Don't just type in stonks.com. Click on this QR code immediately. Go over there, and you will get a free bet as to what is happening tonight. And this is what the website, get over here. This is what the website looks like at onstonks.com. I'm already registered. I won $2 yesterday predicting the close for Meta, and today is going to be Apple. So I think someone in our group was saying that they had made that yesterday, $496.50, almost dead on to 1 penny off.
Boom.
I guess it was $496.49. I'm assuming as 48 is 1 penny off, and so is 49. So right there, 49, I guess is the price. Yeah, there it is, right there, final price. My bad, right there. So make sure that you do hit that QR code and go make that prediction right here. It's completely free. I've already made mine today, so that counts. It's Apple. And again, money's there. We get that email. You won. Neil won $6. Captain Protein behind us took down $250 the other day. And that's when we were like, let's get on this front right now. Apple, where will the price of Apple be at 4:30? So you click on that and they'll tell you all about the rules and regulations, completely free. Sign up, hit that QR code, which is where everyone asking. It is there.
Quickly.
There's, yes.
Apple, it's 5 today. Because,
5 o'clock. Okay.
Because Apple comes out at 4:30.
Perfect.
So that's, because Meta came out yesterday right away, so it was 4:30 today. It'll be 5 o'clock for Apple. At the end of the day, make your prediction. It's free, man.
Yeah, just go over there. Come over to my screen one more time just to make sure that they do scan that QR code. And just go over there and let them know that you are from Trader TV Live. Yeah, man. Because we are bad to the bone at some point right now. Okay, so that's that. That is stonks.com. Thank you for the sponsorship there. And it's great when we get, especially sponsors that, relate to the show. I mean, Benzinga Pro, we use that there. This is a super fun thing and one of the coolest names around. So make sure you do hit that QR code and go. So this was my biggest breakdown of the day, really. And again, I feel like just overly confident right now. And I think for do rights, right? I mean, it's just like we went long there at 186 thinking it was going to hold. It didn't. And then we just rammed the short. And so we wind up losing 20 cents on that. Then we hit that short through 186.50. First take is 186. That's 50 cents. Right there, that's $1.50 on Amazon. And right there, 186.50 to 184. That is $2.50 right there on Amazon. So yeah, man, I mean, things going well over on this side. And that was a good example there with AMZN, just not having the sort of, I guess, wherewithal or whatever feeling that this was going to go that low. My bad. Today's movements have been very, very aggressive. And the NASDAQ yesterday, we were celebrating. Remember, we were like, oh man, when's the NASDAQ going to be up 3%? Well, the NASDAQ's just like, well, what about minus 3%? And then we'll see how that feels in everybody's
absolute
portfolio.
Value.
So there it goes, man. I mean, so easy to go down, it feels like, and so hard to go up.
Lately, yes.
And I know yesterday, I think that's the story. I'm not telling anybody things that they don't already know. I mean, we say that it goes up like an escalator and down like an elevator.
That was on day one of training, I remember.
Was it?
Well, when I was the first day in the classroom as a trainee, I'll never forget it. It was maybe in the first hour, market goes up like an escalator, down like an elevator, like they all say. But as that happens, spoiler alert, the NASDAQ ticked a new low, the ES ticked a new low, Nvidia ticked the bottom, AMD ticked the bottom. But as I said before, ARM ticked a higher low, and the same one. So I said, wait for the next pop and fade. Got it here just underneath the 121, but it just bounced off 119. This bottom here is 119.15, but the body of these candles is more like the 50. So I got out in between there. Like I said, we'll probably get around $1.25 because this is suddenly it's looking a little bit different from everything else, like a little bit of a rounded bottom. So until it's underneath 119 again, I'm not feeling as bearish about it. My goodness, Carvana is going to go down as well. It's looking pretty nasty. Tesla broke 218. I was in this one off 220 to 218. Now it's at $215. There is no chill in this market. Could Tesla actually get to 210? 210 was that July 25th low. It's the only line left that isn't a major moving average. It does feel like this is a possibility here. So, hey, if we're going to get some short the pop situations, got to look over where they might be. I just saw, I heard from Benzinga that I didn't see any news on this, but McDonald's triple top here just went like $1.50. I just heard from Adair, there is no news. I had a trend line on this the other day for some reason. But triple top here in McDonald's, as the market's at the low, this seems to want to break out the high. So they're loving it, I guess. I don't know who they is, but whomever is buying this bad boy. Let's see how it reacts to this 268 up here. What you don't know?
We've already talked about this. I think me and you are in agreement of if and when we go to McDonald's, what we would order. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna make that leap, you just go for the Big Mac. They do
have this what
do they have?
When they do Uber Eats, which I'll cop to this. When my wife and daughter are away camping, which they already went once without me, and then they were again without me because I can't do anything.
Yeah.
I'm kind of ordering more food than normal. It's a bit of a pain in the butt for me to cook around the kitchen. So when I order Uber Eats for McDonald's, I actually get the breakfast stuff because it's healthier. Yeah. I'll just get the egg.
Is it healthier though, really?
Well, an egg BLT is healthier than a Big Mac.
Yes.
I don't know.
Tomato,
whatever. But I am a Big Mac.
Look it up. I mean,
I'm a Big Mac guy. I just I'll feel better about it when I do that.
Yep,
but,
that makes sense.
McDonald's still going though. I don't know what the news is, but it's certainly strong.
I did hear. I know Adair said there was no news, but I did hear something on the Benzinga Pro platform there. The thing about McDonald's is it was just so beat up. Their $5 value meal now is really starting to take off. That's what I've heard. They're in the United States. You guys tell us that is there. They're one of the companies that can really fight back these prices because they can take hits on that stuff. Their costs per item are probably the lowest.
Huge advantage.
And so if they're going to undercut everybody, even here, they just put coffees, like their regular price is now like the large is like $1.50, and their large is like huge, and it's just Tim Hortons is probably like, what the hell? So we'll wait to see there. But you know what? You know what's really good today? Let's just props it up. The only trade that we've really been working here this afternoon has been this AMD short, once, twice, thrice. 3 shorts right there on AMD, and now into the low of the day. And we're not holding back on this, man. I mean, this is going to be now Meta still is easily P&L number 1, my bad. But anyways, AMD is right there as well. So let's just, watch out for this one. Keep going to the downside. I don't even want to sell anymore. Every time I sell, I feel worse about doing that. So let's not do it. I'm just canceling my orders, making sure that they are. I mean, you could do them on part fill. Like if you only get part filled, then you can say leave it. But we're going to go down here through 130. I don't have any bids. I was debating putting a 130 bid down there and just get out of it. But honestly, man, I mean, we were first short this thing at 141 today. We've made more money now, probably. Nah, that's not true. We probably made more money here. But right now, this is still a great trade, man. $2 in the money and looking to go a little bit lower. So this guy Stacks is McLoving the show. So yeah, you win on that one, man. Shout out to Weed Batman right there. Because the reason why I hit this is, I don't know how many of you partake or anything like that, but McDonald's probably a big... I don't know how many people out there do, but I'm just saying that, partaking in that may spike up some McDonald's purchases.
Can't hurt.
So can't hurt, that's right. But there it goes there, McDonald's. And again, I think it was just a revaluation there. They got hit so badly to the downside. They came out with a decent earnings report. They did get hit on their earnings down into this level. But again, look how good it looks, right? Luck or not, I don't think it's luck when you sit here. Yeah, we talked about that on the show, how these look like golden
It does
arches.
Look like it.
Right here.
Go back.
No, we talked about this with Michael Noss. If you look on a weekly, it's kind of the same thing. So here, fortunately, we don't have really pens on here to do this, but you draw an M, you can quite clearly see that. But no, I made the same play, and I haven't looked at Starbucks in a couple days. So we made, bury back in. I was going to say, we made the same play on Starbucks, something similar. Now look at that day today. Wow, okay. Today, Starbucks, bad. But it was up there at $78 yesterday. It's the same kind of levels that I thought we were playing off of. I believe there's a 72 down here, too, that comes into play eventually. But anyways, this $72 level back into April, there has to be more. I just want to make it on April, but as it goes back. So we'll see if some of these levels can hold. Another name that benefits, of course, from a lot of that stuff would be Chipotle. And that's down here to $53 again, having a bad day. So those of us that are looking to get into Chipotle, and again, our charts, wrong chart. Our charts don't represent splits very well. So I'll get on another chart. Well, yeah, I can't, doesn't really. Anyways, that bounce off the split was 50 to 53, getting a little pullback. This looks like a decent area right now for CMG. Still well-valued stock, though.
It's interesting because I know I said this several times this week. This is a weekly chart of CMG over there from Trade Ideas. I'm just looking for, I'd like it to basically just close above the 50 period on the weekly. If it fails that tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to be a buyer just yet. I just want you close above here. I plan on getting into this stock over the next year. That's the plan of action. So take probably 20% if it closes. Just my long-term account. That's what it's all about. And I'm not there just yet. Nike's taking it on the chin today as well. Remove that. Potential bottom break here on Nike. But every time I look over there, it's just, well, what about the chip? But what about the chips? Very so saying, what about Intel? Why? There's probably a reason why I think Apple, Intel, and Amazon, and maybe some of the other things that report tonight have not been trades. Because you've had a million things that you can go short. Why complicate it with something that reports tonight? And I get it. You could have just shorted Intel like you shorted any other chip name today. But you were post-report on AMD. You're well away from the report on Nvidia. You're post-report on ARM. Whereas with Intel, who knows? With Apple, who knows? And Apple, I think, had some good opportunities. But I'm talking about the chips in general. Where could Intel be going next? There was a question in our chat, 25, because 25 was the bottom before. So everything starts and ends with, if people weren't buying at that price before, then I'm not that interested in trying to pick bottoms when the market is tanking. Intel can do 10%. after earnings. It's not expected to do 10%, but it certainly can do 10%. So still nothing in Carvana for me. Good out there in ARM. It still won't break the 119. I'm looking for it to lose 119. Otherwise, I'm waiting for 121. The range here is 121 to 119.30. Unless we break the 119 level, we got to wait for the top end to be able to get back in to that one.
Yeah, basically same kind of talk here as we go.
DraftKings too.
IBIT, maybe ARM trying to do something there. CMG pulling just a little bit. Here's AMD. It keeps bouncing off this 130 level. I mean, it's $2. It's $1.70 now. I was looking at IBIT here because, again, for crypto,
Bitcoin's not that
this could be a play right now, trying to break back up. I mean, still down 3.5% though.
There's worse looking charts today. Maybe that's about all you can say.
Yeah.
Like most things are making fresh lows. That's not that bad. I think if you're taking any kind of a breakout long, you want a stock that's making higher lows and pressing. That's all. The only reason I have Carvana up is because of that same reason. You know, you're looking for, if something reverses, just give me a strong stock and then go for that.
All right. You know, another name here. Oh, I see Raider is back in the building. All right. I was called upon to mention IWM. Yeah. Finding the leg I wanted yesterday. Moving forward, I think the rate-sensitive trade will be back with a bounce. Yeah, I agree. Between the 7th and the 12th. We'll talk more about this when we comes on the show tomorrow, but that's a good window for defense on IWM. So, yes, sir, I will do a thanks, bro, on that one, as we'll say thank you for that and the super chat. So once again, thank you so much, Andrew, and he'll be joining me tomorrow on the aftermarket recap show. And yeah, keep your questions for then too, right? If you have any questions for Andrew or for myself about any sort of long-term trade, swing trade, options trade, as Raider will often talk about options positions and things like that as well. So really great to have the breadth of experience and just a different perspective, right? I mean, Andrew is probably a couple years younger than us.
Yeah,
I mean, he looks pretty old, but I think he's something like that.
Maybe.
Around there. Yeah, maybe he could be a little older than us. I'm not sure, but he's in and around there. But here we go. Yeah, no, really, really great to see the energy that he has as well. So, you know, really, really proud of that guy for sure. But okay, so just to give you what he's talking about, you know, IWM, again, the reason why we like that call and why there's been a lot of people sort of banging the table on this one is that it does reflect interest rates, right? And as the public market gets cheaper money to borrow, meaning the rate cuts happen, like we are expecting in September and then November, and then maybe, I mean, I don't know, I'll have to look at the expectations after yesterday. I didn't look today, but are we still going to be getting that, you know, half point rate cut? Or is it going to go to half point? Are they going to do that? Is it still going to be a quarter in September? Where are we going with all of that? But at the end of the day, you know, if rates do get cut, and it seems like that is what's going to happen, then yeah, man, you do have this breakout potential happening right now. You've already broken through 210, and you want to talk about relative strength or weakness. There is still many more highs to go. Thank you, Adara, for the reload. We are now reloaded, but there it is right there, 235. I think we can get up to that level, especially if that does happen, and it's be a great trade. And you know, they do have two Andrew's, not defense, he doesn't need any defense, but what are the big names? I mean, Carvana is getting lumped today, you know, and so when that goes through, Carvana is...
Oh, and it lost support.
Okay, so there it is. So it's actually, all right. So Carvana was a nice play today. Still up 10%. I mean, there's still nothing wrong with where it is. But it did have that nice move to 154 and then all the way back. I actually didn't realize it made that all the way back. I still thought we were down here, which is why I said it was sort of getting killed there, but it's not. So that had a nice move today. If Carvana can hold and some of these other names, and we've talked about them, can hold this bid, then we'll see if the IWM remains. But thank you, Andrew, for all of that. AMD now, guys, goes. And, you know, it's now $2 in the money. You have now a $2 trade club here with AMD. I'm still thinking IWM. And this is the trade that we've been working all afternoon. So let's stay in it and see what happens. I mean, I'm debating getting more if we break 130. I mean, every single big level that's broken today, I've smashed it, and it's been fine. Meta smashing 500 there. We had to wait, though. We had to wait 10 minutes for this one to go. I have patience. 308 right now. We even talked about that. We've been tweeting out patience, words like that. We can put on our glasses. Maybe we could see a little bit better, but
Block the level.
nope, still looks the same. All right, fine. We're going to do that. But all right, downside move here. Now $2 in the money for AMD. Thinking about pushing lower, guys. Thinking about pushing this one a little bit lower.
No, everything is thinking about pushing a little bit lower, but the real question, well, not the real question is trading, but the other question is, do you have what it takes to predict where Apple is going to be at 5 o'clock for a chance to win $1,000? I still have another entry. I can make a prediction here. So what you want to do is you want to check out this QR code right here, stonks.com. Make sure you click the link on the description and check that QR code with a chance to predict earnings on Apple today. So yesterday there were a bunch of winners. I know we had some of our viewers that did pretty well. I had a few picks and was able to get $6 out of it. Sean won. Really, it's about Captain Protein. By the way, Captain Protein's not Sharif. It's one of the traders behind us. I always thought it was a Sharif just based on the name. But he took down 250 the other day. So Apple, the way the market's going, it feels bad, but I'm feeling a little bit optimistic. It keeps showing up these two. Obviously, we're not going to 246. How nice would that be? Talk about breaking
Apple
the world.
is going to 246.
If it went to, I was always a Will Clark fan growing up, so $222.22 at 5 o'clock. Apple.
I think it's important that we let everyone know it's completely free. And
it's completely
free to win that 1,000. And again,
exactly.
Divide it up. So you don't even have to be right. You just got to be part of the team to grab that money, right?
The closest is going to win, right? Like think of it like bocce.
Whoever's the closest. Bocce's a good one. Yeah, for all my paisans out there.
The only reason I'm saying that, I just finished watching. Yeah, make sure you scan the QR code. Also hit the link in the description, like we said below. I only said bocce ball because I finished watching Blackbird, which is an incredible show on Apple. And there's an Italian guy in the jail who runs the jail, and he's playing bocce.
Okay,
I
don't know that.
Yeah, he's obviously connected, and he kind of runs the jail. Yeah. It's a ridiculously
an Italian guy
show.
Connected, impossible. So I don't know. That'd be it sounds like a very unique storyline.
Dude, it's legit.
No, I do want to watch. I do. I mean, anything there. We actually heard Adara today talk about canceling her Apple TV there. So I get it all included, man. Apple TV, Apple Music, it's all included for. I think it's only like. Is it $39.99 a month or $44.99 a month? You get the unlimited family. I think it's up to 5 members. The family plan, Apple Music, 2 terabytes of storage for your photos, and Apple Music, Apple TV, Apple Games, Apple Arcade, I think it's called. I don't know. My kids do all that.
A little bit of everything.
I think they have Angry Birds up on there. All right, so I don't know. Sometimes I see my kids playing random stuff. All right, so AMD, might be time to think about getting some out now because there we go. The NASDAQ finally, look, it broke above the 50 period right there. It poked its head above at 19,000, and now it's doing it again. I don't want to panic and get out of AMD. We only have 10% left. Let's try to hold it, but it's definitely on watch, and so is the TQQs, man. I mean, it just keeps on hovering around here. I'm feeling like the market wants to bounce a little bit here into Friday.
Nvidia's got a double bottom 107.
That's just what I'm trying. Oh, Apple
108.50 break,
called.
maybe.
Yeah, the Apple One package. So anyways, there it goes. Right back there, up to the upside goes this. And then to talk about Apple, I think you should get that stonks.com. Make sure you hit the QR code that keeps on popping up there. Don't go until the QR code comes up. But yeah. I don't know. It's how many. We came on the show here, and I said I like this 217 area, but don't really trust it with earnings, and it's been good. So maybe we're just wrong about worrying about things into earnings season. Meta's held the bottom, so if I really think the market's going to bounce up here, I'm debating this 200 period right here, 498. If Meta takes 498, I think it's probably fine. So that would be something there. I'd like to get a dip buy into 493, but one name that I thought was strong early, maybe we're wrong on this. Where's Tesla now? 216. That's
the bottom.
Low. Yeah, that's
whatever the bottom is. That's where Tesla. Oh no,
I knew there was something about this Tesla trade. What? Strong? Talk about the complete opposite of that. This is like the blonde roast over there at Starbucks. This is going the other way, man. This is weak. Right here, 7% down right now for Tesla. I changed my mind on that one. I'm looking for strong names right now that can sort of battle with this NASDAQ. Yeah. That's why I said the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I do
McDonald's
like it,
is going to break out.
I don't I don't love it.
I love it, and yeah, this might be breaking out. The other thing here, I was just showing you guys McDonald's. No, but the other thing that might be trying to make a bottom, which could rally us, I'm not making this up. I was about to take another 120 short on ARM, and then I see Nvidia racing up here, making a rounded bottom. And if Nvidia drags things to the upside and breaks out that top, I feel like that would be the exact wrong moment to re-enter a short in another chip name. It's okay to be in one that's working. Probably not the best spot to get into one when Nvidia wants to attempt this breakout. So I'd like to see Nvidia fall back underneath. But McDonald's is no joke. It is trying to go. I do think it's got a bit of a chance here. So hold above 268. You've got a nice consolidation breakout. There's not much that looks like, show me a chart that looks like this today. Like, you're not just breaking out the high on the day, you're breaking out the high on the week in going into power hour. This is it. And if it goes, great. But at least if I lose on a long in McDonald's, A, I had McDonald's yesterday and it tasted good. But B, it was a strong stock breaking out the top, up 1%. Not a lot that was up on my quote board. As I said, it was UVXY, something else. PayPal, I think, oddly was up for some reason. I can't figure out why PayPal would be positive today, but it was out there. And that was it. Only those names. So I need the buyers to step up above 268. Well, they're not really holding the bid above 268 right now. It's still on the offer.
All right. Just making sure that everything is working out for us here. All right, hold on a second. I disable that, enable that. I just want to make sure that my alerts are working. Enable it.
That is key.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to see if anything starts breaking. So just to give you guys an update on what I'm thinking right now, which is kind of dangerous sometimes, but this is what it is anyways. We're going to get out of AMD if it breaks 130, 150. It's right back to the 50-period moving average. Generally, this would be a re-short for me. So if you guys are looking short and maybe you're not in the short yet, or maybe you even are in the short, I kind of like this level. So we'll punch out of it. And in that vein, I like this long break. I mean, Neil just mentioned Nvidia a little bit there. I mean, again, it's been a short off of 108.50. Been a short now 4 times in a row, pretty much. So I don't want to sit here and be like, you know, this is what it is. But I'd take a break long if the market wants to switch up for us there. So I think that's the thing. We don't have to get out of AMD. That's a trailing stop. So if it does take out that 130, 150, then we can get out at that point. But until then, we don't have to get out at all on this trade. If it does come back into 130, then hopefully we'll crank into the close and we'll even get lower than that. So that's kind of like what I think I'm working with now on that stock. So far, so good right there. But after that, man, yeah, just waiting and seeing if anything comes through. So that's what that play is. We can always look back on Meta. Is there anything else in the chat you guys want to talk about? DKNG, I think, comes through. We talked about this one being at risk here, and it looks like it does want to break through right there. The 20-minute chart, DraftKings today, looking risky. I think is it tomorrow morning, tonight? Or
Tonight.
It's tonight. So this name, I feel vulnerable if as a draft. I don't own DraftKings anymore, but this is a level right here that I'd be a little worried about as we talked about some of these lesser names coming back in quite aggressively today. This also means Palantir. I used to have the Palantir hat on. Now we have the Trader TV hat on, but this is also down today 3%. So some of these lesser tech names, and I put DraftKings in that sector too, right? As they'll come back in here today. So yeah. I think we're getting close to buying more of these kind of names, but in an uncertain environment right now, the market still looks like it wants to go lower. So AMD is still into that one. And Amazon, what a great bounce off 182. Hey, look, man, I said this market seems like it wants to hold, and I'm going to stick with that. I still feel like this market wants to hold. So let's see if that's the case or not.
Just when I thought McDonald's had some follow through. Like I said, I wanted to see it hold a bit at 268. Condition not met. Completely rejects that high. So there's always a potential consolidation, but it certainly failed the top. The good news there, no need for any kind of an entry in there. So I'll just go right back to the thing that was before that, which was, I think as you were mentioning the same thing, Nvidia, which I did that thing where I hit enter too fast, NASDAQ stock. Nvidia, after that last fail, If it puts in a higher low going into the same top, it hasn't done that yet at 108.5. That's a big difference between going top to bottom and confirming that when you make a lower high, you're going right back into the low of the day. Now you're making successive higher lows into this break. So it's at least something. The NASDAQ is trying to get back up. If a 19,000 break happens, where would you want to be? Most days it's Nvidia if the market's making a breakout. So I don't see why it should be any different. Here, again, it has to break that 108.50. A lot of things are trying to go. You just saw McDonald's fail the high. It would make some sense if the tech names get a bit of a bounce, that maybe you're going to get a pullback in a thing like like McDonald's, which has been counter trend today. I don't wonder if, like say Chipotle's having a good day, maybe it's pulling back as well. Maybe Pfizer's pulling back. So let's see what happens here on Nvidia. Nick Dubb says, here comes coin. Watching Nvidia, not Coinbase. I've got to imagine it got rugged today like everything else. And they report to could get a double-digit one. I think we're expecting only 7.6% on Coinbase, the expected volatility on coin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. It's only going 7.5%.
I think it's going to go.
I don't think so.
I think we go a little more.
I think we're taking the over
on that one, I would say. But okay, good luck. So Neil and I both waiting for this Nvidia to pop. So I'm going to try to look for a little something else. I found Texas Instruments. It does have a little ways to go here on TXN. I think a 194 break looks pretty good. And I'm just trying to find names that have potential here. There's the 200 period moving average. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. Let's get some trend changes. We're already above the 50 period moving average on a lot of these names. So I'm looking for a much bigger trend change. So 194 coming through on Texas. If that does hit, we'll take $1 on it, and it's our party, so we won't cry if we want to. But there goes AMD. We took it out at 131.50. So let's go, man. That's $1 on that play, and we're happy with it because we took it out at 50. We got 51s. It's now at 84s. So good call by getting out of that trade. I mean, there it goes. So far, so good. Looks like it keeps rejecting, by the way. What keeps on rejecting? Nvidia.
Again.
Off that level. So, all right, that's probably not going to get there. DraftKings looks like it wants to break. We sort of talked about that again. But since that, yeah. Is there anything else that's setting up, guys? You guys know what I'm looking for. LLY. Oh, Intel. Intel reports. That's a good one. Let's go over here and have a quick look at INTC. Maybe. Everybody's least favorite or favorite, depending on what your favorite is. Chip name, and wow, Neil, this is down. Okay, so
25. I said 25.
Yeah, but 29 isn't. I mean, coming into earnings, do we have the earnings board, by the way? Because that would be a really good looking board today with a lot of symbols.
No, this is why it's down today.
Oh yeah, Mobileye. Oh my God, Mobileye. 23%. Go to Neil's screen there.
This is why Intel's having a really bad day today, because they still are a big owner of Mobileye, which last I checked, 23% to the downside. Yeah. And look, it's a big, oh my goodness, I didn't even remember, Block. I forgot about Block. Look, it's Amazon, Intel, Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, DoorDash, Snap, DraftKings, Cloudflare, Block, Twilio as well, aftermarket. We're going to be busy in the aftermarket show, 100% Adara. So, gonna have to drink plenty of water, stay hydrated so the voice doesn't get out of the way. Tomorrow morning, though, it's a Randy Randy's not even here tomorrow, and it's a Randy day tomorrow in the morning. Because ExxonMobil, Magna, those are both Randy. Enbridge, that's a good old Canadian name right there.
What?
Chevron tomorrow morning, and quite possibly the single most important earnings name on that entire board tomorrow morning, bright and early. You guys know, no, it isn't. Come on, man.
It's Sundial.
Sundial, baby. Sundial, which I can only imagine is having a really bad day.
Well, I mean, I can imagine not having a good day, and but you can look it up.
Literally not moving.
It's not down 23.
Okay, fine. No. That was Mobileye. Sundial's down 3%. Good for you, Sundial.
Yeah, good for you.
Good for you. I kid. Sundial used to be a fun stock to trade, but now they reverse split too many times, and it's not cool anymore.
No, Sundial is not cool. It's not cool to watch this market today because we battled back just a little bit right there, which has been pretty good. We were down over 3.3% at one point, but yeah, there's the battle back for the market. And I've been looking at these TQs, and honestly, I'm feeling some kind of ways a little bit here because we had talked about this. I really like this trade, and unfortunately, we weren't able to put it on. We tried it down there. We got stopped out when it broke, and it's pretty happy with the stop out again there. I'm never going to be like upset at the way we execute our trades because it's really been working, and there's going to be some times that this happens to you. I was not about to hold the amount of shares that I had down 40 cents. So once it breaks that level of 62, we get out. So I think that that's something that we all have to do, is become a better risk manager. And that is by far something that's helped me over the last month, was to make sure that we are being that risk manager, because you can watch your whole month basically evaporate very, very quickly and easily in this market, right? And so, all right, we're in Nvidia. It just breaks a little bit higher right now. So we're in this name. We get 108.55s, and it's trying to go, but it's not really going. So let's just see. It just went into 65 or something like that. If it gets back up there, we'll try it. We're waiting at 66s. But there's Nvidia on that break. We said the tides could be changing here. Nvidia is going to be my #1 name. Not on the day, actually.
McDonald's also broke, by the way.
McDonald's also breaking. So if you're loving one, you may be loving the other. But there goes Nvidia. We are in that long. So here we go, man. 108.50. We're in the long. Just trying to give this back to probably 108. Like basically where this came from.
Yeah, I just had that thing where I had a stop order already in. So I got in and out pretty instantly on Nvidia. Maybe when we have another opportunity, I'll explain that. If you're at Real Trade, we have multiple stop orders, and you can have it in before you're in position, just so that you know. And if you do, and it's already past the price, say I have an old one, and then I get into a position, well, if the old one has already crossed that price, you essentially just get flattened once you're into it. So every now and then, I fail to clean up old stop orders on a stock that I was trading before. But McDonald's held a bit at 268. That's the other thing I wanted to get at. So Nvidia, like whatever, I punched back in where I got out. That's why I'm not long over 108.50, right? So essentially got in and out, took a hit of that spread, and then just jumped right back in where it was when I got out. 268 is now holding on McDonald's. The range was 30. Yeah, now we're going to the downside. The range was 30 cents to 40 cents. So when it goes 30 to 40 cents, the first move, I'm going to look to see if we can get out here. McDonald's up 1%. And they're loving it. They're not necessarily loving this move on Nvidia.
No, they are not.
Not at all. But you know what? It's trying to hold on to that 108 level. It's still higher lows into this if it holds on to 108. Let's keep that in mind. It has been putting in higher lows. No break has been clean on it to the upside. But on a day like today, I don't suppose any of the longs are going to be easy. Let's be real.
No.
No. And I'm not saying it gets to $112, but if it gets to 110 by some chance, out on Nvidia. We have 4 minutes to go. We'll get some early look on imbalances. In the back of my mind, I'm remembering that Nvidia has had a crap ton of short sell imbalances in the last week or so. So in the back of my mind, I am thinking that we have had some sell imbalances. So as I said, I had that bad stop order. That's going to happen. But I looked to pick some more up there at 108 and didn't get any. But we'll see if we can get some the second time through.
Yeah, we picked up some, but we needed to pick up a whole bunch, man. Our average price is 108.40. So, yeah, we didn't get fully filled down there, as we did get some 108.14s as that fell in. And okay, here we go. Let's go. Come on, man.
The market these are.
I don't know. This is very, very choppy at these levels now.
Chop.
We just touched 6. Did I get that, Phil? I got 45s there. Boo. I was also waiting at 65. So we just bumped up huge right there, like somebody hit a market buy, and look where it stops. I was at 65. It stopped at 62s. So, all right, hopefully we get another one of those little bumps there, and we'll hear what goes bump in the night. But we're taking a little bit off because, again, we're going long into a NASDAQ that's down 2 3/4. So might be a little bit of a risky play there. We were pretty happy, obviously, getting out of our AMD where we did at 132.50, but that's still questionable anyways. It's hovering right around there. So it looks like my afternoon will not rely on what happens here by any stretch of the imagination with Nvidia, but if this rips, then we will be very, very grateful for that. Our stop is 107.75 or so on the downside, which might be a little far, but
I'm under 90.
Yeah, so I mean, here it comes. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a risky spot. So Nvidia does not want to go. It just tried there and somebody hit it back, right? And so that's going to be definitely something to look at as Nvidia keeps falling down. But it has the potential, right? It has the right pedigree to go back to the upside. Make sure you guys do go immediately right now if you're interested in what's going on with stonks.com and our little promo here. Whoops, not even our promo. Just go make sure you hit it. Let them know you're coming from Trader TV Live. TraderTV.live. Hit that QR code. It'll take you right there. You'll be able to register, sign up for completely for free to guest at 5 p.m. The link is also in description. Make sure you go over there. 5 p.m. they'll be taking the closing price for Apple, and you'll be able to see exactly what's going on over there.
You have till 4:30.
Yeah, you have to. You have. You don't have to.
4:15 you have until.
Okay, so go over there at 4:15 and make your call. We're making a call right now on Nvidia, and it's we're long at 108.37 right now. Let's see what winds up happening.
Yeah, one of these two longs is better than the other. And look, Nvidia might lose this 108. Hey, I still feel like it made the rounded bottom and attempted the breakout, but at the end of the day, this doesn't look like it wants to hold on to that 108 level as it goes downside. What am I hearing in my ear? Let me just cancel that. So Nvidia looking a little bit weak. I did get that in and out and then reloaded it. Microsoft, nope. McDonald's is pressing higher. It just got up to 268.40. When you zoom out on this, there's really nothing in here, but it is 3:30. So, as a day trader here, real trading, we got to be out at the end of the day. So in the next 15, 20 minutes, these things have to resolve themselves. The next dollar level, if there's a wall there, I get out. If it breaks it, I think maybe trying to hold for 270 would be reasonable. But let's see what happens there. Obviously more concerned about Nvidia than McDonald's, which is trend up. If you're long a stock trending up versus a stock that's trending down, which one is the more important to be atoned to or tuned into?
Neil. Can we get it? Can we get it? Start getting excited, traders. Let's see if Nvidia can do what I'm hoping it does. There's probably some of you that are short as well. So, but here we go, man. Let's see if Nvidia can do it. We were just saved a little bit there. We got some more out up here. I'm trying to hold for that move, but I want to take some out so my last trade is not, a bad. I mean, it's going to be a bad one if I get stopped out, but like the last trade is not like the trade that I'm worried about and I'm pissed off about. So we'll take some more out right there at 42. We're long now at 25s. I know where my net is for Nvidia. This has to get into the 60s in order to me to make this all back because I've been averaging in. Our biggest position was that break right there, and it did okay. It went to 65. We got 51s or 52s, but I wasn't going to take 15 cents on a runner there for Nvidia. So now it's coming. We're able to buy that dip, and we put on. So it's not like we were just waiting around there. Oh, of course I saw that. Yeah,
every tick.
That's what's peeing me off because it keeps on going back up there to the upside and then someone just smacks it down every time it's north of 50. So I have an offer now at 55s. So go meme crazy and don't let whoever's selling that come back in to do that again. So once it gets going, there we go. We take a 55. So now the risk is out. I'm half off of that trade right now.
There we go.
Bang, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Do not let that person or trader do that to you,
Someone just got lit up at like 62.
Be a man.
Be a man.
All right.
Do the right thing. Someone just got lit up. They were offering in front of that 55 and they just got lit. So it's headed to the upside. I think we get 110 for me as a target. 350 is the other thing. When the balances come out, there have been a few sell ones on Nvidia. So let's go to the upside. Let's go to Adara at the screen.
What a day it's been today. We're going to take a look at some S&P 500 names making larger moves to the upside on a day that's been notably red because there are quite a few, including Dominion Energy. D is the ticker for this one. They had earnings. They missed on sales here, but they did report an earnings per share beat, and they reaffirmed their EPS guidance. So $2.62 to $2.87 versus the estimate of $2.79. Received positively here by traders near highs of day for D. Next up here we have ABBV. This one up almost 3%, completing its acquisition of Cerevel Therapeutics. And last but not least, we have Eli Lilly. This one, not one, but two positive catalysts. One coming out earlier today. There was a phase 3 study here showing that its tirzepatide could actually cut heart failure risk by 38%. Good look there. Then in the midday, we have CEO David Rick saying that their weight loss drug shortage is, quote, likely to end very soon. So good look here for LLY. Quite a few names to keep an eye on today. Actually, to the upside as well as the downside.
Yeah, I'll admit it. I missed a dip buy on Eli Lilly. I'd sold some near the top there, and it got to the level I wanted, and I wanted it to close the week at that level, and it's already bouncing. So good look for Eli Lilly. Well, I said this is possible that it could happen, that when the tech names started to bounce, McDonald's might stop. So lo and behold, this is exactly when Nvidia started to go, and that long in McDonald's came right back to 268. It makes sense to me. That makes sense. The things that were rallying in the rotation sense might start to go the other way. So I'm not looking for any kind of a reload in McDonald's at this level. Maybe it goes, maybe not. I just feel like Nvidia could be a bit of a play here. And if Nvidia goes up, AMD's got like 8 red candles in a row or something like that. You have the NASDAQ trying to take 19,000. A lot of things coalescing to the top here. There are the early look imbalances, first of the month, so you might see some things in here. AA, 2.2 million to the buy side. Lumen, that's from this morning. Yeah, not really anything. TSM, maybe 500,000 to sell. So early look, not much of anything. But remember, the early look doesn't mean anything. We have not seen Nvidia on the early look ever, yet it's been multiple millions of shares, sometimes to the sell side recently. So I will look for that for obvious reasons. First look will be at Nvidia at 350 to see where that one is. The market certainly wouldn't be crazy if even a decent-sized buy and balance were to make it bounce, given how far we've fallen. But you can't predict it. You just try to react. All
right, so I'm getting out of Nvidia now because I think insane mode has been turned off. It turned on and then turned off. And I don't know anybody out there that's reading the market as well as I am right now, so I'm going to stick with that and get out. So we took that out right there at 85 when I thought it was going, another out there at 60s, and then another out right now at 44s or 43s. We'll still hold it. I mean, I only have 30% left on this trade, but again, remember what I said. I didn't want to make that last sort of push or that last trade, that last idea that I had as a complete oh my God, because you know what, if that kept going down, I wouldn't have lost my day, but I would have given probably back half of it or so. So that was something that I felt a little bit weary of doing that. And I talked about when I'm kind of feeling like that is probably the best time to think about getting out. And again, I was just watching AMD, and I mean, look how far AMD went on that move. Went up to 132.50. We saved ourselves that's a dollar club save right there. It's like getting that little refund, when you enter the club, then you get that money back. So right there, boom, we saved that.
Money back guarantee.
All right, so here we go. So we still have 30%. I'm thinking we could go, but as Neil mentioned there at 350, we will get those imbalances coming through. And the one thing there is, check that out right now on your screen. Before I go to Adara, that's 83% off right now, private internet access. It's like $2 a month, man. You should check that out. If you're down with VPNs, you're looking to trade on private networks, public networks, protect your neck, man, and get those VPNs. The deal that we were presented with for that, go look them up. They're on Trustpilot. Look it up, do your own research. But the deal that we were able to offer you guys is quite incredible. So make sure you do click that. It's $2 a month. I think it's for the first 4 or 6 months. There's an ad read that I'm probably supposed to do.
It's such a good deal that I had to give it the stank face in that picture. I can't.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Damn.
Look, that's the same shirt Sharif was wearing today.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Damn, Sharif.
Wow. Look at that.
All right.
He knew.
Plus 4 free months. That was the thing, too. So there it is, plus the 4 free months. So that's an incredible deal. I'll probably click that QR code later myself. Link also in descriptione. There goes Nvidia right now, 40 cents back in the money.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I think we're going to Adara, yeah.
Why not?
This part of the show is brought to you by PIA.com VPN because trading on public Wi-Fi is risky. Your data is vulnerable. It's like sharing secrets in a group chat. Private internet access for PIA VPN secures your connection with encryption, creating a safe tunnel for your data. Trade confidently from airports, coffee shops, or hotels without worrying about hackers. PIA also lets you bypass geo-restrictions, accessing trading platforms from over 91 countries and all 50 U.S. states. Protect your trading with PIA. Get 83% off, just $2.03 per month, plus 4 extra months free. Sign up now with a 30-day money-back guarantee and 24/7 support. Rated excellent on Trustpilot.
All right, there you go. So there's the professional read, and then my read was just whatever mine was. But there you go. Thank you for Adara for clarifying all of that. And oh man, 50 cents.
Get up.
Let's go, man. We are in the club. You know, 50 cent, we're now in the club right here, as many men probably have this long. So let's see what's going on right now. I mean, guys, ride the bull. We talked about this earlier, right? The trade that I've given you this afternoon was these AMD shorts, which were absolutely fantastic. We talked about holding that last 10% and then getting out right there, still for $1 winner. It's only right now back to flat. I'm not reshorting this. And then the name that we are looking at, first of all, my bad on the TQQs. You know, I apologize for that one. We should probably still be in it, but again, 40 cents was too much for me. So that's that. The other trade there that I want to talk about was Nvidia, because this name is now starting to finally go. I think it's irresponsible for me. And again, you know, me and Neil will have this trade and we'll probably trade it a little bit differently. So I'm going to get a piece out here in front of 109 and then see if we can hold. So we still have 30% left of this trade. So we're going to start to piece it out, right? And if we can get that out, we'll do that. Come on, man, just 10 more cents. This is where I feel really stupid, because like if this just tanks now 30 cents and I miss this by a couple pennies, that is silly. So we'll go into the 80s now. Oh no, Sean. All right, we're now in the 80s. Hopefully we get that fill if it comes back up. Turn on loco mode one more time here, Nvidia, and see if we can just spike up another 20 pennies, and then you can decide what you want to do from there. But let me get my fill first on Nvidia. So there it is, man. A nice little hold back up there to the upside. Pretty successful play there this afternoon, I would say, on Nvidia.
Yeah, agreed. It's just the same thing that was happening at 50 is now happening at 75, it looks like, right? So you're trying to chew through a seller at 75. If it breaks the top, I'm trailing it. So if it breaks this local high, which is right in front of 109, it's pretty much exactly 109. If it busts that and pulls back under, I'm going to trail to 75 even. Otherwise, I don't want this getting back under 50. Not the way that was selling before.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it looks like that was, yeah, they might be winning it to the south side. AMD just ticked down. The NASDAQ's still battling that 15 area.
I knew I should have got
19,000. Yeah, it is what it is.
For a couple pennies.
The trail's already in there. The seller was there. There was an opportunity to get that top, no questions asked. But my hands weren't even on the keyboard. You can now see it takes a couple of seconds to paint the arrow. Like I get the fill, the arrow paints in a second or two there. It's actually not instantaneous, but you guys have probably noticed that. But there we go. That was the plan. If it broke out, I was trailing. If you can't break out, it still kind of looks like this today on Nvidia. I'm going to double check just for myself because I replaced my ARM chart with Nvidia and I haven't been paying attention to this stock. So opportunity cost. You know, went over to Nvidia. ARM did still hold the same 121 top up here. It's the same high that we had before, and now it's at 120, maybe pulling back. So there was an opportunity here for myself to maybe short that ARM at 121. But it is, you got to pick. You pick your horse, right? It's just like Kramer, right? You pick your horse, and then you're just sitting there, you know, imitating that bad boy. Get him, get him. You know how it goes. I love that show. I don't care what happened after. Is what it is. Looks like it might not go. Good luck to anyone that's still in Nvidia. It's still in the money if you had it down off that 108 quarter or so. But the sellers won at that 75, that's for sure. For now.
Next time before I give the out, I'm going to get out first. But I mean, you guys saw me there. I was like, oh, you know what's going to happen here? I'm going to miss it by 5 pennies, which is exactly what happened. And then it's going to tank. So I should have chased it. And as soon as you think about that stuff, you should probably just be getting out. So the only real fool here is me for not doing that. So we'll wait to see if it comes back up. Look, Nvidia is going to be a very positive name for me today, regardless, even if we wind up getting stopped out. But for right now, it's still 25 cents in the money, not anymore, as it's coming back in right now. Nice aggressive push now on the NASDAQ coming back in here. So yeah, back into the 50-period moving average. Now that we're there, I mean, and that I see that, we can probably hold out and get out. Where was my price to get out at anyways? A break of 75. That's okay. It's not even losing that much. All right, but now that we're back down in here into the 50 period, let's try to reload this. And again, this is just, the play is fine. I'm just upset that we didn't get, I was only trying to get out 10%. You know, so it's this fall down out of graces here on Nvidia goes with the theory of, honestly, do not chase a stock that is down so badly into a bad market as well. So they're going to sell off winners and losers. And yesterday's big winner was Nvidia, and the market was up huge. So today, obviously, as the market starts to go bump in the night here to the downside. That is for sure, as these bears.
Bump in the morning, bump in the afternoon.
Yeah, come back with like vengeance today. And by the way, not to toot my own horn, don't ever do that, right? I said today, if the NASDAQ goes red, we're probably not going back green. So, I mean, right there, I feel like that's my best call of the day. So it's now down 3%. So it was green to down 3%. So we'll sort of pat ourselves on the back for that one. That's a 3% move right there in the NASDAQ. So obviously you wouldn't call top to bottom, but I feel like that was probably the best call of the day for me. And there goes Nvidia. So we'll wind up losing on it on that last trade. Still a very positive name for us today, but that last trade did cost us a little bit there as Nvidia does break through 75 and we wind up getting out. So an L there on that last piece, which is completely fine. But yeah, that's funny because we get stopped out $1 ahead of where we should have got out when we were
and those shorts
and didn't get that out.
Yeah,
so.
The other opportunity, I'll slap the fail on the.
Thank you, Manjo, in the chat.
Like if I stuck with shorting ARM at the same level instead of flipping to a long, hey, that it gave right to the same price and gave you exactly what you would have wanted again. Just a couple of things in here. Someone just asked if Buffett's going to be buying Oxy. I don't know if Warren Buffett's going to be buying Oxy again. But it is oddly enough at the low, a recent low anyways, and potentially breaking it down. I'm just going to point out that you haven't lost being long underneath like the 56, 57 level. You've generally speaking been a winner down here. I've done it myself a couple of times, and I'm actually thinking about putting it on again. But we'll see what happens. I mean, anything can happen. We have a lot of earnings tonight, obviously with Amazon and Apple. Then tomorrow morning, you're about to get like ExxonMobil and Chevron. So you're probably going to want to wait to see what happens there. Oil has been making a little bit of a bounce. Looks like that could be a good one. I did want to note, I think it was at least a decent decision to get away from McDonald's there, as it does give up that 260. So it tried to break out the 268, but that hammer reversal, now you're headed back into the downside. Still strong stock, but at the end of the day, we get out the last bit flat, and we only really got like 32 cents out of that first little push. So it was strong, it was worth a shot, but it just couldn't get that next dollar. 4 minutes till the imbalances come in.
Ooh. I
I won't be getting anything else until, there maybe there's some kind of an imbalance for like a big imbalance shows up and we're able to punch something. Maybe Nvidia because it's had some. But until the imbalances come, I'm not going to be doing anything new. Right back in, down 8%, and doing what it's been doing most of the day, NVDA. Yeah, that rhymes.
Yeah, so just 13 or 14 traders sitting on our prop floor today, and we'll see what happens in the next 15 minutes. But right now it's another pole position, so we'll take the lead there today again, and just wanted to let everybody know most of the damage done on this name right here for me today, Meta. Nvidia, we gave a little bit back there, so it's not like that's going to be a huge stock for us at the end of the day. AMD is a monster stock. We could talk about that. But it was really this $12, $13 winner on Meta early. We did, and again, stay in your lane early, right? We had Meta, was a great long right off the bat. Then we wind up losing there and going flat or slightly red, I believe, on the stock. And then this happened where we were able to grab that long. And then that's really where sort of everything started happening for us. In boom, huge net at that point. Came back in, we tried it there, lost on it, and then everything came in for us again here as we stick with the strong names and just stick with something that works. There goes Meta through 500, and then that was the big trade. So really most of the damage for me done today on Meta. The other damage spot here would be on AMD where we shorted 141s. That was a big trade. Then the trade that we just had for you as well was pretty big. Our net could be infinitely bigger if we had trusted ourselves a little bit more on the futures. We were long there and positive on it, long here and positive, and then lost when it took down 162 right there. We never really got this trade in. Remember what? This fill was 10%. Then we put on our real fill down here at 20s and then lost it at O's. So about a 30-cent break there on the TQQs. So that was a break that we wound up losing on. So, full disclosure on that one. And then after that, Nvidia, AMD, TQs, Meta, ARM was a good one. I know Neil had a good trade on ARM, obviously, as well, as we've talked about that. ARM was only long for me, where we took $4 or $5 and then tried to get it back here at the 50 and missed it. Those longs on ARM seemed to have been good. And then Amazon was my third best stock.
It seems forever ago at 9:30 when a bunch of things were screaming to the upside. It really does. So it's easy to forget that ARM's first move was $8 up.
Yeah.
It really is. And a day like today, you know what? I should say this about ARM.
Here come the imbalances. Look at it.
The trade I'm happiest about is I made a keystroke error on ARM this morning. And I just want to point this out to everybody. I haven't made a keystroke error in a while. Essentially, I just hit the wrong stock. I thought I had flipped. I went over like, oh, goodness, I want to get an entry. I think it was Teladoc at the time. And I got in and out right here of short ARM. Now, I did want to be short ARM, not in that moment when it exactly ran up, but you punch out. It was a 50-cent hit. Ultimately, the stock went all the way up to 135. Now, and again, when you have the ability to execute quickly and take advantage of the fact that I can get in, I don't have to sit there and hold that against me and hope something happens because I have slow execution. No. I can get right out, wait for an opportunity that I like, and then jump back into the trade. So this is my segue to tell you that if you are in Canada and you want to trade on a lightning fast platform built for traders, by traders, if you want to learn to trade professionally, which means, hey, taking your lumps, learning how the market works, learning how to execute on different gateways, learning how to trade multiple markets, and you want to do all of that for free and do it with real money, then Campus program is for you. The Real Trading Campus program, realtrading.com/campus. I believe we should have a QR code that you can scan as well, but we don't. There it is. There it is. It pops up as I'm asking for it. Good job there, Fabian. No, check out the website. It's going to detail everything about the plan. You're going to be able to go into a simulator, get live one-on-one coaching. You're going to get a chance to go live and trade real money. All you have to do is apply, be in Canada, put the time and effort in if you are selected. It is a free program. You know, it's at the end of the day, you can also check the link in the description. At the end of the day, trading is a hard enough business. When you're doing it alone, you don't have any guides. We do our best for you, and we believe in this program because it's built on the thing that allowed us to do what we do every single day. And the other thing you have available to you at Real Trading is the imbalance locator. With Apple to buy at $2.4 million to buy, Microsoft, I was a little surprised with buys. Microsoft, $1.4 million to the buy side. Don't see Nvidia. Broadcom, just under 1 million shares on Broadcom to buy. Google, 900,000 to buy. Amazon, 900,000 to buy. The overall market is $1.6 billion to the buy side. Kind of feels like it should be bigger than that with all of those buy imbalances. Don't see Nvidia. Cisco as well, 1.7 million to said buy side.
I mean, so we get stopped out on Nvidia under 108. It's at 109 right now. Well. The big day continues, but could have been bigger anyways. That's really too bad. Like, it's going to look ridiculous that we stopped ourselves out right there, but at the end of the day, you know, you got to stay green on the name and you got to stay positive, and there's a nice move into the close. NASDAQ's still not great, man. I mean, down this 2.4% is not great, but it's a nice battle back from the bottom for sure. Oh, man, we had the market down there. So we had, again, confidence higher than ever, so it's fine, but it's like we had that call down there. Just give it a little more room, man. Give this TQ's trade a little bit more. We should have done that. Easy to say in hindsight. AMD, nice move into the 200 period. Probably worth a little bit of a short now. But Nvidia's really got going up to 109 into that 200. There was a little more time in the day and we weren't so influenced by these imbalances that I do think there was a potential there for something to come out and really start to turn around a little bit there. There's the TLT. Someone asked about that in our chat, and we did get a super chat, I believe, and then we also was part of that rundown that we had there. So yeah, something happening right now in the TLT, pushing this to the sell side. So right now, a nice little sell opportunity there for anybody looking at the 20-year Treasury, 95.80. You don't have too much time left to get your in for stonks.com. Make sure you do select this QR code right there. Scan it up, man. Select it. Go vote on where you believe. It's completely free. Your chance to grab that $1,000. Or it's $250 is the maximum, but it's a $1,000 prize pool. And you'll be able to just share, you know, Neil won $6. I won $2 yesterday. It's all good, man. You do that every day. Maybe, you, like I said, could be something there.
Pay for your coffee.
Yeah, go check it out every single day there on stonks.com. But make sure you do hit that QR code. Give us the love on that. But yeah, so far so good, man. Into the day. That's the TLT. Nvidia really starting to go. What is that SOX L trade up to right now? It was down 22%, now down 20%, so almost 21% there on SOX.
Could be worse.
Could always be worse. Coin is...
Coin had a rally. I mean, everything rallied off the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
5% now on Coin. It just went $5 off the bottom. Double bottom on Coin. The problem with these bounces is they're nice, but look at it compared to the rest of the day. You're still in a world of hurt for sure. And speaking of World Be Free, actually it's just Be Free. World Be Free was an old basketball player in the ABA. He dropped buckets back in the day. Working, how Intel looking under 30. Hope you all. So there were a lot of good shorts today, not a single Intel trade. Intel reports after the bell, lots of chip names. As I said before, lots of chip names were post earnings, which I think made a lot more sense. Like the chip name I liked short today was ARM. So that's where most of my trading was to the south side. But Intel not looking good. I'm fearful that you're going to get the 25 level in the next, like post earnings, that you're going to see this potential 25 level. To flat bottom break it before earnings, yeah, just don't miss Intel. And one of Intel's problems, they're very conservative with their guidance, meaning they are more likely to be entirely too honest and not be rosy about their guidance. And this doesn't feel like the market that you want to do that at all. So the 25 feels like it could be coming into play. I mean, this level in here. If you can't tell where the bottom is, just keep going left, and the place where it bounces 3 times in a row, that's the bottom on Intel, at least temporarily. Anything could change in 24 hours.
Yeah, get ready. Neil, Chris Bretcher at Dara are going to talk about every single thing that's reporting in tonight. And we can actually, if you want to, why don't we call up that graphic again when you have a chance? Because we might as well have a quick look at it.
Nvidia is now $7 million to sell going into the flip.
I was just going to say Nvidia right there just flipped on its head right there. It just went to 109 and now coming back in. Just wait a second on those imbalances just on the after hours. So let's just wait to see here. Here's 355. So there it goes. It flipped again. So now it goes right back up to the upside. If you're trading this right now, I mean, I cannot trade this the way I normally trade things because of that move. Like, I'm not going to sit there and be vulnerable to whatever's happening. Intel's getting crushed on the imbalance locator again, man, down to... Someone's like, I'm not waiting for the quarter. I'm selling. And right now, look at this. It's going to be 10 million plus 11 million shares off that trade. So, yeah, it should be a good one coming through tonight. Our friend and everybody.
Good for volatility.
Good for volatility for sure.
Maybe not good for the accounts. I still have some Intel. I'm not going to lie. We'll see if it can hold out today. Mobileye was an absolute clunker. But that was, Mobileye down 25%. Oh my God. There were so many names down over 10%, you really had to pick and choose. Like, I liked Moderna the most, but if you'd shorted Mobileye all day, you probably couldn't have lost at all. Good luck, my friend. You're not taking any trades probably going into the end of the
No, probably not. I mean,
good luck anyways.
Maybe some, thanks.
Really
yeah, good luck with the market.
End of the desk. It's going to be a wild one, guys.
Yeah, very, very busy. Go get some water, go get some whatever, and get ready to go on that one. As there's the earnings. No, that's the upgrades and downgrades. We'll get the earnings report in a minute for you, and then I'll go
downgrade the semis.
Oh, but there it is. See how he did that? That was really smooth, man. Fabian did that on purpose, so he could do that rotation.
That was slick.
That was slick, man. Fabian's got this on lock right now. Okay, but I still can't see it. So Amazon. Oh, wow, Amazon, Intel, Twilio. I remember buying Twilio on IPO. Man, that name was fun. All right, Roku, Coinbase. I mean, look at these names. No matter what you're in right now, Cloudflare. I mean, we've heard a lot about the cloud this time around. Some little funky Apple there in the top right, some company that I'll do some research on. I'm not sure, probably something to do with Macs or something like that, but Apple coming through as well again. I mean, Coinbase, really important to see on that one there as, a couple now quarters in a row of EBITDA profitability there. And then, hey, if tech is not your thing, I mean, just look at tomorrow before the open where you get honestly, the next sort of set there on the Dow Jones, Murderer's Row there, ExxonMobil and Chevron. You want to talk about big, huge market caps outside of the tech space. You've got those two. Other than that, not much else tomorrow. Magna's a little small there. Frontier, Enbridge again in the oil space, in the XLE, the transfer there of oil through the pipelines. Brookfield again coming through with real estate. So, yeah, man, it's going to be tonight. So the name that I'm interested in, and I'm not in it because I'm trying to potentially buy dips. DraftKings could be a play. This just looks nasty on this break right here. I feel like it's under the 50 period. It's under the 200. I'm not sure. It's hard to predict what's going to happen. I could see them guide a little forward because of NFL, but this name again to me in danger. Get away from me, fly. In danger of breaking this 35. So I wish those VPNs that we have there protect us against these random flies running around everywhere. I like that fly on the screen though. All right, so there's that. Let's just check in quickly on some of these names as we get into the close. So Nvidia says what in balance and is now ripping to the upside and just relentlessly going. That out's going to look bad, but again, we broke the 50-period moving average. I'm going to do that out. Just happens to be that I'm like at the very bottom there. Is what it is at the end of the day. We would still love to have this. The big earnings call, again, that I really think we want to buy dips on is AM, not ZN, but AMZN. Yeah, that's right, not AMNZ right there. I'm expecting a big quarter from them. I feel like Prime Day was good. The more and more people that are at home these days, especially buying stuff for summertime, there's a lot of opportunity with Amazon. I mean, even I went there this morning. I was in the shower. Yeah, may protect what cookies? Okay. Anyways, Amazon as we go. Just real quick. I want to say today I finished the shower, right? And I have that Dove's Men body soap. We were out of it, so I just went. I exited the shower and picked up the phone and bought more on Amazon. So I think it's already delivered already. So there it is, right? So there goes Amazon. I feel like that's going to solve a lot of problems. And the cloud's been big time. We saw Walgreens and everything start to pull back a little bit there, CVS and so forth. I think Amazon's stealing a lot of business from a lot of people. My wife even got AirPods, the new AirPods on Amazon on Prime Day because they were 20% off or something like that, which you don't often see for those kind of products. So, all right, here we go. With only 10 seconds left right now, we got to get going because it's going to be a big season. Adair's got to get back to that desk and make sure that we get you all of those earnings as Nvidia rips 2 and 1. Nvidia 109.50 close for Nvidia. All right, they're all going to come out fast and furious. So if I hear anything in my ear, you tell me, Fabian, and we'll go over there whenever everyone's ready. But we're expecting big-time names coming out, man. Amazon, everyone's favorite chip name, Intel, coming out today as well after hours. We'll see if that can get going. We are now ready, so thank you so much. Make sure you do scan that for Real Trading Campus is now on. Earnings are dropping as we speak. So let's go over to the desk. We're live again at 8:30. See ya. It's market recap time.
Welcome to the market recap. Still, there's some early movement on Intel and Amazon, but not big enough that I think we have the numbers yet. Intel, initial move up, now starting to come back in here a little bit. So you're still at that 29 level. A lot of these charts are you're going into this down. You're already down 5%. So a lot of pressure being put on these names. Intel still not really getting there it is. And it is a flush. Down to 27.5. You just saw it spike down.
Sorry.
A 10% move right away, dropping $3 in here, top to bottom on Intel. Amazon also just dropped. It went bit of an up and down move on Amazon as it was high up into 187, now failing back underneath 180. Yikes, yuck, quadunk, maybe not yet. You're still only at 175 here in Amazon, about a $10 move into the downside. We were expecting a 7% move here in Amazon, and you're already looking like you could head down. So Intel down, Amazon down. We got the numbers yet. I'm going to imagine they guided poorly.
I'll give you Intel first. I have Intel up here. I just had to switch my battery out there, so still looking at these numbers. Q2 revenue coming in here below expectations for INTC, $12.8 billion versus estimates of $12.94 billion. Intel also missed for earnings per share. We're getting up 2 cents per share versus estimates of 10 cents per share. Let's see what else. They're seeing adjusted loss per share of 3 cents for Q3. So this is not great here across the board for INTC. I'm going to be taking, they're also saying they're seeing net capital spending between $11 billion and $13 billion and gross CapEx for 2025 between $20 billion and $23 billion. So CapEx and spending, not great for INTC. I'm going to take a look at these Amazon numbers now, guys.
So 25 is incoming on Intel. It's at $26.50 and continuing to flush into the downside. Amazon's trying to stabilize a little bit at 177 here. So you're down overall 5 points here on Amazon. Go back in here to the 1 minute so you can see. I mean, it's crash zone. The only good thing about Amazon is it's doing better than Intel to the downside, but holding on to 175 is Amazon. Bit of a flush here. comparatively speaking, it feels like it could be a heck of a lot worse than this. Yeah, that Intel guidance might be poor, but you got Amazon earnings because they might not be good.
Yeah, I mean, net sales, they did miss for Q2. We're talking $148 billion in revenue versus estimates of $148.55 billion. So they missed by about $500 million here for revenue estimates. So they beat on earnings per share for fiscal Q2, coming in at $1.26 versus estimates of $1.03. That is a beat for EPS, but quite a miss there on revenue. They also said their AWS segment sales did increase 19% on a year-over-year basis, and they're, quote, continuing to make progress on a number of dimensions. So kind of a vague statement there. Main top and bottom line, guys, though, they did beat on EPS, missed on sales, AWS revenue up.
Yeah, they're not liking this, though, at all. We can say anything we want about what the report sounds like or looks like, but you just tag the 171 here on Amazon, and when you flip it back over and look where we might be headed, over in Amazon, the 200 period and that 169 level is looming down underneath us. Check that 168 change on Amazon here. It does look like you have a decent chance. It's a pretty good level looking at the daily chart. But wow, going into a Friday, the way that we sold off today, I'm not sure that Amazon to the downside is what we're looking for. I don't think a lot of people would have been surprised that Intel was going to be weak, but Amazon here under pressure is not going to bode well. I do believe we are going to have a couple of other ones. We're supposed to get Roku and Mara. Roku, Mara, and Twilio should be out here, but I'm just checking out Amazon, see if it can catch a bid. DoorDash as well is going to be another. We're expecting Coinbase as well after the bell. I don't know if they are out. They are moving.
Coin's 410, I'm seeing. I'll check it out.
Okay, I mean, Coin was moving a little bit to the upside, but I think that's maybe just some happy feet there. Why there'd be happy feet eager to buy anything in the aftermarket today? Yeah, good luck with that. I would not be making any. Let's just try to catch a bid on something the way these things are going down. So there's Amazon actually catching a bid off 171 back into 175. Some stabilization with Amazon down here. Not too bad at all. The fact that it wants to climb back into the mid 170s, hold that 200 period moving average is going to be key for Amazon. They're not the only ones out. It looks like we did get Roku.
We got Dash.
Okay, well, let's get Dash first. Bigger than Roku.
Yeah, so Dash here, this is going to be a bit of a miss here in Q2 net income, a loss of $158 million versus estimates of a loss of $39.1 million. That's a bit of a miss.
It's flying.
Q2 revenue, though, was a beat, $2.3 billion versus estimates here of $2.54 billion. Q3 marketplace, GOV, they're seeing $19.4 billion to $19.8 billion. Let's see what else we're seeing here. Outlook for Q3, adjusted EBITDA coming in here above expectations, $470 million to $540 million versus estimates of $450 million. Also, the CFO saying their consumer demand is, quote, stronger than it's ever been in an emailed statement. And they're saying they haven't seen a decline in customer engagement. So general verbal guidance, pretty good here. Revenue beats for DASH.
That's a $9 move, maybe even 10 in a couple. $10 move now off the top here. 12 up there on DoorDash. 10% to the upside. I mean, Dash is exceeding. It's exceeding the move we saw in other names, but it's pretty much at the expected. We were expecting double digits here, and Dash is going to provide it. So it doesn't matter what you think about the earnings. Dash catching a bit of a bid say. So what was weak is now breaking well out past prior resistance at 118. Good luck for DoorDash. A couple of other things here. I don't know if you caught this one. Intel's cutting costs. Good for you. Good for you, Intel. You're still at $26. You're going to get to that 25 level, it looks like. That is the line. That's a big one. The 25 level for Intel. It's still testing lower and lower. And Amazon is now really stabilizing. Amazon has gotten back to $180. So the dip got bought. Can you hold a higher low? Didn't we see something like this with Qualcomm? Initial move meant absolutely nothing by the time you got to the next day. We'll see if Amazon can do some of the same, because that is a pretty big bounce here. $10 bounce on Amazon. Let's see if it can hold this 180. They're certainly liking that bid a little bit better. And good look over there on DoorDash.
Yeah, good look there for DoorDash. I'm seeing that Roku's reporting. I haven't seen the numbers yet, so I'm still looking for those. But Intel, with regards to the cost, just a few more details on that cost cutting. They're seeing $1 billion in savings for non-variable cost of sales in 2025. So $1 billion in savings there for INTC. Let's take a look at Mara, because that one was also supposed to come out at 405. Not seeing their numbers yet. Let's take a look at Roku. Roku still not seeing the numbers, only that they released their numbers. So I saw that across a couple different platforms, only seeing the numbers are out, not seeing any details on what those numbers actually are for Roku. But I will continue to look. I'll let you guys know if I see anything. What about Twilio, TWLO? Also supposed to be out at 405. We have their numbers here. Perfect. So they beat here for adjusted earnings per share for Q2, 87 cents versus estimates of 70 cents here for adjusted earnings per share. Let's see here for their revenue. Revenue also a beat, 1.08 billion versus estimates of 1.05 billion here for TWLO. Still looking for Roku and Mara there, guys. And at 410, we have even more earnings coming
Roku's got to be out.
Coinbase and Square and Snapchat.
Roku's got to be out. I did see Twilio making a move up. Yeah, well, I mean, they're clearly disseminating it because you just went 55 to 58, back into 57. So it's flying around here. Obviously, it's going to be down on the day because of the way the market did play today, and especially into the close. Everything was falling, but now you are holding back into the upside. Remember, Roku's got a 10% short float. So it should be a wild one, especially if it can hold on to some of these gains. You pop the daily up. This is a clean possible 66 break if it can do something really special. And then the 60 level is going to come into play as well. So a couple of big breakout levels for Roku. We're going to get coin in the next minute. That should be an interesting one. Obviously, Mara, we're still waiting on. I have not seen much of anything. Now Mara is heading to the now Mara is trying to make a bit of a move, but it's not breaking out. They're 5 minutes late. Good job, Mara. You got absolutely nothing. Yeah, you're absolutely right, 3D. It's a falling knife on Intel, and at least the falling knife caught a bounce on Amazon. Still waiting for Mara. It's trying to break out a top here. It's moving. Some bold people in front of the Mara and the Coinbase seem to be trying to buy this one up. I think that's a bold call, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for them. A little bit of a pullback coming in here on Amazon. Would have been nice if it could hold on to that 180, but Amazon heading right back into the downside. We do know Apple's not going to be till 4:30. Maybe they can save everybody, but I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off. Coinbase has moved down here, Adara, but I'm not seeing a lot of volatility yet. The numbers might be coming out just now as it's starting to move.
So Block, much like what I'm seeing with Roku, seeing the numbers are released, not seeing what those numbers are. I apologize, guys. Still looking here for Roku and Block taking these looks there. Twilio, they did beat across the board. So people were saying Twilio out. We went over those. They are out. Let's take a look at Snap and Coinbase, which are also supposed to come out at 410. Snap we have, guys. We do have Snapchat. Perfect. So adjusted earnings per share for Q2 in line with estimates 0.2 versus estimates of 0.2. So 2 cents per share. They're in line with estimates. What did we get here for revenue for Snapchat? That's going to be a bit of a miss for Q2 revenue. 1.236 billion versus estimates of 1.25 million. So 1.23 versus 1.25 expected. Bit of a revenue miss there for SNAP. They did beat here for adjusted Q2 adjusted EBITDA. That would be a beat. Their outlook for Q3 revenue coming in more or less in line with estimates, $1.34 to $1.38 billion for Snapchat's outlook versus estimates of $1.36 billion. Also, what else do we have here? Apparently, they reached more than 850 million monthly active users in Q2, and they reached $11 million subscribers in Q2 as well. So they're saying that they're going to be focused on prioritizing investments carefully. Just some comments coming out of SNAP. Still looking for Square and Roku.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what their users are on Snapchat right now. They're going to be a hat size in a couple of seconds the way it's going in here. Not my hat. If they're my hat size, they're cut in half almost. Actually, I'm like a 7 or something, and they're only at 13. But you're about to break $10 down here on Snap. This is your double-digit dumper here tonight. There was a couple yesterday. We got Snapchat at $9.88. So unless you have a big head, you're a hat size right now here on Snapchat. So it's looking pretty nasty. Not much. You're about to take out the 2024 low. So that would be right in here at $10, which it's already breached. Coinbase as well out here at Dare. What do we have?
Coinbase, their net revenue coming in $1.38 billion for the quarter. This is well above their year-over-year number. So last year for this quarter, coming at $662.5 million. Again, Q2 revenue, net revenue for Coinbase, $1.38 billion. It's a little bit below analyst estimates of what I'm seeing here of $1.47 billion. But again, nice year-over-year increase for COIN. They also said they're expecting Q3 subscription and services revenue to be within a range of $530 to $600 million. million. So interesting look there for COIN. Again, still looking for Mara and SQ and Roku.
Well, at least they're kind of liking it in Coinbase. Coinbase is trying to break out to the upside. Just made about a $5 or $6 move from when we had the release. It was chilling out down around 210, and it's attempting to break out the 216. I'd say it's still a bit of an inside move here on Coinbase. When we were expecting like 7.5%, you're getting a fraction of that move here on Coin, so nothing too crazy just yet. Look, Block has dropped like a rock, then come right back into $60. So down to 55, back up to 60. It looks to me like it's very, very weak. Remember we talked about Roku that was breaking out? Roku's right back into 56. So you have Block faking it out to the downside. Roku numbers are actually out now, Adara.
Yeah, sorry for the lateness there. I had the numbers were out, but I couldn't see what those numbers were. Finally seeing these numbers. Q2 revenue is going to be a nice beat here. $968 million versus estimates of $937.9 million. Again, they're 968 versus estimates of almost 938. So good look there for Roku for revenue. Gross profit of $425 million. So not a bad look for ROKU. Again, still looking here for Mara and for SQ, though both those numbers at least SQ I know is out. Mara, unsure about that. 415 that we're gearing up for DraftKings and Cloudflare NET. Keeping an eye on those guys.
Yeah, I know we've got Chris, and I think once we get DraftKings, I want to get on over to Chris because he had Chris Brecher, who had some absolutely great ideas today, and I want to make sure you guys hear them. But we are now anticipating DraftKings. They are one. Apple's not till 4:30, everybody. Apple is always a late report. I think we all know that. So it's a crazy move. I just want to point out, if we do a sector recap, everything was red. Pretty obvious. I think we all understand that. Just for a couple of things here, I want to zoom back over, if I can, while we wait for wait for DraftKings to Amazon, which is now trying to hold on to the 175 bid. It was looking good for a hot minute. Now you're right back into some of those lows. And Intel, well, where did it bounce? $25.15. If anybody is surprised at that, then you did not. Look left. DraftKings. DraftKings is also downside, 9% down. It just tagged 32. That was 35 to 32 in a hot minute. So the drops continue here, Adara. What are the numbers?
Yeah, so we have Q2 revenue, $1.104 billion versus estimates of $1.113 billion. That is going to be a miss. Again, 1.10 versus estimates of $1.13 billion. What other numbers are we getting here? Q2 net income here coming in at $63.8 million versus estimates of a loss of $4.7 million. So that's actually a beat there for net income for DraftKings. But again, a bit of a revenue miss there. We also have Cloudflare, which came out as well at 415. And ET is the ticker for this one. Earnings per share, actually a 4-cent loss versus what analysts were looking for was a 14-cent earnings per share. So unexpected loss per share for NET. Revenue here coming in at $400.99 million versus estimates of $394.7 million. So it's going to be a beat on revenue, but an unexpected loss per share.
And they actually are going to the upside, so go figure. Cloudflare up at $80 after being at $74. Downside when everything else was reporting poorly, but now up at $80. So we had DraftKings come through, there to the downside, trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Amazon's doing its best to try to hold on. But wow-o-wee-wa, there were a lot of sells here. Block, what are the actual numbers? Before we go, we're going to get to Trader Talk in just a quick second. Let's get the block numbers.
Yeah, sorry guys, these numbers finally came out. I apologize. They were out, but I wasn't able to see them. Here they are, though. We did get here where these compare. I'm seeing a lot of their guidance and not the actual numbers themselves, but I'll give you guys the guidance. They're seeing here apparently fiscal EBITDA, not $2.9 billion. They did apparently process $61.94 billion in GPV for Q2, so that metric is up 5% on a year-over-year basis. Adjusted operating income, they're seeing $320 million for fiscal Q3. Again, here, guys, I'm really only seeing guidance other than that 5% year-over-year increase in GPV processing, and also apparently the Cash App quarterly inflows per transaction are up 10% year over year as well. So a couple metrics I'm seeing, quarterly net revenue coming in here at $6.16 billion. Trying to see what the estimates here were, $6.23 billion. They gave us $6.16 billion. That's a slight miss there for Q2 revenue. But again, I'm only seeing parts of these earnings. I think these numbers are still going to coming out, guys.
Well, the fact that it's where it was at the close, I think, is a benefit for them. If you can be doing that today, you're doing well. You've had net go to the upside, you had coin try and it's doing its best, but you have a block. At least it's flat, which is the best you can say for it. But you know what? It's time to get into Trader Talk because the man we're about to talk to, Mr. Brecher, had a heck of a call that we got to get to for sure this morning. Wow, welcome Chris Brecher. I mean, let's get right onto it over there from Simpler Trading. Let's get the brass tacks. I know we had a lot of earnings to get to, and then Apple's going to be coming at 4:30, which was absolutely wild. Everything was red today, with very few exceptions, as we all know. Tell us about your day for sure. The shorts were ruling the day. I admit there were a lot of longs off the open that looked pretty good, at least for myself, that we tried out, but you had to be able to sniff this one out today after the Fed. Chris.
Well, it's pretty cool. I just got a text from a friend of mine, a family friend and also a subscriber, that after the open, I'm like, this is stupid. I mean, I don't usually get like hyperbole during the day, but I was like, this is stupid that we're rallying when Broadcom's getting nailed. I mean, this rate, we got to short the chips. So he bought, I even want to know, he bought 100 calendars in the SPX, made 7 points. So he made 70 grand. So, so it doesn't, I don't always put it, he even put the trade, he's like, hey, if that works, I'm doing this. So he put it in our chat, which is pretty exciting. And, that's not bad. And I got so much positive feedback about stuff. And like I said, I don't normally go and say, that's stupid, or, you got to get out because, regulatory stuff. But there are times I'm more opinionated than others. And just to tell you real quick, somebody did a 15-point put fly in the indexes at $1.75. And with 5 minutes to go, he legged out of the one side. He's like, what do you think of the other side? I said, you got to get out. I mean, it's $8. I mean, what are you going to make? And so he got out at 8. So he had bought it at $1.75. And the best part about it is then we're rooting for the markets to go up. So it looks like we're geniuses. So it actually went out worthless. So it was very, very exciting. But getting back to it about the whole markets, and we were showing this before the opening. And also in Simpler Trading, if you're a yearly subscriber, you get access to our monthly trader call. And so I was lucky enough to be one of the presenters last night. And I was really bearish, talking about how price earnings are way up. But basically all the earnings that's come out, the earnings have been okay, but the revenues have been down. So they've been trying to cut costs. So the Goldilocks thing is that, the interest rates are starting to come down. But with price earnings so high, if people get nervous about the economy weakening, that's going to start nailing the market. So we were looking for signs of the economy weakening intraday, and that was another reason that we got bearish. So number one was the chips. I mean, no doubt the chips. Yeah. But the one I sent you was really cool, and that was the Nikkei. So the Nikkei got destroyed, down 2,000 points. So when we saw this down, and you got that email, I think you got that.
Yeah, I got it.
But when we saw this down 1,000 on the opening, when the S&P was up 50 points, and you saw the Broadcoms going down, we're like, you got to short it. So it was very exciting that worked.
Yeah, that's a great look, and I'm glad you passed that along to us. Oddly enough, it wasn't, like this morning, the one that kind of tipped it for me wasn't the stock I traded, and it wasn't even Broadcom. It was actually, the canary in the coal mine for me was Qualcomm a little bit. And it was the way that it reacted to the earnings. Like,
exactly.
I mean, Qualcomm ran like wildfire. We were covering it in the aftermarket show. Like, they seemed to like everything about it. It ran like $15 to the upside. You're up at like $193. And when I sat down this morning, I'm like, okay, we're right back. Like, it fell the entire way and then didn't regain the bid. It just sort of held sideways at 180 all pre-market. I'm like, well, that's not good. There's no buyers back where this broke out from on a good number. And if it can't press at the open, like it broke the bottom and tried to press into the open, when it failed underneath that overnight bottom, I'm like, it's over. Like, at that point, I mean, ARM was the one I liked for the most in the shorts today, but it didn't matter. Like, you had to get out of everything that was chip related long if you thought it was any good. So great look over there. Ultimately, it matters more that you had a canary in the coal mine, not what color it was today, because all you had to do was step away from the long and get into the short. The timing of it, obviously, it needed to be a little bit earlier. But if you think about it, not really, because you could have been really late to flip, and the follow through was so good that it almost didn't matter as long as you got it.
Yes, I'm always I care more about direction than the top or the bottom. That probably 80 to 90% of patterns are consolidation patterns.
Yeah.
And so I know that you can try to pick support zones or resistance zones. You might make a little, but you're going to be a little defensive once it starts going your way. I would much rather play those consolidation patterns and combining it like you did with something reacting bad to good news. And that's what I wanted to show you with AMD versus Nvidia, and why I said Nvidia was a stupid rally. Because yesterday it seemed like everything went up because Advanced Micro Devices gapped up 10 points on earnings. I didn't understand that because it closed on its low for the day. So, and then it opened even lower today. And I'm like, why are the rest of them up if Advanced Micro Devices is down? ARM is made a new low. In fact, that gapped under here like you're talking about.
Yeah.
The Qualcomms, once they got under their low from a couple of days ago, it just seemed like open season to short the rest of the chips that were still up here.
Yo, 100%.
And that's what worked.
100%. And I know it's like not to harp on the chips all the time, but that was where the party was. There's no question about it to the short side. Like, there's a lot of things you could have you could short the Qs. You're gonna have made money today. Heck, you could short natural gas. You would have made money today. You could short, I don't know, uranium. Like, a lot of things were going down, but I feel like it was just about those chips early. It was about the chips late, and it just sort of dragged everything with it. So, in about, what do we have? Maybe the market gets saved, maybe it doesn't in 5 minutes when Apple comes out. But Apple's going to wrap up all of the big earnings this week. I mean, the big ones, obviously. We still have plenty to get through, right? Like, Nvidia is going to be key in a couple of weeks. I think we all understand that. Home Depot is going to be a big bellwether. Heck, McDonald's had a really good day today. I'm just throwing that one out there. But
yeah, it's funny. Those food stocks are doing pretty well.
Who knew?
Chipotle, McDonald's, they're acting, you're seeing some kind of rotation, but I think it really depends on what to key off of that day. So today was the chips and the Japanese market, but another thing was the economically sensitive. So when you saw the Russell get destroyed, that was a big tip-off that I think of chips as economically sensitive. Then you got the Lenars get destroyed. So I just think the chips combined with the economically sensitive really spooked the broad markets and the Nikkei.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And the IWM, first green candle on a 15-minute didn't happen until the middle of the day. That was a pretty nasty pullback in there. And there were so many signs out there. This was the kind of day where there were so many obvious points that, hey, we're headed down here. And you could have been stubborn about it for maybe like 15 minutes, a half an hour. I'd argue you could have given it till about 10 o'clock, maybe a little bit past that. But after a while, it just, you might have covered some shorts and tried to look for re-entries, but you darn sure weren't long anything out there. I just wanted to get maybe your last perspective before we get out of here, and then we have to cover Apple earnings when they come out. Everything is settled. We got tomorrow. We got one more day in the week. It's options expiration, all that good stuff. It's been a tremendous day to the downside. You holding anything? Are you? What's the plan for tomorrow outside of maybe look for some continuation if people are spooked? What's your process going into tomorrow after such an unbelievable day?
I'm looking at that NASDAQ, that green thing on the right. So I'm looking to see if that support can hold. Because if you go back on a 4-hour, that's your big support. But that's one. The other one is the S&P, if it could finally fill that gap. So if you could overshoot into that gap right here, then I'm probably going to look for stocks that refuse to go lower to go long. But right now, I'm coming in completely completely flat.
Right. I think, that makes a lot of sense to me. When you get a day like today, why try to predict where you're going to be overnight? Just react to it. You got everything you needed by reacting to the first half an hour, I think, in today's market. And I think tomorrow might give you the best thing. And always remember what was actually strong today. Like you said, some of the food stocks had a perfectly fine day with a little bit of rotation there. Thank you so much, Chris. We always enjoy having you on there. And fantastic call. I think, obviously to be able to sniff out, the Fed rally is great for day traders and was a heck of a lot of fun being long in the afternoon. But you came in this morning, and things smelled a little bit different after the first 15 to 20 minutes. I'm glad you sniffed it out early. I'm just glad eventually we sniffed it out, but I'm glad you sniffed it out early. Thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me on.
There it is. Thank you to everybody, Adara, that was contributing to an unbelievable day. So we got about a minute and a half until Apple either saves the entire world or ruins it, according to what people are probably going to overreact to. Hey, you got to, when you're a trader in the short term, you care about the short term. Ultimately, am I worried about Apple 10, 15 years from now, regardless of what happens today? The answer is no. But am I going to be happy if we lose the 50 period in the next couple of minutes here? Probably not. There was an awesome opportunity to have sold some at the top, but candidly speaking, I sold some at $222.22 on the way up. I have not bought back into it, and I'm going to be buckets if this thing goes down to the 200 level. I don't think that's going to be possible. Just a couple of things before we get those numbers. We're going to give you guys the numbers, and we'll see what we'll see tomorrow what those bets on stonks were, because it'll be at 5 o'clock that you got to see whether or not your prediction on Apple's price. It'll be the closing price at 5 o'clock on whatever that candle is to see who wins at stonks.com. Hopefully you got yours in. Just to recap, Snap made a bounce at $10, now at $10.50, only down 21%. Not bad, Snap. Not bad.
Snap.
Intel, why am I even looking at this chart? I don't want to defecate. Apple is now out. Oh, boy.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy, Apple. We got them, and it just did the Hwadunk, followed by the rip save to the upside, Apple. 222. Get them, Apple. Get them and save the world. What are the numbers? Please tell me they're fantastic.
Okay, I'm seeing some nice numbers here for A to the A to the P to the L. Shout out to Mr. Oh Boy himself, Opie, on the screen there for some reason.
Hold it.
Q3 earnings per share, $1.40 versus estimate of $1.35. That's going to be a beat. Q3 net sales, $85.78 billion versus estimates of $84.53 billion. What a beat. Oh, we have more numbers too, guys. Greater China sales coming in here at $14.73 billion. Not seeing how that compares to estimates, but we do have a beat here for iPad net sales, 7.16 versus 6.16 bill estimated. We have a bit of a miss here for Mac net sales, 7.01 billion versus estimates of 7.02 billion. So that's the first miss we have, though. They beat here for services net sales, 24.21 bill versus estimates of 24.01 bill. They beat as well for Q3 wearable revenue. They declared a 25-cent per share cash dividend. They said that their iPhone 15 family is performing better than the 14 with strong momentum, especially in those emerging markets. And they said that their China revenue declined less than 3%. So not bad there for AAPL. Those are the main numbers, guys. I think we're letting me just get all those out there. Just to recap, the main miss was going to be a slight miss there for the Mac sales. Other than that, all of the sectors up. Though China did decrease less than 3%.
We can't care too much about the Mac sales. Come on, beat on the top and bottom line. Okay, so fine. I did react a little premature, but that's okay because Apple reloaded off the bottom, baby, and it bounced off 216. So yeah, it got through the low of the day, and you saw me cheering on a little bit too early. These things happen. We're all human, but you're right back up to the top, so who cares? 223 now, 223 and a half. Apple, they're going to like the top and bottom beat here. Does look pretty good. I think I went 222.22 or something like that with my bet. I always pick the most random numbers. I think I have a 224.69 as well because that's just how I do. It's not a huge move on the daily here. But today, all you care about is that you're not down. If you're green after earnings today and it's not perfect, I think you've got to be happy with that. So let's see if it can hang on to the line here on Apple. They had to do a heck of a lot of work here to save this market, which still was nasty into the downside. So good luck for Apple. Maybe they can save the day tomorrow. You want to see how the reaction goes. Yeah, okay, I just saw someone in the chat mentioning Nvidia is catching a bit of a bid off that, so I think that can be a good sign as well. Rivian Millionaire, yeah, I was tweaking a little bit. I'm like, what? You think I'm gonna lie? I'm keeping it real, man. Like that's, like it's been a bad day, and you're not supposed to look at your long-term account, but we all know what it was doing, and I don't care in the sense, but we're a heck of a lot more happy when the market is going up. I don't mind making money going short, but I'm more happy making money going long. I think all traders are going to feel that way. That's what it's all about there. I just want to recap a couple of things. Not a lot of movement in Mara. Weird. Coinbase basically right back where it was.
Basically?
Again.
Coin basically?
Yeah, Coin basically back. It's right back to where it was. So not everything is going like wildfire, and Intel still a dumpster fire. So there you go. Intel still crap. Snapchat is still... Oh, never mind. Snapchat held that $10 level after all, back into 1070, so not doing too bad. So good look there for Apple, as we said. A wild and crazy day. But wow, my driver's probably waiting for me outside. I don't want to keep him waiting, so kind, because I can't do anything by myself with this cast on. Let's get into a little bit of roll call, Adara. I am exhausted.
Guys, I'm still not seeing any Mara. I apologize. It looks like Mara is having a marathon away from reporting earnings for reasons I don't understand, but please put your name in there. Let's start with what we see here. Go Trader Forever, Felipe, FB. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. Thank you so much. Shout out to Ramin killing it. Fabian, who's out here right now, but always killing it. Shout out to Neil killing it here as well. We have Alma Hamada. We have Rivian Millionaire, Dardar, 2 and New York Set, Decada, Yoel Reyna. We've got Hope and Victory, News, Neat, Asta, Alex L, J2 Trade, Tim Anson, J Haas, Ron Miller, Picky Eater, Sam Jack, Mr. Jonathan, Darwin, Wisdom. Oh my God, the names are coming in here. Asta, Tech Talks Forum, Timon. We've got Jack of all trades. We have On the Blockchain. We have Mr. CompuCare Team, Mr. IN, Charlie Taft, Richard Fan, Michael P. While these days were coming in. Kyle Burdett. Shout out to Big Smile, Burdett, Zan Mosier, The Piper, Jay, Pineapple Undies, Live Love Sale, RB Sniper, Robbie V, Mui Casnando. We've got Marie S. We've got Sebastian. We have Thomas. We have Eli 721. We've got Scott Thomason. We have Derek B. We have Shay Howdy. We have Diet Soda. We have Nathan Williams. That's what she said. Sky Kid, Aaron Scott Matthews, Hell's Gate. So many names here. Miss Yellow Dot. Sorry, I'm not going to get everything you guys are pouring in today. Thank you so much for being here. So happy to be here with all of you. Apologize if I did not say your name, but there's always more roll calls.
Wow, great job there, Adara. I got to tell you right now, the only thing weaker than my Achilles tendon is Intel, which just took $24. Intel is getting absolutely creamed. Mara finally out here.
Yes, they did.
Of course it's down. Of course it is.
Oh, the Q2 revenue is yucky. 145.13 million versus estimates of 157.8 million. So they missed by like $12 million. And then also here, Q2 net, oh dear Lord, Q2 net income was a loss of 199.6 million. They were looking for a loss of 32 million.
So
I don't have any words for this.
So let's just say that Cloudflare did okay, Apple did okay, and just about everybody else stunk in a general sense. But look, it's getting late. We do have to get out of here. Apple has pulled back to underneath 220, so now it's back at 219. Still not underneath support, but right back to where we started. But you know what? Tomorrow we'll be right back to where we started, which is live to trade the markets at 8:30 here at Real Trading and Trader TV Live. We're here for you to navigate earnings season, to navigate down days like today where you're able to take some short positions. Fantastic day. Shout out to everyone on our team. Shout out to everybody in the chat and our trading community.
Thank you to the Farmer Trader for giving us memberships as well. Thank you so much to the Farm Trader. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for everybody here. I just had to say that. Thank you. Thank you.
We appreciate you all. But you know what we got to do? We got to get out of here. We're right back tomorrow morning, 8:30. Let's trade those Apple earnings or post earnings. Good luck, everybody.